Hello everyone. In today's video, we're going to be creating a Netflix clone. I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the features that we're going to be creating. So this is the home page. You're going to see a video playing in the background. This will play a list of featured videos. So if we refresh the page, it's going to be a random video depending on the video that is loaded. So we can also unmute the video playing in the background. And you can also see the rating of that particular video. So depending on the age of the video, it will show a different rating here. And we can click the more info button. You're going to be seeing more information about that particular video. And we can also add the movie to the likes section, and also we can remove it. And we can also mute and unmute, and you can see more information about that particular movie. And if I close this modal, as you can see down here, we have new on Netflix, and we can hover this, and it will also start to play the movie. And we can also mute and unmute. We can hover and we can add to my likes, and we can play the movie when we click. If we click the more info button, we're going to open the modal for the more info. So as you can see down here, there's my list. So this is the items that we've added to my list that we can watch later. This my list is also linked to the profile of the user. But before we do anything, let's play the movie. So if I hover this movie, if I press the play button, we're going to be able to play that movie. It will start playing. So as you can see, we have custom player controls. We can pause and also play the video, and the controls will disappear after a few seconds. And here we can go forward 10 seconds. We can go back 10 seconds. We can do the volume up and down. We can mute and unmute when you click the volume button. We can pause and play with the button down here. We can also hover on the timeline, and it will jump to that particular timeline on the screen. All right, so we can also go full screen, and we can also exit full screen. We can hover to wherever we want in the timeline. If I go back to the home page, the background video is going to start playing again. If I refresh, it's going to be different, but currently it's selected the same index. But if I keep refreshing, the video will be different. As you can see now, the video is different. And if I switched a profile, so currently we're on profile number 2. If I go to profile number 1, you're going to see that the movies are different. If I go to profile number 3, as you can see, profile number 3 also has different movies. So if I remove this, from the list, as you can see, it's removed from the list. If I go to profile 1, it's also different. Let's check out admin. So admin, we can manage whatever movies that we have uploaded, and we can check if it's trending or if it's not trending, or if it's featured. So as you can see, this is featured. It is a badge of featured and trending. Let's edit this movie. So we can edit a particular movie like that. You can see the information about that movie and edit. But let's go back to admin. We're going to add a new movie. So here we are going to give it a title. Let's do Big Back Bunny 2. And then I'll just add a description here. And this is going to be a new movie that we're going to be adding. So as you can see, now we've added a new movie. So now we need to populate the details of that particular movie. So let's start with the thumbnail. And for the thumbnail, I'm going to go to pictures, and I'm going to select a thumbnail. As you can see, there's a progress bar of the image that we've uploaded. We can remove that image. And the next thing we want to upload is a video. I am going to paste the folder of where the video is. So I'm going to select this video, and let's upload the video. As you can see, it's going to start uploading the video, and you're going to see the progress of the video while it's uploading. We can select rating. So let's say PG-13, and we also want to give it maybe a release year. So this is going to be 2007. And let's see, for trending, we can choose to make this movie trending or not trending. So let's set it to, if we set it to featured content, it's going to be one of the movies that is going to be displayed on the homepage when the page renders. So it's going to be chosen randomly. I'm going to check trending. So this is going to be trending. So once the video finishes uploading, it's going to automatically update the URL of the video in the background. We don't need to press the button to update details. But for other properties like the release year and rating, we need to manually press update details. So the details will be updated. We can go to the admin page. You can see now there is our movie. We can go to the home page and see if we can see the movie. So it's trending. There it is. So Big Back Bunny 2. We can hover and yeah, it's playing. We can also press the movie itself and it will start playing the video. So the movie hasn't loaded, so we can just press play. It will start playing the video. Okay, cool. And as you can see, it's playing. That's the movie we've uploaded. And we can add this to the like list. So this Big Back Bunny 2, add it to my list. As you can see, the list keeps expanding. And also here, we can also scroll horizontally. Okay, we can click the buttons. We can navigate with the arrows. We can navigate with the arrows. And we can also drag and move around. Okay, so the next thing, we have the profiles. Once we switch the profiles, we can create new profiles. So if I go to profile 1 and go to manage profiles, we can add a new profile. So here's the existing profiles. We can edit these profiles. So for example, profile 1, you can edit this to whatever name you want to edit. So let me go back and create a new profile. So let's name this profile 4 like that. And we can save that. We can check if the kid's profile, let's just save profile 4, save, done. And then once we have profile 4 created, we can click done here. Once we go on the drop down, you can see the profile is there, profile number 4. If I select profile 4, you can see there's no liked movies here. We can, for example, add this to my list. As you can see, there it is to my list. If I go to profile 3, as you can see, there's different stuff in the list. All right. And if you go to profile 4, there's different stuff to the list from all of the profiles. Okay. And these profiles can also be deleted. So remember, you can edit the profile, you can delete them. And also the movies, we can delete them if we go to admin. We're going to delete Big Back Bunny 2. Click delete, it will delete that movie. So if I go back, it won't be there anymore because we've deleted it. So this is the old one that was there already, but the one we've created is no longer there. And the other thing that we're going to be looking at is going to be authentication. So if I sign out, we are going to go to the sign in page. So we have the create account page. We can sign in with your details, or you can register new details. So now let's sign in. Okay, there's also validations. So I'm going to sign in with correct details. Cool, now we're back in the app. By the way, only admins can upload movies. So this account is an admin account. So there's admin account and there's a normal user account, which they don't have permission to upload movies, but they can watch movies, but they don't have permission to upload. So this is the admin account, so we can do anything we want. But yeah, so this is the main functionality of the app. If you have any questions, you can let me know in the comment section. If you want to keep an eye of new content that is coming on my platform, so go to my platform, thecodedealer.io, and sign in for the newsletter. I will email you if there's any more stuff that is coming. So there's going to be a lot of stuff coming on my platform, and some of it is going to be on YouTube. So just keep an eye, put your email, it's free, and then I will send you an email when new stuff comes. You can check out this free course I have there as well, free lesson here. Check it out and let me know if you have any questions. Let me know in the comments, send me an email, just subscribe to the newsletter. You can email me directly. You can find my contact information here. And yeah, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you in the video. All right, so now let's create a new Next project. So open up the terminal and we're going to run npx create next. So this is how we create a new Next project. So Next app, and we're going to be using the latest version, and let's just call it Netflix clone like that. All right, so now we're just going to use the recommended defaults, and it's going to start installing the boilerplate. So let's just wait until it finishes downloading. Okay, so it has finished downloading. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open folder like so, and then I'm just going to go to Next.js, and then I'm just going to select this. I want this to be my primary folder. Okay, so to run this project, let's Open up the terminal. Oh, the terminal is already open anyway, so I'm just going to close this chat as well. So we're going to run pnpm dev. I'm going to be using pnpm. You can use npm if you want. So it's going to run the dev environment. All right, so now let's open this up in the browser. Control click this URL. And as you can see, we have the boilerplate now. So now let's do some cleanup. I'm just going to remove everything. So starting with the page here, I'm just going to add an H1, no world, like so. All right, so the next thing we need to get rid of in the global CSS, I'll get rid of these variables as well in the body, but we're going to come to this a bit later. But anyways, we should see hello world here. So the next thing that we want to set up is the font. So we are going to go to Google Fonts and get a font that we want to use. Let's go to Google Fonts. Actually, we don't need to go to Google Fonts. I know the font that we want to use. So go to Layout. So this is where we can set up the font. So instead of this one here, I'm just going to change it to Inter. So that's the font I want to use. Change this to Inter, like so. And then Latin for subset. And then I'm going to introduce the weights. So from 400 to 700. So this is the normal font weight. All right, so there's an error because we need to set up Inter here. Inter. Oops, this should be Inter, by the way. So here, inter.class name. So we should have the inter font setup. All right, perfect. So that's our font setup. So the next thing that we want to do is to set up our variables in the global CSS. So let's see what we have. Global. Okay, so we have Tailwind CSS already set up here. We are going to set the background color. I'm thinking what color we should set it to. I'll create some variables in the root. So here, I'll create some variables. So I'm planning, maybe I should name this brand color. So that's for Netflix. So brand color. You can name this whatever you want to. Actually, let's do brand primary, like this. And then here we can put the color. So I'll just paste in the colors that we're going to be using for the branding. So we have brand background, primary, dark as well. So we want them to be accessible in Tailwind 4. So this is how we can do that in here. So we need to do color. So this is how we start, brand color, and then we're going to set the brand background and also the dark color. So let's see if it's working. So class name, bg, brand, primary. Okay, as you can see, it's working now. Perfect. So our colors have been set. We can access them in Tailwind CSS. Perfect. So now we pretty much done with the cleanup. Now we need to set up authentication. We're going to be using Supabase for authentication. So you can type Supabase. Go ahead and create an account if you don't have an account. And then I have an account already. I'm just going to go to the dashboard. And then I'm going to create a new organization. Actually, I'm just going to go to the existing organization. I'm just going to create a new project here. And project name, I'm just going to name this Netflix. Netflix clone. You can name this whatever you want. So for the database password, just generate a new password here. So you can type your own strong password. Just click generate password and copy that password. Don't lose it. Just enable automatic RLS. Enable that row level security, and then we're just going to create project like that. So we have the Netflix Chrome project being created in the background. So let's go to, we need to create a file here called .env, .local. So this is going to store our environment variables in here. So I'm just going to paste the password we copied. I'm just going to leave it for now. So the next thing, we want to install some packages. So we want to be able to read these environment variables. So we're going to install some packages. So we're going to run pnpm, or you can run npm I, and then .env. So that's the one of the packages that we want to use. So .env, and the other thing that we want for now, let's say we need video.js because we're going to be working with some videos, so video.js, and we need Cloudinary. So this is where we're going to be saving our images and videos. Cloudinary, and then we need motion. So this is Framer motion, and we're going to be using Axios as well for our fetch requests, and we're going to need Nano ID as well. So I'll show you what every of these packages does as we move forward. All right, and we need PG for working with our Postgres database. And the next thing that we want, we are going to need, actually, let's just install these for now. And then if we need anything else later, I'll explain to you. Enter. Okay, so it's going to install our packages. So let's see if our, you know what, I'm just going to save this password temporarily. So it's still creating our database. So let's go to the root directory. Let's create some folders. Components. All right, so we have the components folder. Oops. Components folder. Make sure the spelling is correct. Components folder. And we are also going to be using Prisma for our models. So we're going to run npx Prisma. Prisma init. So we're going to initialize Prisma. All right, let's just wait for a bit. Okay, so it's just initialize Prisma. There's a new folder here for Prisma, as you can see here. So we have Prisma already added. So here we need to change a few things. So we need to go in the Prisma config. Where's the config? Config. Okay, so we need the database URL. We don't have this yet, so copy this. We need to put that in env. So it's already here in the env, the database URL, but we need to copy our own database URL. So our database, let me refresh to see if it's finished creating. Okay, let's just wait a bit. It's still, oh yeah, I think it is finished now. So let's click on connect, and it's Next.js. So we need to copy these URLs here for public and publishable. All right, so copy that and paste. And we also need the direct URL connection. So let's, connect again. Let's go to direct. Let's use the session puller. Let's copy this URL here. Copy this whole URL, copy. And we're going to replace this URL that we have for the database URL. Paste that in. Let's just make it a string. All right, so now I'm going to copy that password here, cut the password, and let's replace this with the database password. Okay, save that. So now we have the connection URL, the database URL. This is for Prisma, by the way. So we should be able to do something. But first, let's see if our Prisma is working. We need to go to Prisma and let's create our models that we're going to be using. So for now, I'm just going to create the user model, and then we're going to add the other models later. Okay, so let's start by typing in model, and it's user. So the name is user. So this is the user table. Okay, so we need an ID for the user, and we also need maybe a username. So ID. So this is going to be type of string, ID string. And then the default is going to auto increment the ID. And then we need email. And then name, we don't need name, we need row. So row, it's going to be default of user. Okay, so we have row, and we don't need password, by the way. We don't need password, but we do need created it, and we need updated it. So this is when the last update has happened. Okay, so ID, email, row, updated it, and created it. So the other thing that we want, besides row, is we need the Supabase ID because we're going to be using Supabase for authentication. So we're going to do Supabase user ID, like so. This is going to be type of string and it's going to be unique as well. So unique. Okay. So now the other thing that we want, so the user is also going to have a profile. So we need a profile, model profile, profile, like so. All right, so for the profile, we are also going to have an ID and we are going to have an avatar, a name. So profile, we will have a name, avatar. So this is type of string. Well, we're also going to have a property to check if it's a kid's profile or not. So this is going to be false by default. So it's not going to be kids. And then we're going to have created that. All right. And then it's going to have a relation of user. Okay. So the relation is user, like so. And okay, so when we delete, it's going to do a cascade delete. So anything linked to the profile is going to be deleted. All right, so we seem to have an error. Profile relation. Okay, so we need to add the also here. So profiles, we need to add profile here. Okay, perfect. So now we have the user and the profile. And I think I'll add one more table. So this is the movie. So we need model. Oops, my VS Code just frozen for a bit. Model. And this is going to be called movie. Like so. Okay, so for the movie, we are going to, I'm just going to paste in some properties. So movie, we are going to have ID. So it's going to auto increment the ID and it's going to have a public ID. So this is going to be what we're going to see in the browser. So we cannot use the primary ID here. So this is the primary key. It's really bad to use this for the URLs. So we're going to be generating a public ID to be using in the URLs with nano ID. That's why we've installed nano ID. So another property is trending. Is trending. Okay, so when the movie is trending, we're going to check if it's trending. So another property, I'll just paste in another property. So if it's trending, so this is the background image URL on the homepage, but I don't think we need this property, by the way. So trailer, this is a trailer. This is a Cloud9 ID of whatever video that we upload, because we're going to be keeping our videos private. Okay, and we have maturity rating. So if it's 18, under 18, if it needs guidance from parents and stuff. And we need is featured, if it's featured on the home screen, homepage. And then we need it's created now. Created it. All right. So let's save these properties for now. If we need any more properties, for example, we are going to have properties where a user can select, can filter by genres. For now, I'll add one more thing, my list. So a user is going to have a list and it's going to be array of my list. All right, so for the list, we need to create the list model, my list. All right, so let's see what it has generated. Let's see if we need to remove some properties. All right, I'll remove this. So we have ID, profile ID, movie ID, TV show ID, but we're not going to have TV shows. So I'm just going to remove that because this is out of the scope of this video. It will make the video super long. So we have movie ID. Now we need profile relation. So it's going to have a relation profile and a movie relation as well. All right. So now let's go to profile. Let's see. Oops. Profile. Okay. So profile here, we need to add. The. Let's see. So we have user relation. What we're missing is my list. Okay, so it's my list here. Okay. Okay, so the issue should disappear. Okay, so back to my list. Let's see if we need to add more properties. So by the way, feel free to add any more properties that you want to do. But for now, I'll just get rid of this comment here that was useless. All right, so now we have profile and movie, but let's just start with these. If we need any more properties later, we'll add them as we go. So we need to run npx prisma generate. All right. All right. Let's see if the migration is working first. So npx, oh, should be in small letters. Npx prisma migrate dev, like so. And let's wait. Okay, seems like there's an issue. Prisma config cannot find module Prisma config. All right. Let's see Prisma config if there's any issues in here. Okay, let's see. So database URL. Okay, so Prisma config here. Okay. Oh, I don't think we have installed Prisma. We need to actually install Prisma itself. Let's look for Prisma npm here. So like this, copy this URL. So copy that and then run p npm I Prisma, like so. And then it's going to install the package. All right. So now Prisma should be installed. So now let's try to run that command again. npx prisma migrate dev. All right, let's wait and let's go to our database and let's refresh. Let's refresh and go to table editor. Let's see if there's some tables here. Okay, so this migration, we're just going to say initial migration, and then save that. Okay, so we should be able to see some tables here created. Okay, so we have movie, my list, profile, and user tables created. Okay, so our connection is working. Perfect. And the next, we need to now create another folder. So we need to connect Supabase auth. Okay, so let's continue setting up our authentication. Let's go to the browser and let's search for Supabase auth Next.js, like that, and open up the Supabase website docs and use Supabase auth in Next.js. Let's go to, there should be a link down here somewhere. Setting up server-side auth for Next.js. We need to install these, copy that, and then this is going to be pnpm. And then we're going to be installing Supabase JS and Supabase SSR, server-side rendering. Perfect. So now we've installed those. We need to create a client and also create a proxy and a server file. Okay, so what we need to do, let's create a new folder. Let's see where we can create this. Let's create a new lib folder. All right, so we have a lib folder and let's create a new folder in here. Let's name this Supabase. All right, so this will do. And we're going to create a few files. So we need a client.ts, like that. And let's see what it says. So create client. Let's see. Oops. Okay, create client. So this is the client. So we're going to import browser client, like so. Import that. And okay. And we're just going to copy this export function, create browser client, copy that. All right, so we need to make sure that we have these in our env file. Remember, we've copied these already and they're there in our env local, like that. Okay, so that's our client. We're exporting this create client. So the next thing is the server file, server.ts. Server.ts. All right, so in this file, we are going to export this one here. Just copy the whole thing, copy that, paste. All right, so it's also utilizing those env variables. Okay, so we have that. So the next thing, so we have the server TS. We need the proxy. Okay, so we have the proxy TS. So copy this. This is the main proxy. So in the root directory, create the proxy.ts, like so, and paste that in. All right. And it's looking for proxy inside the lib. So lib Supabase proxy. So here we're going to create another proxy.ts, like so. And Supabase proxy. So this is the file in here. We can copy the whole thing and simplify this. So copy that and paste it in. All right. I'm just going to get rid of a lot of things in here. Okay. So let's see what we can get rid of. So we have cookies, set all. Okay, so I'll get rid of these comments here. So we have user data.claims. All right, so start. I'm just going to also get rid of this check here. I think I'll get rid of the, actually start with login auth. Okay, I'll just leave it like this. Now just save that. And we should have everything that we need for now. Let's go in the proxy. Let's see if it's still complaining. So do this / proxy like that. Okay, so the error should disappear now. All right. And in this middleware, the proxy.ts, we need to protect some routes. We need to make sure some routes are protected. But for now, I'm just gonna actually, let's see. Okay, let's leave it like this for now. We'll protect the routes later. But for now, let's go, let's run our website, npm dev. All right. So now we should be seeing localhost 3000. And let's open that up in the browser. So this page doesn't exist. It's sending us to the login page. So we cannot access any other pages. Okay, but the login register should be, yeah, actually, yeah, just the login page is sending us to the login page. Let's go back to the proxy in here. Login. We need to also do register. Register. Register, I believe it should work. Okay, so the register page should be public. So now what we need to do, let's create those pages. So if we go to app directory, we're going to start with register like that, and then we're going to create a page inside, and then this is going to be a functional component, and we're going to refactor this by F2 and make sure it's capital letter P for page. All right, so we should be able to see something in the register page. Okay, so that's what we are looking for. So we need to see if our Supabase is actually working. So open up register. And I'm just going to create a basic form in here just to check if it's working. And so I'm going to do an input. I'm just going to put this in a parent class input. And I'll create some state for the email. Oops. const email. So for registering, we require email and password. So make sure you import useState from React. All right, so we also need password like that. Okay, so we have password and email for, actually we might need confirm password as well. Confirm password like so. Perfect. And yeah, we have the basic stuff. Now we just need to set up. So we have value. This should be type of email, by the way. Email and value. Value is going to be email. So the email state. Okay, so this is going to store our state. And then we're going to listen for the change or whatever the user types in the input. This is quite distracting. In the input. All right. So the next thing we want is password div password, and it's going to listen for the password change and confirm password. So we have two inputs. So we have the password input, the confirm password input. The next step that we need is going to be a button to submit this request. Okay, so here I'm going to create button, and the type is going to be submit. It's going to submit this form. All right, so we have the submit. All right, so I don't know why it's still complaining. Why is this still complaining? Use state. This should be a client component, by the way. We're using Next.js, so this is the client component. We cannot use state in a server component. All right, so we have an input. It's auto-filling the passwords because I have some passwords saved. It's just auto-filling some stuff. So input, let's see. So if we submit, we need to do something here, but it's refreshing the page, but let's work on that. So we need to create a function for handling the submit. Let's do handle submit. Handle submit, and it's going to take in an e object, which is an event object. It's going to be react dot is it synthetic event? I think synthetic event. I mean, this is going to be HTML form element, like so. All right, so this is the submit function. Submit function, and the e.prevent default. So form event. So the e.prevent default is, by the way, when I click, it's going to refresh the page. So we want to prevent that, to stop from refreshing. So we are targeting the event, and then we're going to prevent that. So here we're going to do on submit. On submit, we're going to pass in the handle submit function, because when we hit submit button, it's going to submit. And then we have set this button to type submit, so it automatically knows that this button is going to submit this form. It's within this form, so it has a type of submit. All right, so when I click, nothing happens. It's not like refreshing anymore. So we need to create a user when we using we need to create a user using Supabase. So we are going to run try catch here. So we're going to catch for any errors. I don't know, CLG, you can, there was an error creating user. And then you can console log the error here if you want to. All right, so we have this, and we are going to need another package to help us validate our inputs. So we need to install that, pnpm I zod. So this is the package that we're going to be using. All right, so we're going to create a schema here, a zod schema. Schema equal to z, for we need to import zod like that, and then it's going to be an object. So dot object like that. And then we're going to have some properties in this object. So we have email. So the validation of this email, the.email. So we're validating to make sure it's a valid email. And we can say enter a valid email address. And we need to do the same thing for password and confirm password. All right. You can even customize this to whatever, how many characters you want. Oh, this is deprecated, by the way. So we don't need to use z.string.email. I think it's just z.email, not .string. Yeah, so like that. All right. So now for the password, we can do z.string.min, which is the minimum of 6 characters. All right. So we have the schema for that. What we need to do now, we might need some errors as well. Let's see. For now, we need to show errors on the form as well. So let's create some errors. Const error. We're going to create an error, set error. Okay, so this is going to be a type of string. I'm just going to do an empty string initially. I'll get rid of the no. Okay, so it's going to be string. So we have an error, and we need field errors as well. We're going to create a type field errors. So this is going to be, we're going to use the partial type, and then so we're going to infer, and we're going to be, I'll show you what errors we're going to show on the input in a minute. All right, so now we need to create field errors, and then we're going to set into a custom empty object for now. All right, so now we have the stuff. Let's go to the submit function. Let's see, const data. So we're going to get data, and then we're going to get the error object, and then I'm just going to change it to sign up error. So this is the new name I'm going to give it, and then here we're going to await, because we're going to actually start using Supabase. Okay, so let's make this an async function because we're using await. So let's make this an async function. So, sign up error like that, and data. So we're going to await here. So await. So what are we awaiting here? So we want to sign up the user. So how do we do that? We are going to remember we have Supabase base. So we have created Supabase. We should be able to get it from the client. So here, const Supabase from create client. We're going to memorize this. Use memo, and we are going to return create client. Yeah, I think it's this one here. All right, so coming from client, yeah, that's the one. So Supabase .auth. It's not auto-completing. Something might be wrong because it should auto-complete. Okay, let me check. Okay, Supabase. Oh, this should be Supabase. Make sure the spelling is correct, by the way. So Supabase.auth, and then we're going to sign up. All right. And then it's going to take an object in here. So, and then we're going to pass in email, and also we're going to pass in the password, and then we're going to pass in the options. Okay. And then email, redirect to, let's redirect to origin. Let's do /login. All right. So now we have this, and we're going to check if there's any errors. Okay. So we need to assign the errors. Let's do that later, actually. So we have the data. Okay, what else can we do with this data? We need to also be able to set this into the state. So data, we're going to check if data.session. Okay, so session, and then we're going to await. Actually, we need Axios as well installed. I don't think we've installed Axios. Await. Let's see if we have installed Axios. Axios, yeah, it's installed like that. And then, so what we need to do is we need to register the newly created user to our database. So if you remember, we have a user model. So, oops, this is the wrong one. So Netflix clone, if you remember, so whenever we create a new Supabase user, we want that user to be also added here. So let's do this later. Add the Supabase user to our table. So we're going to do that later here. And then we're going to router to, router the push to login page. All right. And then we're just going to return. Okay, so we don't have router yet. So we need to get router. We're going to get it from use router from next navigation. Like that. All right. So let's see what we have. Let's see if it's working first. And sign up error. Let's check for the error first. And then we're just going to set it into the error object. If sign up error, if sign up error, and then we're just going to set error. Remember the state that we've created. So sign up error.message, and then we're just going to return. All right, so now let's try to register a new user. So let's run the project, pnpm dev, and let's inspect. Let's watch for the register method here in the network. So let's refresh. All right, so there's some data already here. So let's just try to register with that data. And let's click register. Okay, so login not found, but oh, we didn't preserve the log. But let's refresh to see if it's working first. Refresh. No, this one. So if we go to authentication, okay, so as you can see, a new user has been created. There it is. So there's a new user created, waiting for verification. So a new user has been created, and there is our email confirming that we've created the user. So confirm your email. Perfect. But we don't have a login page, so we need to sort out the login page. That's what happened here. When we created the user, the login page was not there. It pushed to the login page. Okay, so we are going to fix that in a minute. So after the error here, let's fix that. We're going to make sure we add the user into also our database, because this user is not added into our database as well. So if we go to the user table, table editor, user, as you can see, is not here. So we want to add the user as well. So how do we do that? So here, I'm going to get rid of router.push. I'm just going to check if session, it's actually data. session. Oops, it's up here actually. I'll copy this, get rid of this. Get rid of this, return if data.session. So we're going to await Axios.post, and then we're going to do API auth, and then it's going to be register like that. But we don't have this. We don't have this auth here, this endpoint. So we need to create the endpoint. So this is we have the post request. So we don't have the endpoint. What we're going to do, we're just going to catch the error. Oops, error. All right, so we have the Axios done. So now the next thing, we want to push to login like that, and then we're just going to return. All right, so this is for the register. We're just going to check if data.session, and then that means if this is completed, if we have fully registered our Supabase user, and then we're just going to add that user to our table. But we don't have this endpoint, so we need to create this endpoint. So let's create a new folder here called API, and we're going to create auth. All right, and we need register. So this is the endpoint. So we're registering the user. Route.ts. This is how we name it. Route.ts. All right. So now that we have that, this is the endpoint. So we have auth, API, auth, and register. All right. Now let's create a post function. Export const. This is going to be a post request. Okay. This is going to be an async function as well. Export async function post like that, and then we can get the request object coming from next request next server. All right, now we need to do a bit of try and catch as well. Like catch, cool. Now we need to let's do create client. We're gonna get the Supabase object, Supabase, and then create client. Create client. Okay, so this is going to be the server one. So server, create client server. All right, and then we're going to get. So remember, we need to get data. Data. All right, like so, and we are going to get user. Okay, so data. Let's just get. Oops. Data like so, and then we're going to await Supabase auth.get user. Supabase auth dot get user. Yeah. All right. So data. So we're destructuring the data. We're also gonna destructure the user, and then we are going to also get the error like so. All right. So it seems like we have a lot of errors, and the next thing we are going to check if error and not user. If we don't have the user email, so user.email like that, we're just going to return next response. It's coming from the server, so we're just going to say unauthorized like so. All right, so it seems like we're still getting an error. Oops, I'm missing await here. Await. And let's get rid of these brackets. Let's save that. Okay, so yeah, that should disappear. So now we are checking if we have an error or which we don't have the user email. So we're just gonna say, yeah, unauthorized, user not authorized. And so the next thing, let's do, I'm just gonna cut this whole thing here and put it in the try. And actually I left this bracket All right, so after this, I am going to create a DB user. We're going to await Prisma, but we don't have Prisma yet, so we need to make sure we create the Prisma. So let's go to lib, not in the Supabase, new file in lib, prisma.ts, like so. So we're going to create a new Prisma client in here. So we're going to import Prisma PG, Postgres. So Prisma PG, that's Postgres. So it's small g, like so, from Prisma. By the way, let's run npx generate first. Npx Prisma generate, make sure the spelling is correct. And so we should Prisma and then slash adapter PG, like that. Prisma PG. So make sure the spelling is correct. All right. And we also need to import Prisma client from the generated, like this. Okay, so we have Prisma client. I don't know why Prisma PG is not auto-completing. All right, let's see. Copy this to the browser. Copy this. Prisma, oh, that's not the one. It's declared, but it's never, cannot find module Prisma PG. That's weird. I think we need to install Prisma adapter PG. Copy this. Prisma adapter Postgres. Where's the install? But anyway, we can just install it as is. So just copy this npm I, like that. All right, so now it's installed. Okay, let's create adapter. Go to new Prisma PG, and then here we're going to do connection string, then object, insert connection string, and then we're going to run process.env.database URL. So that's the database URL we're using. So make sure this is wrapped in brackets. Okay, get rid of this extra pair. All right, so we have the database URL for the connection string coming from the environment variable, and global maybe for Prisma. So this is the setup. If you go to the docs, you see this setup. And we need to export const Prisma equal to global for Prisma or new client. And then we're going to pass in that adapter. So we need to refactor this adapter. We have that. We're just going to check the environment. If it's production, if it's not production, we're going to set this. Okay. So if the environment is not production, we're going to set to this Prisma object. So we should be able to connect the URL, the database URL string, to this Prisma object. So what we can do now is Prisma, like this, import Prisma from lib, and then user. So we want to access the user table. We want to do something with the user. So we want to update the user. So we're going to check if there's a value already at a field that we want to update. If it's there, we're just going to update. If it's not there, we're going to add the new value. So we're going to use the upset. So basically, we want to update the Supabase user ID. So email is actually Supabase user ID with the user.id, like that. So this user ID is coming from Supabase. So we want to take that user ID from Supabase, and we're going to update the Supabase user ID to that field. All right. So, and we're going to pass in update. We can also do email, user.email, and then we're going to create. All right, so Supabase user ID to user ID, email, user.email, and then profiles. Remember, we have profiles. So we also want to create. So we want to create a profile whenever we create a new user. And I'm going to set the default name of the profile to maybe profile 1 for my profile. I don't know, profile 1 I think makes sense. And we want the avatar. So that's the image. So we are going to have an image in the images folder. This is the default images. Images. So the name, we can name this Netflix avatar.png. So this is just the default image that we're going to be selecting. So whenever we create a new user, we're going to create a profile. We're also going to add this user ID here, this Supabase ID to the user that we've created. All right. And we're just going to return next response, like that. And then we're just going to return DB user. Okay, like that. Actually, I'll just DB user, like so. And here we can return console log and also return the next response with the error. Okay, so this should add the user to the database. All right, so let's refresh. Let's go back to register. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to get rid of this user in. So if you go to authentication, get rid of this user, delete this user. All right, so once the user is deleted, let's recreate this user again. So let's run npm dev. All right, so now let's try to refresh the page. And I'm going to close this and let's go to register. Okay, so the user is created. Oops, but we haven't actually hit our endpoint to register the user because we have not connected this here. So auth register, it seems to not have hit the endpoint. All right, let's see why. So API auth register, API auth register. Okay, so how come it didn't hit the endpoint? That's very odd. Let's go back. So handle submit, API auth register. That's weird. It should have at least hit the endpoint and we should have seen something here. But let's just double check. Go to table editor, user, there's still nothing. Yeah, because it did not hit our endpoint. Okay. Let's see. So data.session, axios.post / register. Yeah, there's not even an error. Okay, let me refresh and let's register again. Okay, I think we've had too many requests to register our user, but I think we can only register 3 times, but we'll fix this in a minute so we can do the login. So let's try to log in now. And let's create a login route. Login. Okay, and we're going to have a page .tsx. Okay, we're going to create a functional component. So page, save that. Okay, so by the way, this is looking messy already. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to close others. Oops. Close others. And let's make sure this is named page. Okay, so close others. I'm just going to group the register in a group. This is how we can group some folders. It's not going to affect our routing at all. So I'm going to name this auth. And I'm going to put register in there. Oops. Too much noise. Register and login in the auth. Okay, so now we've grouped. Register should be in here. What did I do? Register. Okay, yeah, it's looking good. Okay, cool. So now we have register. Now that we have register login, let's add the inputs for that. That's going to allow us to log in to the website. Okay, so we need email input. So div, we're going to need input type email, and we also need a local state for email and password. All right, so that's that. And we need a similar state with what we did earlier. So we also need field errors. Field errors. We can also add a loading state. So loading state, and I'm going to make sure we get use state from React. All right, and we need to create this field errors type like so, and we need to make sure we get Zod. We import Zod, so Zod is now imported. So we need to create a schema. So Zod.email for the email validation. All right, so for the email, I'm just going to do the same thing that we did earlier to validate our email. We're just going to say enter valid email. And same for the password. We're just going to say password is required. So minimum character of 1. Actually, we can do 6. Like so, this should be a client component. Use client. All right, so we have the states. So these errors are quite distracting. And so email, we're going to set value to email, and then we're going to set, on change, we're going to use the set state to e.target.value, the target that we've entered in the input. By the way, this is just autofilling my old stuff that I've saved in Google Chrome. All right, so we have that. We need the same thing for password. So we need input, password, like so. All right, so type is password, value is password. On change, we're going to get whatever we are typing in the input from the password field. All right, and the other thing that we want is a button and login. So the type is going to be submit, type, submit. All right, so now we have the button. We need to handle submit. Const handle submit. It's going to be an async function here. Async. Okay, so let's do form event and submit. So we need another endpoint. So if we go to API, so we have auth, we have register. Let's create a login endpoint. So route.js. All right, so for login, let's go to login, so auth, and then we're going to login. Okay. So for login, we're going to also do a post request. Okay, so post, this is the next request. Okay, so let's run by catch. Okay, if there's an error, we are going to say there was an error, logging in, and then we can console log the error, and then we can return next response, like so, and then we're going to return the status code, which is 500. All right, so now remember, we need to do the same thing. We need to create the client, Supabase client, const Supabase. We're going to await create client. So this is the Supabase server, like that. All right, and we're going to get data, and then we're going to destructure user from the data, and we're also gonna get the error object, and here we're going to await supabase.auth.getUser, like so, and then we're just gonna check if we don't have the user or the email, we're just going to say user not authorized, unauthorized. Okay, like that. So now, oops, let's do it in here. Now that we have this, we're going to await. So we are going to also check. So if we have a user already added like this, let's go to authentication. So we have a user already here. So if that user doesn't exist in our own table, we want to add that user to our table. So we're going to await Prisma, and then we're going to user.upset. So we're going to check if there's a value there. If not, we're just going to update. Well, we're just going to add the value. All right. It's actually upset like that. All right. So this is quite distracting. We're going to check. We're going to do a where clause Supabase ID equal to user ID, and we're going to update email, and then we're going to create Supabase ID email user.email, and then we're going to do the same thing for the profiles. Create profile 1 and the image. We're just basically going to do the same thing that we did earlier. Okay, so we're just going to check if we have the user. If we don't, we're just going to add the user to our table and also create the profile of that user. So every user that we create is going to have a profile. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to return next response, login successful, or we can just say, okay, let's just say login successful. Okay, perfect. So now that we have the endpoint, this is the login endpoint. Let's try to log in here. So when we log in, we should be able to add this user to our user. So let's go back to table editor. So we want the user to be added here as well. So in here, we're going to do that. Let's see. So where should we begin? Let's start with try catch. We're going to add the errors later on. All right. So we are going to get, maybe if there's any error, sign in, error. Okay, so here we're going to await Supabase, but we don't have Supabase create initialized yet. So we need to initialize Supabase. We're going to create client. So that's how we can initialize Supabase. But we're going to use a memo to memorize. Okay, and we're going to return create client. All right, so this is Supabase client, like so. So the dependency is going to be empty, and seems like we have an issue because here we need to do Supabase and .auth, and then here we're going to sign in with password. Okay, so sign in with password, like so, and here we're going to pass in the email and password that we're going to be signing in with. So this error, we are renaming this error, by the way. So rename this error object that's going to be returned. So catch. Oh, this should not be in catch, by the way. We should be in try, not catch. So here we should be console logging the error. Error logging in. All right, so we should see that in try catch block. So we're gonna check if sign in error, but we're gonna set the error to error message, whatever error message that is being returned. We're going to put that into the state. Otherwise, we're going to await Supabase.auth. We're going to do a post request. So it's actually Axios. Axios. So make sure you import Axios, and then we're going to do a post request to auth/login and get rid of this object here. We don't need it. And then we're just gonna, yeah, let's do a catch here. All right, so we should be able to do that, and we want to redirect this maybe. If we have a redirect URL, so let's do a variable here. Redirect path equal to get redirect path. Get redirect path. Actually, so once we, you know what, let's just do a simple router. Use router next navigation. All right, so here we're just going to router. Actually, we're just going to go to the home page. All right, we don't need to go anywhere. All right, so let's see, let's save that, and let's see if we have anything that's working. So let's see if it's working first. So let's refresh. Let's go back to the browser and let's try to log in. So go to login. So now let's try to log in with these details. You can use your own details, by the way. So it's auto saved these details. So I'm just gonna save login network. So let's see if it's hitting the login endpoint. So we can search for login. Okay. Seems like it's not hitting our endpoint. So hit login. Okay, so nothing happens. So it's not hitting our endpoint. Let's see why. So end of submit is not connected. So this should be a form input. Let's change this to a form and then put handle submit form there. All right, so now let's try to submit. Handle submit. All right, so nothing happens. It's also refreshing. So we need to prevent default here like that. And then let's also reset the errors. We're going to fix the errors in a minute. But now let's try to log in again. Log in. Okay, seems like there's an issue. Let's click this and see email not confirmed. So let's go back to our email and we need to confirm our email, confirm email. All right. So now it's sending us back to the login page. Let's log in again. I'm just going to inspect, go to network tab and hit login. All right. Seems like the login worked, but there's an issue somewhere. Which we're going to fix in a minute, but let's see our database and let's refresh to see if the user has been added. Okay, so the user has not been added. Let's see what it's saying. All right. Can't find Prisma. All right. All right, I think this is to do with Prisma client being missing. So copy this, copy that, and stop from the project from running, and npm I at Prisma client. All right, so let's check our packages and if it's there. So at Prisma client, okay, there it is. Okay, so now let's try to rerun npm dev. All right, so let's go back to our site. Let's refresh. I'm going to get rid of the logs here and let's hit login. Okay, so we've hit the login endpoint. So login successful. Now it's working. So we have logged into our website. So as you can see, hello world. But let's check our table to see if we have the user added. As you can see, the user has now been added. So yeah, now we have authentication. So the next thing that we need to fix is some errors, displaying some errors. So if there's issues with login, we need to display those errors. Okay, so now let's fix that here. After we've done the reset of the errors and the field errors, we're just going to check. Let's do in between here. Let's do maybe const result. We're going to check the schema. So the result schema, safe pass for the email and password. Okay. So let's store that in result. And we're going to check if not success, if result not success, like so. And then we're going to flatten the error. So for Zod, Z, dot flatten the error, flatten error, okay, and then result.error. So we want to display the error messages on our client. Why is it saying does not exist on Z? It's already imported. Why is it saying it does not exist? But anyway, let's keep going. And so we need set field errors. Okay, so email, we're going to set get the first field error email, and then for the password, flat.field errors, and then the first element, and then we're just going to return. All right, so let's see why we're having an issue here. Is this does this have to do with types? Error, I think it's just error, flatten error. Yeah, flatten errors. It's not errors, it's just error. All right, so we are going to set loading to true. Here we have set error. So await access.put catch. We're catching for any errors. Here we're also setting the error message, and here we're pushing. All right, and so we have the catch. We're setting. Let's set the error too in here. Set error, and finally, and then we're gonna set loading to false in here, like so. All right, so loading is now false. So we should be able to display any errors. So let's go back to our app and let's sign out. So if we go to application, I'm just gonna clear the cookies. Let's refresh the page. Okay, so now I'm in login. I'm just gonna enter something random. So we should be able to display an error. Okay, so there's a bad request. There should be an error on our form. So let's go back down here. Let's try to display that error. Here, somewhere here, we want to display the error. Let's do it. So password, let's do it in the password field errors. And then we're going to check if the error is password. If the error is password, and then we're going to display a p tag, and then we're just going to display the errors in here. Field errors are password. And then here, I'm just going to style this. So for the styles, I'm just going to set to text red, maybe 500. And then I'm going to set text to XS. That's extra small for the text. All right, so that's for the p tag. I also want to have a link, and the href is going to be for the forgot password, and then we are going to style this. I'm going to give it a class name and a hover effect. So link. All right, so forgot password. So the text is forgot password, and it's going to have text XS and hover text white. So here, forgot password, there it is. So if I log in, no errors yet being shown into the input. Okay, we're going to find out why. Okay, so let's do another error message here, and then we're just going to showcase that error. So remember the state, invalid login details, like that. All right, so now let's actually start styling this. So we're going to be using shadcn, shadcn. Okay, and we're going to be using some components from here. We are going to go to introduction installation if you want to install pnpm. So this is how you can install shadcn latest init. Copy that, and then we're just going to initialize shadcn here. All right, let's wait for that, and we're just going to choose the radix. I'm just going to choose the Nova one. Okay, let's wait for it to finish. So we are going to have some components that we're going to need. We're going to need input field. Copy this field component, paste that in. We're going to need input, copy, install, paste that in. So we have input field, And then we have button. So button is installed by default, so it should have been installed by now. So yeah, so we have inputs. So for now, let's use what we have. So let's run this npm dev, and let's go back to login, and we need to start adding the styles. So we are going to, I'm going to collapse. Okay, I'll close this page. I'll close this page. So in here, I'll also collapse this. So now we are going to start actually starting this. So I'm going to cut this and put it into a div. Put the like this again. And now I'm going to do a class name, and I'm going to give it a height of 100 VH. So this page is going to have a height of 100 VH, like so. And this is going to be, I'm going to close others like that. Okay, so this is the height. It's 100 VH now. So we have height screen, and we're going to have header and background components. So let's create them. Components. We are going to create a folder called auth. Okay, and UI. Oops, move. So auth should be inside components, not inside the UI. So auth, and then we're going to have a header in here. Header. So this is going to be an actual header component, and we are going to render the header here coming from auth like that. All right, so we are going to have another component called background inside the auth as well. So background, that's all. And it's going to be a functional component, that's all. Okay, so now let's start with background. So background is going to have a position, the class name, position of absolute. So because we want to position this where we want to, absolute, and then we're going to set inset to 0. And then height, we're going to set that to full. And then width, we're going to set that to full. All right, and for the z index, we're going to set it to -10, -z 10. Okay, so I want it to be below the content. The content must be on top. All right, so don't worry about this PG here. So we only worrying about height and width. So we are going to have an overlay. So we're going to give a class name of overlay, and we are going to also have an absolute position, absolute, and then insert 0. So left 0, top 0, etc. And then the background is going to be black, but 60% opacity. All right, so save that. So we don't see anything yet, but because we need to render this background here. Background, like so. So there's our background. As you can see now, is there. It's looking nice. I don't know if you call that nice, but it's looking nice. And let's go back to background. The next thing we need to add is an image. And we're going to get the image from the source. Not from the source. I mean, source is the image name or image location. So images. So the name of the image is called bg login. You can use any image that you want, by the way. .jpg, like that. And make sure you import image from next image. All right, like so. And get rid of fill. Use object cover and height. Set that to full, and width to full as well. All right, so we don't have this image. So we need to make sure that we have this image in our path. So let's create a new folder called images in the public folder. Oops, images. All right, so now that we have images, we are going to, I'm just going to add some images in there that we're going to be using. You can use your own images if you want to. All right, and I'm going to add a logo as well, the Netflix logo. So you can get this from Google. You can look at Netflix branding. They have that logo. You can get it from there. All right. So I'm just going to save that and npm run dev. Okay, seems like we have an issue somewhere still. Let's see where. So login, images, JPEG, missing required property. So yeah, we need to add width and height onto these images because there are required properties that are mandatory. So let's give it a width. I'm just going to set this to 1500, and height, I will set it to 1400. All right. So there's our image. As you can see, it's there now. Perfect. And this should be done for the background. Let's start with the header. All right. So we're going to start with the header, and nothing much is going to be in this header as well. We are going to have an image, and src. That's for the source where the image is going to be coming from images. And width and height, I'm just going to set it to 150. So width 150, height 50. And then we're going to use a button component coming from cn, and we are going to have a link, and then href. It's going to be is login. I'm going to check where we are. So we're going to check like this: const is login equal to path name, like this, and then equal to login. So that means it's the login page, like so, but we don't have path name. So path name equal to, we're going to use path name coming from next navigation, like so. And then here, we're going to check is login. So if we're in the login page, is login, and then we're going to set to register. We're going to go to the register. Otherwise, we're going to go to login if we're not login. Okay, so the button is going to be different depending if on login page or if on register page. So if on login page, it's going to be called sign in. Sign in, I think. If it's login, and then create account, like so. All right, so we should be able to see a button here that says sign in. Actually, it should be register. It should be the other way around. Account and sign in. Okay, like so. Perfect. And variant, we need a variant for the button. Variant, let's give it a variant of brand primary, like so. And we don't have this variant, so open up the button, and then we need to add that variant of brand primary. So variants, after the default one, we can add brand primary, like that. And bg, we're going to set that to brand primary. And then for other styles, we are also going to set our brand styles. All right, and it's going to be, make sure you put a comma at the end here, like that. Save that. So we have text brand foreground, hover, brand primary 80% for the opacity. Okay, and area expanded, bg brand primary, like that. And the rounded is going to be the small rounded SM, like that. Okay, so save that. So refresh. We don't see anything yet. Let's see why. So class name, like here. So we need to display flex the header. But first, let's set the px to 52. 52, like that. Py, let's set that to 8. And then we're going to item center, and then justify between, like so. Okay, so there it is. So create an account, justify between. Okay, so there's create an account. All right, it's looking good, but the other thing is our image is not loading. So Netflix, /logo, Netflix SVG. Let's see if we have that Netflix PNG. We don't have the SVG logo, so we need to add that logo. Put it in public. So, oops, public. Netflix public. Okay. So there's our image. So it's there. Now let's refresh. All right. So now it's looking good. So far, so good. All right. So now that we have the header, go to login. So if we go to the login page, I will close the others. So in the login page, let's start styling this form here. So remember, we have display flex here, flex column, and we're going to give it a class name, and I'm going to occupy the remaining space, and then we're going to display flex this as well. So flex, align items, flex item center, justify center, like so, and it will center this form here in the center of the screen. All right. So now that we have our form centered, actually, I'll cut this. This form should be in a parent. So let's create a parent div like this, and then apply that class name to this parent, and then cut this form here, Control X, paste it in here. So now we have the form centered like this. All right, but you're not going to see the details of the form yet. So now we keep on styling this form here. And let's start with a class name for the form. I'm going to give it a padding of 8, and max width is going to be MD. So padding 8, background black, 65% opacity, and then display flex the items. They're going to be in a column, and then the gap is going to be 4 between these items here. All right, so we have that. And I'm going to put in H1 here. We can say sign in. And that is also going to have some styles. You can set the text to white and then the font bold like this. And we need to flex this as well. So flex item center, flex column like that. Sign in. Actually, you know what? I think I'll add this sign in, this H1. I'll just put it here inside to make it within this form. All right, so we have that. And we need to use the input coming from shadcn. So input, so input that, import the input. So change this to shadcn inputs. So remember the input component. So make sure you import that input component. What is it here from components UI input? Save that. So there's our inputs. It's looking, yeah, so far so good. We just need to style this more. So open up the input. We can directly style this in here. So we can, by default, I want this to have border white, slash 20% opacity, and then rounded. I'm going to set that to LG, rounded LG. Oh, it's already there, rounded LG. But border input, get rid of this border input here. All right, so the next thing that we want, yeah, so I think it's looking good for now. And I think I'll just change the height here to 12 to change the default height. All right. And yeah, 12 will do. And I think I'll leave this for now. If we need to make any custom changes, we'll do them later. All right. And let's go to styles, global CSS. And then we're going to find body. And then I'm going to apply styles, apply. Actually, it's already here. So text, I'm going to set this to white. So this is going to be the default text of the body. So we will set it to white. Okay, perfect. And yeah, it's looking good. So this button, if we go back to login, So remember, we need to change this to the button component from shared CN. So button, make sure you import button from UI component, and remember we have a variant. So it's the primary one, brand primary. As you can see, our button is looking good. You can customize the height of this button. Class name height, we can see this to 12. All right. And yeah, you can go back here and also set the pointer. So cursor, you can set that to pointer. So cursor, pointer. All right. So when I hover this button, it's going to look like this. So I'm just going to add random password. As you can see, the error is showing on the form. Invalid password. All right. And invalid login credentials. Cool. And we are not showing some, let me do without password. So password is required. So we need to make sure we style this properly. Okay, so password is required. We should show, we have passwords, but it should show length error. All right, let's go back. Import, input. So this one here. Okay, so here is too close to our input. So we're just going to, I'm just going to add a bit of, let's do flex, and let's do flex column gap. Let's set that to 1. All right, so that if we leave this empty, yeah, there's a bit of spacing here. All right, so copy. I want to do the same thing for the import up here. All right, cool. All right. And yeah, it will complain if the inputs are not correct. So password is required and a valid email address. 6. So this one here, password must be 6 characters. Okay, so this is the text. So if password must be at least 6 characters. All right, and as long as the email is correct, we can log in. If I click forgot password, you should go to forgot password. All right, so yeah, that's for the login. It's looking nice. We don't need any more styles for the login now. Let's do the register page. So it's basically the same thing. So if we go to register, what we can do is just copy and paste this form here. Copy this, register, and paste it in here. We just need to change these inputs to match the register page. So link, import link, button, import button, register. We need to get rid of forgot password. We don't need this in here. So forgot password. All right, save that. And this should be register. So email and password state is the same state. All right. So yeah, let's see what we have. So if we go to create an account, register. So the next thing that's left is the background. So remember, we have the background. So we need to add the same background as well. So background and header. So add those components, import them. And let's do class name. So remember, so we need to set the height to 100 VH, which is full screen. So viewport height. All right. So there it is. So this is our register. Something going on with the errors here. We're going to fix that in a minute. All right. So oops, form. Let's see, class name. So we need also a parent into this form here. Div. So remember the parent we had earlier, and it's going to occupy the entire width. Okay, so flex one, item center, and justify center. So there's our register page. So now we just need to add the other input, which is confirm password. So we have password, confirm password. All right. Type confirm password like that. All right. So we should have confirm password. Flex. This should be div. Cut this. This should be outside, like so, like this. Okay. So we have password, confirm password. All right. Now, the next thing that we want to do, let's see. Let's do those errors as well here. So here we need to do the same thing. We need to do the same thing we did for the result. So go to login, copy this result, copy that. And so here after the prevent default, we're going to set error like this. And let's do the result here. Okay, so we're going to flatten the error. And then let's do the loading state. So loading is false. And then we're going to set loading to true. All right, so now we have set loading to true. We need to do a finally here and then set the loading to false. All right, so now we have that. So let's see if we're missing anything. So router.push. So here we're going to push to the home page instead of login and return. And then let's set maybe, actually, let's leave it like that. Okay, yeah. And so error, set error in here. All right. So we have done the error messages. Okay, so now let's check if the password matches. So before we do that, we also need to add confirm password in here. All right, so in here, we're going to check if password is not equal to the password that we need to confirm. So they need to match. We're going to display an error. Okay, so set field errors, and then what are we going to do in here? So we're also going to get prev. So because we want to populate the previous values as well. So prev like this. This is how we get previous values. And then we're going to get the previous values. And then we're going to set confirm password to passwords do not match. And then we're going to set loading to false, and then we're just going to return. So if we have passwords that are not matching, register, invalid input, received and defined. Oh, I think let's look at, oops, yeah, we're missing confirm password in here. So confirm password, yeah, put it in there. Confirm password. Now let's try to register. So as you can see, we have an error, passwords do not match. And if an email is invalid, we should be able to also see an error for an email, but it's already doing that by using default HTML and CSS. Okay, so as you can see, password requires at least 6 characters long, like that. All right, so yeah, it's looking good. So email, we need to, we can get rid of this required, by the way. We can set it to false, like that. So you can see your custom, but never mind. So go back. I thought it's not going to show that warning from HTML. But anyway, because the type is email, so it's always going to do some basic validations anyway. So yeah, we can do passwords and password and email validations. It's working. So the next step is to, let's go to sign in, and yeah, let's see if we can log in. So hit login, and yeah, it's logging in. So it's working. So sign in works fine. So now we're at the home page. It says Hello World here, but we haven't set the background color. So we need to actually set the initial background color. So I think we set it to, let's do BG brand background, like that. Okay, so that's going to be the background color using BG brand. All right, so yeah, so now we have the authentication system in place. So now we need to actually start working on the homepage. So I'm just going to close everything up, or close others. and make sure, yeah, it looks clean. Close everything. So inside the API, we need a new folder. This is going to be called movies. Okay, so this is where we're going to do our movies API. So let's start by creating the whole movies API. So in here, we need route.ts. Okay, so this is the main entry point of the movies API. All right. So for the movies, let's start with, let's do get. Okay, so we want to get movies, export const export. Let's do async function get. So this is a get request. All right. And we are going to get the request object. This is from next request. Okay, next server, like that. All right. So now we are going to do try catch. Okay, and we are going to also console log here. There was an issue getting movies. All right, like that. There was an issue, and then we're going to return next response. Next response, and we will showcase the error, and then we are going to have some optional params. All right, so I'll show you what this does in a minute. So I'm going to do movies like this, and then we're going to await. We're going to do prisma.movie, and then we're going to find many. Find many like that. So it's just going to fetch many. Like if we do this, it's going to fetch all of the movies in the database, but we want to fetch where featured. So we want to fetch for the featured movies. Featured equal to true. We're going to have some custom optional URL params, by the way. So let's do featured. So featured. So this is how we do params, URL params, like this, equal to request, and then next URL, and then we're going to get search params, and we're going to get the featured. So we're going to have a featured param, and then we're going to have a trending as well. So const trending. Okay, so we have a trending param. So we're gonna, if in the params, if like this, like slash movies, then trending like this equal to true. We want to get movies like that, or if popular is set to true, or featured like this, and then want to return movies matching that search param. All right, so now we are gonna check if featured is true. Okay, like this, if it's true, and then we're going to return is featured property featured to true, like this. Okay, we return where it's featured is true. Otherwise, trending is equal to true. We will return where trending is equal to true, like this. Okay, and otherwise we are going to set this to undefined, which is going to return everything. All right, so save that. So we're gonna check, we're gonna return movies where featured is true, and then the property is featured. We're gonna set it to true. Otherwise, if it's trending, we're gonna return the movies where the property trending is true, like that. Okay, and then we're going to order by created it, and then it's going to be descending. So they're going to be in descending order. All right, so we're going to now return next response, and then we're going to return those movies. All right, so now we need the post. We need to create a movie. So async function post, and then we're going to do try catch. And then here, the standard, we're going to showcase an error message like so. And then to create a movie, we're only going to need a title and a description, title and description. Okay, like this. And then here we're going to await request.json like that. And then we're going to check if title and description is not there. If it's not there, we're going to showcase an error. Title and description are required like that. Or you can individually check all of them. Okay. Or you can check as well if type of string, type of title is not equal to string or description is not equal to string. We're just going to showcase the error. Let's do this separately to make this much better. So I'll cut this title or description is invalid. All right, and then here that's when we're going to check the title and description. So trim, we're just going to get rid of the empty strings. All right, so now response. So response, we're going to await. So here we're going to let's do description. Let's do let's initialize Supabase first. Supabase. Let's initialize this equal to await create client. So this should be the server one. So server like that. All right. So now we have the Supabase client, and now we're going to get the data, and then we're going to destructure the data, and then we're just going to get the user, and we are also going to get the error object like so, and then await Supabase to get user, and then we're just gonna check if we don't have the user, if not user like that, and then we're just gonna return unauthorized. Otherwise, let's actually refactor this to auth user. All right, so auth user like so, because I want to use the user variable. So const user equal to await prisma user. So here we are going to find unique where email address matches the auth user.email like that. All right, so now that we have the user, we're going to check if the user, if not user, or user user.row is not equal to admin. So we're going to check if the user row is not equal to admin, and then we're going to return an error message saying forbidden user.row. So okay, so user.row not equal to admin. All right, so now we have checked that. So now we just need to create the movie. So not any user can create a movie. So .create movie, and then here we're just gonna pass in the data. So the data is just going to be title, ID, title, description. So remember what I was saying. We are going to display a URL of the movie here. So this is not going to be the primary key. We don't want to display the primary key due to security reasons. So we're going to generate a unique ID using nano ID package that we've installed. So we can do public ID. So public ID is just going to, we're going to use the nano ID to generate a unique ID. So nano ID, oh, I don't think it's coming from Zod. So here we're going to import nano ID. Nano ID like that. So let's see what's happening here. Okay, so nano ID, yeah, pass it here. And then here we're just going to return the movie and the response, or you cannot return the response if there's a status message, it's fine. So you can just return the movie that you have created. And yeah, so this is how we can create a movie. So we can get movies. We can also create a movie. Perfect. So now we should be able to see if we can create a movie. So let's try that. So what we're going to do, let's create some inputs. Let's go to homepage. In the app directory, let's create a new folder, admin. And this is going to be movies. Actually, let admin, we can just go straight into the admin page and add a movie. So here, page.tsx. All right, react functional component, export, refactor this, F2 to refactor, page. Okay, so here we can add a movie. Okay, so I'm just thinking, let's do a model that's going to allow us to add a movie. All right, so let's do inside admin, let's create another folder as well. So let's do movies. And then we need a movie ID. So folder, movie ID. So this is going to be a dynamic URL. So movie ID, like so. And then I'm going to create a new file. So this is a page.tsx. All right, so page. Okay, so if I go to movies like this, it should be, we should have a dynamic URL. So it should be admin, oops, admin movies, and then a dynamic URL like this. Okay, as you can see, page is showing. Okay, so now we need a way to add movies. Let's create a global context. So we need to create a model that's going to allow us to add movies. And I'm going to create a new folder, context, and we're going to name this global context .tsx, like that. All right, sweet. So let's start with const. Let's name this global context react create context, like so. But we need to import React, or we can just do create context, like so, coming from React, like that. So for now, I'll just leave it as an empty object. So this is going to be a global state that is going to be accessible throughout the global application. So now I'm going to export const. Const. This is going to be global context provider, like so, equal to. We're just going to turn this into a function, like so. Okay, so we have the context. We're creating a context, and then we're creating a provider. So the children is going to be the application. So we're going to surround our application with this global context provider. And then here, we're going to export const use global context. This is how we're going to be able to access the context. So here, we're just going to return, return use context. Use context. Use context, where is it? Here, use context. And then we're going to use the global context, but I'm actually going to check. So I want to do some check here in here. So I'm going to do const context equal to use global context like this. All right. And then I'm going to check if not context. I'm just going to throw an error and then we're just going to return the context. All right. So now in here, we're going to return. So we're going to return global provider, and then here we're just going to put the children. So global provider, global context provider. So the value is going to be the value of our global state. All right. So let's, for example, I'll set the value here to a random variable. So const random equal to hello. Okay, so and then here I'll just pass in the value, but we need a way to access this state. So let's create a new folder and let's name this providers. And I'm going to create a new file. This is going to be context provider, like so. It's going to be a tsx file. Let's create a functional component. All right, so here we need to use the global context provider. So global context provider. So make sure you import that. And then here we're going to pass in the children. But we need to create an interface and destructure those children. Interface props children. It's a rect node. And then we're just going to destructure here and then display the children. So we have context provider. We need to wrap our entire application, which is the children, inside the layout. That's here. So let's do a main. And we're going to do context provider, like so. And then we're just going to wrap our entire application, that's the children, with the context provider. Okay, so it seems like there's an issue. Create context. So context provider, so this should be also a client component, use client. All right, and let's go back to here. Seems like there's an issue somewhere. Okay, scroll down. Okay, so yeah, now it's working. So let's go to homepage. So page.tsx in here. And let's utilize the global context. So we have said random like this. It's coming from use global context. And then we can console log random like that. And we need to make sure this is a client component. All right, so there's an issue here because we have not put types here. So that's why it's not automatically detecting. So save that. And now let's inspect and check the console log. Okay, as you can see, this is our global state. We can access this state anywhere we want in our website. All right, so now that we have global context, we need a way for us to be able to create a model, open and close the model. So we're going to create a global state that's going to allow us to open a model and close the model. Let's go here. So somewhere, yeah, up here. So I'm just going to get rid of this random state here. So we need to create actual state that we're going to be using for us to be able to open models. Okay, so let's start with open model and set open model. So initially, we are going to start at false, and then we also want is model open. So we want a state to check if there's a model that is open. So initially, we're going to start at false as well. So let's make sure we import React state. All right, perfect. So now that we have is model open, we also need another state, but we are going to add another state later to check if we open the move model actually. So for now, let's leave it. So down here, we need to pass down the state. So here we have open model, and then we have is model open. Okay, so open model. Actually, open model, it should be a function, not a state. So this one, let's refactor this to model key, like so. and then set model key. All right, so initially this model key is going to be no. So this can have a value of string or no. String or no. So it accepts a string or a null value. So we're going to create a function, open model, and then it's going to take in a key, a string of key. So a key is something unique for a particular model. So if it's a profile model, it's going to have a key of profile model. All right, and then set. So here we're going to set the model key. Okay, so set model key to that key, and then set model is open to true. And then we're going to check. By the way, we're going to have an optional check here. So if we have a movie, we want to pass that movie down here. So we're going to do that later. All right, so open model. So, and then we have close model, like so. Actually, it's better we just finish with this file. So let's create another state for the active movie. So const, we haven't done the types yet. So let's keep it for now. So we have close model, and then we have set model key, and then we're going to set is model open to also false. But here it's going to be a const, like so. And now we need to make sure we type our context. So let's go up here and let's create an interface. So by the way, we don't need this interface. And then this is just going to be global context type. So here we are going to have model key. It's going to be string or no. And then we're going to have is model open, which is going to be type of Boolean. And then open model is going to be a function that's going to take in a key, and then it's going to return void, and then close model is going to return void. All right, so now we are just going to pass in, we're just going to use the generics here to put our type. So global context type, or it's going to be undefined, and then the initial value is going to be undefined. All right, so now we just need to pass our values here. So we have model key is model open, close model as well. All right, so now this is our global state for the models. So let's create a model that's going to allow us to create a movie. But before we do that, we need to create a provider for this model. So let's go here and do model provider, like so, .tsx. Oh, by the way, instead of creating a model provider, we can also use it within the context provider. Okay, so but instead I want to do it inside the model provider. All right, I want it to be separate. So model provider. So this is going to be a separate unique file. So export. All right, so now that we have the model provider, so we are going to do an interface, and then we are going to take in the props, which is going to be the children. Okay, so the children is the actual application, and then we're just going to destructure here, and then we need to display the children in here. All right, perfect. So we're looking good. So the next thing that we want to do is to wrap our application within this model provider. So I'm just going to make this a fragment, so we don't need to make it a div. And let's go to layout. So we have body, and then let's do model provider here. Okay, so remember the children, it's wrapping our application. So I'm gonna take this. All right, perfect. So now that we have the model provider wrapping around our application, what we're going to do now, let's see. We want to create a model. So let's create in components. Let's do models folder. And what can we name this? Let's just name it model movies, like so. TSX, functional component, and export. All right, so I want to create a base model wrapper that every single model is going to have that wrapper. So inside components, I'll just create a new file here. Let's name this model. This is just a wrapper for every single model. All right, so we are going to style this wrapper. So it's going to have a fixed position of fixed. And then we're going to give it a width of 100%. And we're going to give it height of 100% as well. And then we're going to set top to 0. All right. And we're going to display flex and align items to center. Okay. Display flex. And then we're going to set the Z index to maybe 100. Yeah, Z 100, I think. All right. So that's for the Z index. And then we are going to have an overlay in here. So let's do overlay. Okay. So this is an overlay. Like, for example, if I open a model, it should have an overlay. So for now, let's see what we have. So let's wrap this with the model. Oops, this is the wrong component. So, and we also get rid of this console here. Let's go to the model movies and let's wrap it with the model that we've created, like so, because this is, it should take in children, by the way. So that's why we have an error. So let's do an interface, and then props children. And then we just need to destructure here. And then we render the children here. All right. So we shouldn't have an issue. For us to be able to render this model, we need to give it a key. So the name is model, what is it? Model movies. So that's the name of the model. So for us, let's go to model provider. In here, we're going to render this. Okay, so we are going to get some values. So let's make sure this is a client component, use client, and let's get the values. So we need is model open. Is model open. This is coming from global context. Use global context, like so. So now with that, we are going to check is model open, and we're going to check model key. Model key, we're going to check if it's equal to, let's do add movie, maybe add movie. So because we want to add a movie like that. So if the key matches, and then we're going to render that model. Model movies, like so. All right, so here we need to also get the model key. So model key, like so. All right, so now we have the model key. We should be able to open a model, but we need a button that's going to set this value here to the open model function. So let's go to admin slash admin. All right, so inside admin, let's have a few buttons. So let's do button, and then let's do not add movie, by the way. So we're going to open model. Let's do const. Let's do, oh, this is not admin, by the way. Oops. We need to make sure we are in admin. So admin. Okay, here's the admin page. All right. So here we are going to do a button, add movie, and here we're going to get use global context. So what we want to do here, we want to get open model like that. So on click, and then we are going to add. So if we open model, so the key is going to be add movie. That's going to be the active key. So now let's save that. So let's make sure this is a client component. All right, so let's click add movie. Okay, so it's opening the model, but there's an issue somewhere. All right, so issues, I cannot find child. Okay, let's fix that. So let's see, where have we missed something? Okay. I'm just checking to see what this error is saying. So a div cannot be a child of. All right, let me see. Cannot be a child of HTML. So it's not in the body. Let me see the layout. So let's go to layout. So model provide, let's put it in the body. All right, like that. So let's see if that issue persists. Add movie. Okay, so that issue is gone. So our model is working, but once we focus outside of this model, we want to be able to close this model. So for example, I'm gonna go to the model movies and let's give it a class name. Oops, we haven't done a class name yet. So we need to, so we have children. So we also need a class name prop. So we need some props for the classes, something like that. So let's go ahead and do the class name. So class name. So this is going to be an optional prop. And we also have an overlay. Overlay is also going to be optional and it's going to be type of Boolean. So we also need to destructure those here. All right. So now we've destructured those. So overlay is going to be a conditional render as well for this overlay here. So if we have the overlay prop, then we want to render this overlay. All right, so now let's continue styling this overlay. We're going to give it a position of absolute. Position absolute. So we want to, as you can see now, it's the position absolute width and height to 100%, and background is black, opacity of 20%, and z-index is 40, and background blur. The other thing, the content, let's put it into a parent container. All right, so the parent, we want the content to be at the top of the overlay. So we are going to use a Tailwind utility class because we are going to give this some default styles, and also we want to merge some styles that we are going to do. Each model is going to be unique, so it's going to have default styles first, and then we can add classes to it. So we're going to be using TWMage, the class coming from Tailwind. All right. And here we're going to pass in our classes, the default classes, and then we can also pass in the class name, this one here. So we can merge the classes. We can replace the existing class names. All right. So I'm going to give it a max width of XL. Okay. So max width XL. And yeah, width, we're going to set it to full. That's 100%. Actually, that's the wrong one. Okay, class name. So here, so max width is XL, width 100%, and the BG brown background, that's for the background color, and rounded, and then a bit of padding. So let's see what we have. Add movie, as you can see, there's our model. So, but we need to click outside of this model for us to be able to close it. So we need to go inside hooks. Where's the hooks? I don't think we have the hooks folder. So let's create that folder. All right. So inside hooks, we are going to create a function, a hook. Maybe let's call it use detect outside click. All right, like this. Yeah. So this is going to detect if we are clicking a particular component or not. If we're not clicking that particular component, we're going to set the state false. Use detect outside click. It's going to take in the ref. Okay. So the ref and this one is going to be, yeah, callback function. You can name it handler. Let's name it callback. And it's going to return void. All right. So this is quite distracting. Next, on the next video, I'm going to disable these errors here. They're quite distracting. All right. So we have use effect. Use effect. So, and then make sure you import use effect like so. And then in the use effect, it's going to take in ref. It's going to re-render based on ref and a callback function. All right. So in the use effect, we are going to do a few things. We're going to check if we're clicking the element or if we're clicking outside the element. So we're going to create a function. Let's name it handle click. Click outside. Outside. Can't even spell outside. Yeah. And then it's going to check in a mouse event. So in here, we're going to check if not ref dot current. So we're gonna check if the element that we're clicking, the element we're clicking doesn't match. So if I click outside here, we want to call a callback function, which is close modal. But if I'm clicking here, we're not going to do that. So if we click outside, we're gonna fire the callback function. All right. So this is what we're essentially doing. Not ref current that contains e.target as node, and then we are going to fire the callback function in here. Okay, so we're checking if it's not this one. So the reference is going to reference this here. So if it's not that, we're going to fire the callback function. All right. So that's the checking. Maybe we can delay attaching the event listener. Yeah. Okay. Const timeout ID, and then here we're going to set timeout. Okay, so let's give it 100 milliseconds, and then document.event listener mouse down, handle click outside, and also we're going to do touch start for touch. Event listener, add event listener touch start, and then here it's going to be as. This is terrible. It's quite distracting. Let's do as event listener, like so. All right, so now we need to return a cleanup function, and then we just need to clear the timeout we have. And also we need to remove the event listeners. All right, so now we should have this function working. So we just need to export this as default. Okay, so now what we need to do is go back in the model. So here in the actual model, not the movie model, in the model parent. So let's do a ref equal to use ref. Okay, so make sure you import use ref. So initially it's going to be no, and then use detect outside click. So it's going to take in the ref, and also it's going to take in close model. All right, so we don't have close model imported yet, so let's do that. Use global context, and let's import close model like that. So ref, we need to attach the ref to this element here. All right, so ref, attach that. Okay, save. So why is the ref complaining? It shouldn't complain, but anyway, let's leave it. So it should work now. So let's add movie and click outside. As you can see, it's closing the model. But when I click inside, it's not closing. Outside is closing. Sweet. So our model seems to be working. Now we need to do the next steps. Let's continue styling this. We don't need any more styles in here, to be honest. So I'm just going to close this file, close the detect outside, and inside the model provider, the model provider, just close it for now as well. So global context, close it. Now let's focus on this movie model. All right. And for here, we are going to have model, and then we're going to have a form, and then we're just going to add a few inputs. And we're going to add the inputs from, let's do an like this. Let's do an H1, add movie. All right, let's do a class name. For this one, let's do flex column, and then gap, let's do that to 4. And yeah, let's do a div, and it's going to have a flex display. All right, and we're going to use the label. So the label component from shadcn, like that. And we're going to use the input from shadcn as well, like that. All right, so the type, it's going to be text, and then value. Well, we're just going to create a state as well for the title and description. All right, so we have title and description. We just need to set the value here to the title, and then we're going to have on change. So on change, it's going to be the e.target.value. So we're going to take in the event object, and then we're going to take the value from that event object. So there it is. All right, so we have an input. It's looking good. And we also need another input so we can duplicate this. So this should be description, type text, and change this to description. So this is a description input. All right, so that's that. And now we need a button component. After this, we're going to do button. This is also going to be a shared CN component. Type of button is going to be submit. And we can say add movie, like so. All right, and variant. Let's give it a height of 9. Height of 9. And the variant, we're going to use that primary variant. Brand primary, like that. Now save. So let's see what we have. So add movie. So yeah, there it is. It's looking pretty good. Let's try to increase this. Maybe let's make it bigger if you want. Add movie. Yeah, it's looking good. Cool. So we can also mess around with the background of this model here if you don't like it. But I think I'll leave it as it is for now. You can change this if you want to. And now that we have that, we actually need to create the movie. So let's do a function for handling submit. Handle submit. Okay, so react.form event. And we're going to prevent the default. So we want to stop the input from resetting. And then we're going to do a try catch. So we're going to catch if there's any errors. Okay, so we're going to console those errors. Maybe error creating movie. And then we'll display the error in the console. All right, so now we have handle submit. We can attach this to on submit and put that function in here. All right. So now what do we want to do? We want to create a movie. Remember, we have created an API endpoint for creating a movie. So let's go inside hooks. Where's the hooks folder? All right, so yes, the hooks folder. So what we want to do in the hooks, we want to create a hook for the movie. So let's create a new folder here. Let's name it movie. And we're going to create a hook. So maybe use create movie. Okay, like this. .ts. So we're going to use this to create a movie. We're going to be using React query. So let's install that. I'm not sure if we've installed that already. React query Tanstack. Okay, so Tanstack query. We are going to go installation, and this is how we can install this. Copy. If you're using npm, just copy this and let's install that. All right. So now that's done. To set up React query, we need to go to providers. Here, let's create a new provider. Let's name this query provider. Query provider.tsx. And it's going to be a functional component. In here. So to set up the query provider, we are going to get query client. Query. There's no auto import. Query client provider. So we need to import that from React query like this. And let's make sure that we have use client. Okay. use client, and let's do an interface and just type props children, like so. All right, so we need to import query client provider. It seems to be importing already. So what's the issue here? Is missing. Okay, yeah, it's missing a client. So we need to create a state, and we're going to do a use state here, use state, and then we're going to take in a callback function and return a new query client. But we need to get this query client here, query client, like that. All right, and pass in the client here. All right. So this is the query provider set up. So now we just need to add that in to our layout. All right, we can edit here. Query provider, take that and wrap with the query provider. All right, so that's the setup of Tanstack. So now we need to go back to this one, to this hook, to start fetching the movies. All right, so for the create movie, we are going to create an interface, and we need create movie props, or input. Actually, it's input. So we want description and title. So title string, description is also going to be a string. And then we're going to create the hook, use create movie. It's going to be a function. We're going to use an arrow function, and then we're going to export default here, use create movie. All right, and we're going to initialize query client. We're going to use query client. So this is the hook, use query client hook, coming from Tanstack. All right, so just one const, not two. All right, so now that we have initialized that, we need to return a mutation, because if you want to mutate data, if you want to do any changes to the data, so we do mutation, we're not fetching data, so that's why we're using mutation. So we're going to use mutation hook, use the mutation hook like this. All right, and it's going to take in an object, and then we have a mutation function, and it's going to be an async. Okay, and we're going to take in inputs. So the input is going to be the title and the description. So create movie input, like so. All right, so inside the mutation, we are going to return the data, like so, and then we're going to await. We remember we've installed Axios, so Axios, make sure you import Axios, and then it's post. So we're going to create movie, so it's a post request to this endpoint here, like so, and then we just need to return the data. All right, and on success, we need to refetch the movies, okay? On success, so we just need to refetch the data. So our query key is called movies. This is the query key that is going to refetch. So now let's go back to create movie, model movies. Okay, so here. Okay, so now we are in the handle submit function. We have try and catch. So let's try to create movie. So create. We need to actually import create movie. Let's see if there's auto completion. Create movie, like so. Okay, so to make it readable, let's do create movie equal to use create movie. So in here, we just need to do create movie. We need to pass in the input. So what's the input? So we have title and description. Title, description. All right. So now we have passed the input. We can do something after on success. Okay. So what do we need to do on success? It's actually, we need to destructure a mutate function here. Mutate, and then we're going to rename it to create movie. All right, so this is description. So there's some wrong spelling somewhere. So let's go back to create movie. Description. Okay, seems correct. Did you mean, where did I say that? Wrong spelling. Description. and make sure this is correct as well. All right. So now the next set of parameters is we're going to do another object. So on success, oops, we're going to push to let's get router. So let's get the movie. So once the movie is created, let's get that movie, and we're going to route to that particular movie. Use router coming from next navigation. All right. So once it's successful, we're going to navigate to that movie and router.push admin movies and then the movie ID. And then we're going to also close the model. Close model. So we need to make sure we get that here as well. So use global context and close model. Okay, so save that. So once we create a movie, we're going to route to the page. So now let's give it a try. So npm dev. All right. Now let's refresh the page. So click add movie, and then let's try big back bunny. All right. Test. Yeah, so I'm just going to autofill that. So I'm going to click add movie. Okay, nothing happens. It seems like we're actually hitting the endpoint. So it's 404. Oops, I think I found the issue. So it has to do, this file name is wrong, by the way. It should be just route, not routes, just route like that. So let's make sure everything is correct. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, perfect. And now let's try to test this. Let's refresh. Okay, let's go to admin. And I'm just going to clear this. And let's add movie. Click the button. Let's make sure the project is running. So add movie. For some reason, it's not clickable. Oh, now it's clickable. I don't know why it was doing that. So big back bunny like that. And just random description. So I'm just going to click add movie. Okay, so it seems now we are hitting a different error. It's forbidden. Oh, I think I know why. So we need to go to Supabase because we're not an admin, so we cannot create a movie. So we need to be an admin. So go to table editor, and we're going to let's wait for this to load. Let's refresh. It's taking a lot of time. Okay, so let's go to user, and our user. So the row is already set to admin. So by the way, you need to make sure. I think I'm in the wrong project. So this is the one. So go to table editor, user, and let's make sure that we are set to admin. So it's the raw user. Change that to admin. Admin. So we should have added a type. Admin. So we should have added an enum, by the way. So you don't have to manually type like this. All right. Make sure admin. Okay. Let's try to add the movie again. So add movie. Okay. So now we've added a movie. As you can see, now it's routed to that particular movie that we have added. Okay. Seems to be working great. Now that we have routed to a particular movie that we have created, we need a way to start styling this page. So we need some inputs for us to be able to update the movie, upload, and stuff. All right, so now we're at the movie page. So what we want to do is we want to work with the particular movie matching this ID. So this is the param. So we need to go to movies and let's create a new folder. So remember, we have a movie ID, like so. And this is going to be the param, so the movie ID. And let's create a new file in here, .ts, like so. All right, so let's start with getting the movie. Export async function, let's do get. So we're going to take in the request object. It should be next request from next server. All right, and the next thing that we want is going to be the params, which is the ID. Okay, so here let's do params. Okay, so we are going to get the user ID, which is the params, and we're going to destructure the movie ID here. And here we're going to destructure movie ID from the params. Perfect. So now what we need to do is to get a movie matching this ID. And let's do try catch. We can console log here and return next response. All right. And in here, we are going to do, let's do, this should be await actually. Let's do await here. Await, we can do it inside here. Okay, so let's get the movie. We're going to get the movie from the database. We're going to await Prisma and .movie.find unique. We're going to get matching the ID, and then we're going to include the genres. Do we have genres? Genres. I'm not sure if we are doing genres in this video, but yeah, actually, let's leave the genres alone. All right. And I don't think we have a table for genres already, so let's leave that. So with that, we're going to check if not movie. We're going to say movie not found. And then we're going to return for error. Otherwise, we're going to return next response, that particular movie. All right. And the next thing that we want is to update this particular movie that we're on. So we want to update the fields of the movie. So we need to also check if we're admin. So to check if we're admin, so let's do const get user get admin user, because async, it's going to be an async function. All right, so like this, and then we're going to do const Supabase. It goes to await create client. All right, we're creating a Supabase client, and now we just want to get the user data, and then we're going to destructure the user. Okay, and we're just going to name this auth user, like so. All right, and we want to also get the error. I think the error is after the user object. Error. All right, so yeah, get user, and then we're just going to check if no error or user. We're just going to return no. If there's an error or if we don't have the user, we're going to return user.row. User, it should be auth user, isn't it? Actually, no, let's do, so after we check, let's create a variable user. And then here we're going to find the user from our Prisma database, from our Postgres database. And then here, that's where we're going to return. We're going to check user.row. Okay, so we're going to check if the row equal to admin. We're going to return the user, otherwise it's going to be no. Okay, so this one is get admin user, like that. So we can get the admin user. Now let's do a patch request to update the input fields. So update movie fields, movie details, admin only. Okay, so what we can do, export. This is going to be a patch request. All right, and let's take in the request object, next request. All right, and we have the params as well in here, and we need to do the same thing, like catch, and here we have console log, and then return the error, and then here movie ID await params, like that. All right, so we are going to have a lot of fields to update this movie. What we can do, let's create, we need some types. Let's create a new folder, types. All right, so we need a type for movie. So movie is going to have a lot of fields, so let's do that. Let's do a movie type. Let's do an interface. Okay, so let's get rid of the other fields. So a movie is going to have a public ID, description, thumbnail, type of string, video URL, cloudinary ID, release year, and maturity rating. So that's the type of a movie. Or we also need another type of user. All right, so we have type, we have movie, so we need to export type of user. So user, we're going to have a row. A row is going to be an enum. So enum is either going to be admin or user, like so. So user, admin, type of user or admin. So we need a profile. So we need a profile type. Let me check. So for profile, I'm trying to check what info we need to add for the profile. All right, so profile, we are going to have ID, avatar is kids, user, and also we need to have my list. Okay, so my list is going to be type the movies that the user is going to have. Watch history, we might need to have some watch history as well. So let's add that as well. All right. Some of these fields we're not going to use them, to be honest with you, because the project I'm using as a reference it's quite massive. So I'm going to skip a lot of fields in this video because otherwise the video will be way too long. Okay, so we have the types. Yeah, so the other type that we want, so we want to be able to create a movie. So we want to use some of the fields. Let's create a type. Actually, let's do update movie. Export const update movie type. Let's go, yeah, update movie, just like that. Okay, so we are going to use the partial. Oh, where is it? Partial. And we're going to omit. We're going to omit some fields. We're going to get rid of export type. Okay, so we're going to omit some fields. So omit, we're just going to get rid of some fields that are not necessary when we are creating a movie. All right, so we are going to use the generics to do that. And then we're going to select the movie. And then we're going to omit. We're going to omit the ID created it. All right, so let me see why it's cannot find. It's just that 1M omit. So created it. What else do we need to? I think public ID. And I believe we also don't want other fields like cast. I don't remember if we have this field yet. Cast. And we also don't want watch history when we're creating watch history, my list. Okay, for now, we are going to have these fields. Also genres. I believe we've removed these, but we just want to try to omit these. So we are going to select all of the fields inside movie except these. So we're omitting these fields. So here, let's go back to here. So fields, let's do const fields that we're going to update. And then we're going to annotate with update movie. Fields await request to JSON. So we're going to get all of the values. All right. And we're going to check if object.keys. So we're going to check if we have some inputs that we need to update. All right. So we're going to check fields. Dot length, if it's equal to 0, we're just going to say no fields provided for update. All right. And we're going to check if we're admin equal to await get admin user. So we're going to check if not admin, we're going to respond with unauthorized, and then we're going to create movie. We're going to await. So here for the movie, we're going to update. All right, so we're going to update where ID matches this movie ID here. All right. So now otherwise we are going to return the next response like so. All right, so we're going to return the movie like so. Here we're checking if we're not admin. We're going to return unauthorized. All right, perfect. And we can also check if not movie here as well and return movie not found. But yeah, this is how we can update. So this is the patch request. Okay. So now we are just going to let's see if we need to do other things. So let's do a delete function actually. Yeah, let's do delete. So we want to delete the movie as well. So for delete, let's do it. Let's do it here. Delete movie. Yeah, admin only. Export function delete. So hopefully it should automatically do this quickly because it knows our structure already. Okay, if not movie not found. It also needs to delete the movie. All right. Okay. So let's see if there's any issues. So we are checking if we're admin, it's unauthorized, and then we're going to get the movie matching the ID. If the movie doesn't exist, it's going to return movie not found. Otherwise, we are going to delete that movie. All right. And then it's just going to return a response of movie deleted successfully. Cool. So these are the fields that needs to be updated. So we have quite a few fields. So the other one, we need to focus on also uploading files. So let's do that. And then we're going to do the front end all at once. And then we'll focus on the front end all at once rather than bouncing back between the front end and the back end. So let's also, so we have movies. So we have ID of the movies. We also want to create a folder in here inside movies. We want to get public movies. So public, and let's create a new file. So by the way, public movies are the ones that are accessible by everyone. We're not going to be using the primary key. So we're going to be using the private key in the URL. So this is the primary key. It's fine because this is only accessible by admins, but for public, we want to use the public ID. That's why we're going to also do a public route here. All right. Export const, let's do async function get. So in here, we need to also get the params. Params request. All right. Params movie ID. And we're going to do the same thing, try catch. So the same thing we did earlier, console, we can console log and response and error, next response. So make sure you import next response. So I am going to get, so this is going to be the public ID, by the way. So let's rename this to public ID. All right, so this is now public ID. So, and there's a type of string. Okay, and we are going to do movie, and we're going to await and find unique like that. Where public ID, we're just going to return the movie's where public ID, and then make sure we import Prisma like that, and then we just need to check if the movie doesn't exist. Otherwise, we're just going to return the movie. All right, so it's looking great. And public ID. So now we are fetching the public movies using public ID. So I think we're good. So the next thing we want to do is we want to do the uploads. So to do the uploads, let's start with, let's create inside the movies. Let's do it outside movies. So here, let's create a new folder, upload, like that. So we're going to be using Cloudinary to do the upload. So let's start with image. So let's create a new folder. Image. and we're going to create another folder again. So we're going to also upload video. So this should be inside of upload. Oops, upload. All right, and we need signature. By the way, we don't want our videos to be accessible by anyone, so we don't want anyone to access our URLs. So that's why we're doing signature. So the videos are going to be signed. It's going to be a signed URL. You're going to see what I mean in a minute. So let's do the image. Okay, so for Cloudinary, go to Cloudinary and create an account. Cloudinary.com, login. I'm just going to log in with my dev Google account, like so. Okay, so we need the env. In the env, we need to put the credentials for Cloudinary. All right, let's go to cloud name. So let's create an env file, name it cloud name, and put the cloud name. By the way, don't use my credentials. I'm going to delete this after the video. So cloud name, copy the cloud name, this one here, paste that in, and then we go to API keys, and then copy your, if you don't have a key, generate a new API key. Okay, copy that key and paste it in here, create another environment called Cloudinary API key, and then we need a secret. By the way, so secret, so copy this secret here, copy that. By the way, I'm going to change this after the video, so don't use my credentials. So secret, and then paste that in. We need an environment for Cloudinary API secret. So now we have the credentials for Cloudinary. So we are going to be able to upload our stuff to Cloudinary, so images and videos. So now save the env file. Let's go back to uploads and start with image. So we're starting with images. Okay, so for the images, let's do a post request. All right, so post request. Okay, and we're going to do the standard try catch. All right, and we're going to return, and if there's any issues, and we're going to initialize Supabase because we want to get the user Supabase. By the way, we can create a utility function for this. We don't need to keep doing this every time. So my advice for you is create a utility function for this. So create its client. So it's, yeah, server. Okay, so we're just gonna get the user and check. Okay, and we need to import next response. So here we're getting the user from Supabase. And by the way, we don't need to install external packages for handling files in Next.js. So let's do form data and then await request.form data and file and get file. Form data.get. It's actually going to be an image file here as file. And then we're going to check. If not file, we are going to say no file provided. All right. And we are going to check the type of the file, const await. Let's name it array buffer. Await file.array buffer, like that. Oops. And then we're going to create a variable. All right. So now we are going to do the upload to Cloudinary. So we are going to create result. And we're going to await. So this is going to be new promise. So this can reject at a later time, reject or return result at a later time. So promise. And we are going to use upload, I believe it's Cloudinary. Actually, let's make sure we install Cloudinary. P npm Let's install. It seems to be, yeah, it's worked. So now we just need to import, upload. I believe the type is API response. So let's import the type. So here from Cloudinary. So the type is upload API response. Okay, like that. So the promise is either going to resolve or reject. All right. So in here, by the way, you can read the docs to see how you can do this. So stream, and then we're going to do Cloudinary. So make sure you import Cloudinary so we can do that. Let's create a new folder, lib. So we already have a lib folder somewhere. Okay, so now in here, I'm just going to create a Cloudinary file. So this is going to authenticate us to our Cloudinary account. Okay, so now let's try to connect to Cloudinary. So we need to import Cloudinary, and this is how we can connect to our account. And we need cloud name, and then we have the environment variables that we've set up earlier. So cloud process.env, we're accessing the environment variables, API, the Cloudinary API key, API secret, and then we just need to export default cloudinary.v2 like that. So we have set up the connection to our account. So now we can begin Cloudinary. Oops, why is it not auto importing Cloudinary? That's weird. Let's go back to lib Cloudinary. Okay, why is it not auto importing? Export default. Okay, so let's just import manually. So let's go back and import this. Import Cloudinary from lib Cloudinary. So like this. So let's see if it's recognizing the file. Yep, there it is. So now we have Cloudinary, and then for us to be able to upload, we do upload dot upload stream like that. And then it's going to take in two objects. So the first one, we're going to pass in resource type. So this is going to be an image, and folder. If you want to create a new folder, Netflix clone, and then yeah, the folder is Netflix clone. That's what I'm gonna name it. And then yeah, we're just gonna check if there's any errors. All right. So I'm gonna save that. If there's any errors, let's do a callback function here. So we have error, and then we also have result. Okay, and it's going to return an arrow function. Okay, and then we're gonna check if error, and then if error, or also if the result is not there, if error or not result, we're going to reject the promise, or otherwise we're going to resolve. All right, perfect. So now let's save that, and we just need to return the response. Return response. So we are going to have URL. Okay, so it's a result.secure URL. So that's the actual URL we're going to display. And then we're going to display public ID. Public ID. So this one is going to be result public ID, like so. All right, so that's for the image. Let's do the video. And by the way, we're just winging it. We're going to test this when we are working on the front end. So image, let's do video. Oh, we have the folder video already, so no need to create the folder. So now we just need to create the file. All right, so route.ts. Okay, so for the video, it's going to be similar. It's going to be very similar. So we're going to initialize the Supabase user Supabase user, like so. Oops. Initialize the Supabase user, and let's import next request from server and create client, and also next response. All right, so now with the user, so for the file, it's going to be a video file. So on the image, it was image. So this one is get video. Okay, and it's the same thing, but this is going to be for the images, for the video. Something we did on the other file, like that. All right, and for the result, it's going to be the same thing. And let's make sure we import the API response, like so. All right, and remember, we are taking in, we're returning here. We're returning, and then we can do stream, upload stream, like that. So make sure we import Cloudinary. It's not imported Cloudinary. Yeah, so there it is. Now it's been imported. So it's going to take in an object. So it's going to do the same thing. And then let's do the same thing here. So the upload stream, we're going to check for an error. But let's set the resource type. Let's go back. Let's keep that. So let's put in the object here. The resource type of video, and folder, Netflix clone. We can do maybe movies, So this is the folder which is going to store. All right, so now we can do a check. All right, and then we're going to end the buffer. All right, so this is the result, and the result type is going to be video. Folder, this is going to be the folder. By the way, if you want to look at how the upload is done, go to Cloudinary docs, you will see this. All right, so now we're just going to return next response, and we have the URL, and we have public ID, and we're also going to return the duration, result.duration, since it's a video. All right, so yeah, this is basically the video upload. And to secure this video so that not anyone is going to access this URL, let's create a new file here. I'm going to be explaining what this does in a minute as we go through this. So we're going to create a new function, and we're also going to initialize the user. So let's initialize the user, and we're going to check if the user is there. Let's make sure we import these client. All right, so this is the standard. So we're getting the user from Supabase, and we're just checking if the user is there. All right, so for the signature, we're going to create a timestamp. We're going to be using math.flow. Okay, so math.flow, and then we're going to divide by 1000. Okay. Okay, so we're just gonna do current timestamps, current timestamp. All right. So we are also going to do const params to sign. So we're going to sign the video. So what are we going to sign? So the URL. So params to sign, and then here we're going to do create an object. Let's do folder, Netflix clone. I believe it's slash movies, yeah, like that. And then we're going to pass in, let's do the Cloudinary secret, or timestamp actually, and type. Okay, so type, this is going to be authenticated. This is what the doc says, how to sign the information you have. All right, so authenticated, like that. So we are going to create we have a signature. So we need to create a signature. We're going to signature. This is going to be Cloudinary. So let's make sure we import Cloudinary. All right. So cloudinary dot utils dot API sign request. So what are we going to sign? So we're going to do the params to sign. Okay, params to sign, and also we're going to sign using the process.env cloudinary API secret. So now we have the signature. We need to return. Let's return the next response here. Let's do signature timestamp cloud name and also API key. All right, so yeah, let's hope this is going to work. Yeah, this is what we need for us to be able to update and upload some videos, but we need to create some hooks in the front end. Okay, so now let's create our fetch hooks. So let's start with, let's go to hooks, and inside movie, we are going to, let's create, let's do use delete movie ts. So we're going to create all of the hooks, and then we're going to start doing the front end. All right, so for the delete, it's going to be similar to what we've done here. So let's create a hook and initialize the query client. So create the hook, and here we're just initializing the TurnStack query client. So the same thing. Delete is a mutation, so we're going to use mutation hook and use query client here. And then now we just need to return. So what are we returning? We're returning a use mutation. In this mutation, we're going to take in this object with a mutation function. Okay, so what we want to do, so we want to run a delete function. We are going to take in a movie ID. So this is the movie that we want to delete. All right, movie ID. So this is type of string, like so. And we're going to await axios.delete. And then we're going to delete API/movies and then the movie ID that we want to delete. And then on success, we need to refresh the movies. So we need to update in real time. So remember the query key movies. So we want to refresh the query key of movies, and it's going to update in real time. And we're going to export this for the delete. All right. So we also want to, we have featured movies on this homepage. Use featured. Actually, let's do use fetch featured movies like this. So this is for the home screen. We are going to have some featured movies. So let's create the featured movies hook, and then we need to export use featured movies. So for us to be able to fetch, we need to use a new hook called use query. So this is how we can fetch some data. All right, and it's going to take in a query key. It's going to take in a query key. Query key. Let's do something like maybe featured movies. All right, featured movies, and then we have a query function. So for the query function, query function. So let's do fn like this, and then maybe fetch featured movies like so. But we haven't created this the query featured movies, so let's create that. Let's do const fetch featured movies like so. We can do get the data await. So remember, we're using Axios. This is going to be a get request. Axios, make sure you import Axios, get movies. But remember, we have an optional param of featured like this. So if it's true, this is how we do an optional param. Okay, so featured, so we have a featured search param here, and we're just going to return the data. So this is for featured. So use queries. This should be use query, not queries. All right. And yeah, we should be done with this hook. So let's do a movie. We need to fetch a movie. So this is for the admin dashboard. Fetch movie. TS. All right. So for the fetch movie, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to export const and then use fetch movie like that. And then we're going to export default fetch movie. And then let's create a function to fetch the movie. So we're going to be doing another get request using Axios, and then it's going to take in a movie ID, type of string, and then it's going to return a promise of type movie. Okay, like that. So from types movie. All right. And here we just need to return. So what are we returning? Use query again, not queries, but query. And we take a query key of movie, and we need to also pass in the ID. Okay, so let's make sure we are taking ID here as a string, type of string, and then we're going to return a query function. It's going to fetch a movie, and then it's going to take in the ID like so. Okay, save that. So this is for the fetch movie. So that's it. And let's do the next thing. We need to also fetch by public ID. Use fetch movie by public ID .ts. Okay, fetch movie by public ID. Yeah, it's correct. Okay, so for us, we need to pass in a parameter of public ID for us to be able to fetch a movie, and then we need to export this hook. So let's use the query in here, return. So use query. All right, do that. And let's create a function here, const fetch movies by public ID, and then we're gonna get data, and then we're gonna return the data. So make sure this is Axios, like that. And then, so the endpoint is public, and then we're gonna pass in the public ID, and then we're gonna pass in the, so this should be query, not queries. Yeah. And then we're gonna pass in the query key. We're gonna pass in a movie and then public ID, and then we're going to fetch by public ID, like that. Let's also pass public here. All right, so far so good. So far so good. Okay, anything? Send async function. All right, so yeah, looking good. So now let's fetch movies. So use fetch. So we have use fetch movie. Use fetch movie. We should have use fetch movies. Use fetch movies. Yes, like so. All right, so we need to fetch movies, and we need to create the hook and export that hook. And let's make sure we import use query and Axios as well. Okay, and we need to import the type, the movie type from types. All right, so this should be movies. All right, so yeah, this is looking good for movies. So now we should be able to fetch our movies data. Okay, so now we are going to work on this page for the movie. We're going to update the movie. So let's open up admin, movies, and this page movie. Okay, so in here, we're going to render a form. So we need to create a component for the form. So let's go to components. I believe let's create a folder, maybe movie, like that. And then we're going to create a component. So let's name it something like, I don't know, form movie update, like so. And this is going to be a TSX file, and we're going to generate a component file, and let's render that in here. Okay, so form movie update, like that. So yeah, let's render that. So in here, we need to pass a few stuff into the form. So what do we need? Well, we're going to need some data, which we're going to be updating. So let's get the ID. ID. So let's do an interface. So remember, we want to get the params interface. Let's name this params, like that. So the params, we are going to, it's going to be, this is going to be a promise, and it's going to be type of movie ID, and it's going to be string. And we're just going to destructure this. Perfect. So we are going to destructure movie ID, like so. So we're going to use react equal to react.use. All right, so let's make sure that it's React is imported. React is imported. And then I'll just need to pass in params inside. Okay, so now let's see if we have these params. So let's console log the movie ID console, and let's inspect F12 to inspect. And yeah, here's our ID. So we can see ID. So now we have the ID. We want to be able to fetch the movie using that ID. So we need to get use, update, use, I think it's update movie. Okay, so there's no auto complete. We're going to fix this in a minute. So we're going to destructure. We're going to get the mutate function, mutate, and we're going to name this update movie, like so. Use update movie, like so. All right, so we just need to make sure this is imported from the hooks. Import, I'll put this at the top here. So import update movie from hooks, movie, and use, I think we're missing that hook for updating. So let's see, hooks, use. Okay, so I think we're missing that hook for updating. Let's create that hook, use update movie. So we are basically going to do the same thing. We're going to initialize query client, and we need to import Axios. Okay, and also query client. All right, so now we need to return use mutation. So we are going to update the values. So we need to use mutation for this. All right, and it's going to take in an object, and then it's going to take in a mutation function. Let's create the function here. Const, let's name it update movie, and it's going to take in a movie ID, and it's going to take in the fields. Let's just do a spread operator here. Fields, I believe. Let's do it. Let's do it as an object, and then it's going to take in. So instead of movie ID like this, let's take in an object. So we have movie ID, movie ID, and then this is going to be. We need also. Let's do data here. So we're going to take in the movie ID and the rest of the data. So we need to create a type for this. So let's do interface update movie data. So here we can pass ID and we can set it to string. For now, let's just pass ID. All right, so now that we have ID, and so here we are going to, let's do update movie data. Okay, so what about these fields here? So what we're going to do, let's return a promise. All right, and let's annotate this with movie from the types, like that. All right. It's still complaining. It should be ID, like this. All right, and let's change this to ID. All right, so we have the data. So we have the ID. So we are making a request to the endpoint, movies ID, and then the rest of the data. So we are going to pass in the mutation function here. Mutation function, and what do we need? Okay, so we pass in the mutation function, and we should have the on success, and then we're going to requery the movies again. All right, and let's export default, use update movie, like that. So yeah, use update movie. So let's get rid of this. All right, so now it's imported. So we have the update movie function. So there's an issue somewhere. So let's see. Use query client. Okay. Let's see. Why do we have an issue? Why is it? Let's just check the console, see why it's complaining. Attempted to call query client. Use query client is so client. It's not possible to invoke the client function. Blah blah blah. So we have Axios imported movie. Import type movie. Okay, I'm just double checking to see if I've made any mistakes. So response. This is a patch request, by the way. So I will suddenly change this to a patch. It's not a post. It's not a put request. Let's see here. Const query client. Use query client. Return mutation. Okay. Looks good. Movies. So now let's save that. Okay, so now let's go to page. Actually, we need to make sure this is a client component. Use client. All right, so that error should disappear now. So now that we're back, let's keep going. So we have form update. So let's actually create the handle update. Handle movie update. So it's going to take in the actual data here that we're going to update. All right. So for the data, we can create a type for this, or we can actually let's do it. Okay, I think the easiest way. Let's just create a new interface. Interface movie update data, and then we are going to we're going to basically have these inputs here. So we have title. We're going to have title, description, thumbnail, URL, video URL, duration, rating is featured and release here. All right, so and then we can type this. All right, so now that's this is the data. Now let's go into the function, into the handle update function, and then we're going to destructure some fields. We're going to get the release here, and we're going to get the rating. All right, and then I'm going to spread the rest into the rest variable here. All right, and we're going to destructure from data like that. Okay, so now we need to use our function to update the movie. You can do a try catch block here, by the way. Let's do update movie. All right, so it's going to take an object. All right, ID, we can set that to movie ID, and then we're going to spread the rest of the properties. And then for the release here, we are going to check if it's undefined. Okay, so we're going to do release here, and we're going to check if it's not undefined. Okay, if it's not undefined, and then we're going to do release here in here. Oops, release here, pass int release here like this, or we can do number like this. So make sure it's a number like that. Okay, so that's for the release here. We need to do the same thing with the rating as well. All right, so rating, we don't need to do string like this. We can just pass in rating like that. It's actually called maturity rating like that. Okay, so the name is it's maturity rating. It's not just rating. All right, So this should do. So we have update movie. So now we can pass this down here. Okay, so pass it down. So we can pass, let's pass it under handle submit. Okay, and pass that in. So the next thing that we want to pass is the actual movie, the movie itself. So we have movie ID, we have mutate, we want to get the actual movie data. So to get the data, we're going to destructure data, and we're just going to name the actual data of the movie like this, and we're getting the movie data using the ID. So we use fetch, and then we pass in the actual movie ID that we're trying to fetch. And we can also get loading, so is loading, and then we can do something. If we're loading, we can check, we can put a skeleton loader here. By the way, for now, I'm just going to return loading a div, but we can return a skeleton loader. So we can comment this out to see if this is working. So if I refresh, we should see loading there. So that's the loading screen. All right, so now let's open up this form update. And before we do that, we need to pass down the movie as a prop so we can access it down the form. So let's create an interface. This AI thing is quite distracting. I forgot to disable this, but I'll disable it later. So we have handle submit, and then we have movie, which is type of movie. Okay, so let's make sure we import the types. All right, so now that we have the types ready, let's see, handle submit. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, cut this interface, movie update data. Let's go to types. I'm just gonna, we could have used this same style, by the way, but anyway, I'm just gonna skip it. Export movie update data. Instead of redoing all this, we could have easily omitted some values. All right, and we need to import that in here as well. All right, so it's looking good. And handle submit, and we just need to destructure those properties in here. So hopefully the error should disappear. Movie or undefined. Let's see, movie. Okay, so movie we can make this optional. All right, so now here we should have a form. So this is where we are going to do the majority of our styles. So I'm gonna give this a class name. It's a div. So class name, I'm going to set max width to something like 2XL. Okay, max width 2XL. All right, so and then we have width. I'm going to set that to 100%. So that's full. And that's what we need for now. And then down here, we're going to actually create a form. So form. Okay, so in the form, we are going to do the submit. All right. So, but before we do that, we are going to do a bit of state. So actually, let's do the state first, and then we'll do the inputs after we've done our state. So let's start with title. We're going to have title. So we have title. Let's import state, use state. I'm going to make sure this is smaller. Okay, so we have title, type of string. So it's going to display the movie title. All right, so if I do this, and then if I say a title, you'll see that it will display the movie title. Otherwise, if there's no title, it will be an empty string. So initially, the state is going to have the movie.title. So the movie is this movie here, and the title of that movie. All right, so that's the initial state. That's for the initial description as well. And These errors are quite distracting. Let me check which extension is this. Can't remember which extension it is that does this. But anyways, I'll check this off camera because it's quite distracting. So, and then we have a thumbnail file, and it's a type of file. It's either file or no. And then we have a video file. It's a type of file as well. All right. And we are this movie item. So let's console log the movie and see what we have. So if I console log the movie, you'll see we also have maturity rating, it's featured. We have all these properties we have released here. So I'm going to take the URL of the video and the thumbnail, and I'm going to display them. I'm going to put them in the state. So we have the current thumbnail URL, set current thumbnail URL. We're going to take whatever we have in our data, and then this is going to be in our state. Otherwise, it's going to be no. All right. So, and Cloudinary ID is also going to be whatever we have in here. Otherwise, no. So now that we have that, we need more state. We're going to have a lot of state here. And let's do video preview URL. And then this will be it. So this is the more state that we need. So I will explain as we go. So video preview. So when we upload a video, we should have like a field, or a div that is going to show the video. And then we're going to have a rating. So we have some inputs that we have rating. So you'll see the inputs as we go. And then we will have trending. So this is a radio button, true or false. And then we have genres. I don't think we'll be doing genres. So I think I'll skip them for now. Actually, I'll just leave them. Actually, I'll just comment this out. We will not be doing genres because I don't think I'll have enough time to do this. So it's a lot of functionality that needs to be done. All right. So now that we have that state, so let's do, let's see if we need to do anything. Okay. So by the way, if we upload a video, we'll do that later. Actually, let's just focus on displaying the data now. All right. So let's start with, okay. So form. So we've installed field, I think. So let's do field. Yeah, we've installed field like this. So field, I think it's field group. Yeah, we have field group as well. Import field group. And then we are going to have a label and an input. So we need to have a field first, and then we do field label, and then we have a title. So field.label. What is going on here? Field, make sure it's imported. So UI, why is it not? That's weird. So field is imported here. Okay. We need field group, UI field. We also need field content, field label. So field content, field label, field group, field group. We have field group, yeah. Field description. I think, yeah, we need field description. I think this will do. This will do for now. All right. So field label should work now. So we should be able to see a label, the title. Okay, perfect. So now let's add the remaining fields. So we have title. This is a field of title. So we should get input. Make sure you import input. So the value is going to be the value state. It's going to be the value that we have. So here, as you can see, the input is already pre-populated with the value that is coming from our state. All right, so that's for the value. If you want to change, we can also change because we have access to the event object. All right, so that's the field for the title. We need another field for description. We're just setting. So for description, we're going to use a text area, but we don't have a text area installed. So let's go to shadcn and get the component for text area. So search text area like that. And then we are going to copy this installation. I'm going to cut, make sure you install that. So we have text area. And so we have the rows. And then for the event, we're taking the description. The value is description, and you can put a placeholder here. So enter a brief description of the movie like that. All right, so now let's get the text area. Okay, import text area. So there it is. So we have text area. So now let's run pm dev. So the next field, we are going to have a field where we're going to showcase an image. So let's do field field. All right, and we're going to have field content. Field content. All right. And then here we're going to have a field label and description. Okay, so because this is going to be where the image is going to be. Let's see what we have. So let's refresh. So there it is, thumbnail image. And we're going to create a div underneath. So field content. Let's do it after the description. Okay, so now we have a div. And in here, we're going to check for current thumbnail. We're going to check current thumbnail. So if we have the thumbnail, we just want to display that. Display the current thumbnail, so a div like this. And then we will display an image in here, like so. And then source, it's going to be the current thumbnail. So width and height, yeah, I think let's set it to, yeah, this one is fine. 300 and 300 is fine. And then width and height, let's set that to full, that's 100%. And object cover. All right, and let's start this parent. I'm going to set BG to muted, overflow to hidden, like that, and then give it a border. Likewise. Okay, so if we have an image, it will be displayed here. All right, and I think that will do. And let's do this div as well. Let's do a class name here. We're going to do some conditional styling. All right, so here we are going to check for current current thumbnail URL like this, and then we're going to give it some styles. Display of grid and columns, grid columns. We're going to have 2 columns and a gap of 4. All right. So the next column is going to be the drop zone of the image. So image will be showing to the left, and then the drop zone to the right. Or you can do it vice versa. So that's entirely up to you. All right. So we need a file drop zone. So let's create a drop zone component. Let's do it in here. File drop zone. Drop zone like this. All right. All right. Oh, by the way, this component, I generated this with with Vercel v0. So I'm going to paste this whole component. You can get it from the source code, by the way. So I didn't want to create this component from scratch. So we need to install React Drop Zone. Okay, so this is the package, React Drop Zone. Okay, so it helps with drag and dropping components. So you can look at the tutorial here. I don't want to go like over every single style here. So get this from the source code. Now we need to install a package, React Drop Zone, npm install React Drop Zone. Okay, so I'll show you what everything is here. Okay, so once the file drop zone is there, we need to go back and we need to render that. So file drop zone, it takes in a few props. So it's going to take in accept. So it's going to accept. We're going to put like like an object of whatever items we want to accept. Okay, and label is whatever label we want to put, and icon, whatever icon we want to use. The file on file select is uploading. So this is for the progress. We can show a progress bar. Okay, so it's looking, so we have the input, it's uploading. So this is the progress bar, by the way. So it will do the progress bar if it's uploading like that. All right. And here to show the file size, and here's the button to remove the item. Okay, so now we are going to go back and render that in. So after, let's do after here. Yeah, let's do it here. So here we're going to render file drop zone like that. So now with the file drop zone, let's close this. All right, so now we just need to pass in some props. So we have accept. So what are we going to accept? We're going to accept some kind of images. All right, so let's do accept. So we're accepting JPEG images, PNG images, WebP images. All right, so this is what we're accepting. And we have label, which is upload thumbnail, and the icon. This is icon coming from Lucid React. So just import that icon, the image icon. So thumbnail file, and then on file select, we need to create this file, this function, and also we need to create this is uploading. So let's create this. Okay, let's start with thumbnail. Let's start with handle thumbnail drop. Okay. So handle thumbnail drop. I'm gonna get rid of the movie console const handle thumbnail drop. So for the thumbnail drop, it's going to be an async, and it's going to take in a file as a parameter. Okay, like that. It's going to take in a file. So the file, we're going to set thumbnail file to file, and then we're going to check if we don't have the file, and then we're just going to return if not file, just return like that. All right. And then we're going to destructure, we're going to get the URL. So after we upload, so we're going to get the URL, and then we're going to go to await, and then we need to upload, upload image. We don't have upload image yet, so let's make sure that we have upload image in place. All right, so how do we upload an image? Upload, so make sure the spelling is correct. So we've created some hooks earlier. So we have a lot of state. Let's do it before the state. So up here. All right, so up, we are going to create the upload image. So we need to use upload image. Okay, so we don't have the hook created for use upload image. So let's do that. So let's go back to hooks, and we need to start doing the upload hooks. So let's do another folder, upload. So let's make sure the spelling is correct. Upload. All right, the spelling is correct. And let's do use maybe upload image to TS like that. All right. So now that we have the upload, so we're going to create an interface. For this one, we need upload result. And we're going to get a URL. So when we upload, we will have a URL that's going to be returned, and also the public ID. And we need to create the hook here, the function use upload image, and then we just need to export default. All right, so here we're going to create a progress state. All right, so progress, and set progress, we're going to use state. It's going to start as 0. start at 0. All right, so in here, we're going to do a mutation, use mutation. So make sure you get use mutation from TurnStack. So there it is, TurnStack React query. All right, so remember, we're taking a mutation function. Okay, so let's do const, let's do upload image. So we're gonna take in a file. So file, and this is going to be upload result, and that promise is going to return a promise, and upload, we're going to pass in upload result. Okay, so let's see why it's complaining a function was neither undefined nor void. All right, so now in here we are going to create a variable form data equal to new form data upload result. All right, why is it whining about this issue? So type is going to take in file, return. All right, so let's wait until we return the data. So now we have form data. We're going to do form data, and then we're going to append file. It's actually an image. All right, and then let's do data. Let's do structure data from, we're going to await. We're going to do Axios, and then this is going to be a post to slash upload image like this, and then we're going to pass in whatever data that we want to send, we want to upload. All right, so what are we going to send in? We are actually, so file, so yeah, we've already put the form data here. This is the data we want to send in, but here we want to do on upload progress. So on upload progress, we are going to take in an event object, and in here let's do we're going to do the progress. So if it's uploading, we're going to return the progress of the upload. So we're going to check if event.total, and then we're going to set progress to math.round e.loaded multiplied by 100 divided by e.total. Actually, math.round e.loaded. Actually, let me copy this function here. This is why I googled this, by the way. Okay, so set progress. Where's set progress? We don't have set progress in here, so we can pass it here as a parameter. But I think let's just copy this and do it in here to make it easier for us. All right, so inside the mutation, like this, let's do mutation function. So this is an async file like that, and then let's do it in here. All right, we can get rid of this. All right, so yeah, now we have the state because we are in this file, so we can get the state and data. We can return this data, return data. All right, so now that we have data and we have mutation function, we're going to do on mutate, set progress to 0. And we just need to return here. We're going to return an object. So mutation and the progress. Like so. Okay, perfect. Let's go back here. Upload image. All right, so use upload image. So now we can destructure. So use upload image. So what do we want to get? Let's get mutate async, and then we're just going to name this upload image. Okay, like so. And we need also to get is pending. Is pending. Okay, if it's pending, we're going to pass in the is uploading image, That's when the progress is going to start doing counting, and then image progress as well. All right. Why is it complaining? React hook use upload images code in a function handle thumbnail drop. It's code in a function. Oops. This is not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be up top here, by the way. All right, so perfect. So now we have that at up top. We need to do the same thing for video. So use upload. We're going to do use upload video.ts. So we're basically going to do the same thing for the video. We're going to do the same thing. So we just need to also, we can copy and paste and reuse what we did earlier. So let's start with an interface. So interface, so we have upload results. So we have public ID and duration. So we need the duration for the video. And we're also going to do the progress like that. State is already imported, and we can export default like that. All right, so we need to do the mutation function. We're going to do a mutation const mutation, use mutation like that. Mutation function. All right, so we're going to do the same thing. Async. It's going to take in a file. So the file, this is going to be a video file. Const. So here we're going to use our signature. So remember, so we have timestamp, the cloud name, and the API key. So we are going to destructure data. Let's name it sig for signature, like this. And then we're going to await axios.get. So we're going to be explicit. So here we're going to have a signature type of string, a timestamp type of number, and then we're going to have cloud name string, and then API key string, like that. And oops. Okay, so we should be able to, oh, let me see, where's the closing? All right. Now let me copy this object so I can see properly. Axios get, and then we pass in that object in here. All right, so the endpoint, it's slash, let's see, upload. It's actually signature, upload, and then slash signature, signature, because the video, we want it to be public. No, I mean private. So we don't want anyone to copy the URL, the video URL from Cloudinary and open it in their websites. So we're going to make sure the videos are signed. And now we're going to initialize form data, and then we're going to append those properties to our form data. And then we're going to append signature.timestamp, signature, it should be signature. Okay, so we're appending those values here. All right, so we are also going to append another field, which is type, and then authenticated. All right, and then here we're going to do const data. Let's destructure this data object data equal to await axios. This is going to be a post request. Here we're going to post to a URL, to a Cloudinary URL. So this is going to be the URL here. So apis.cloudinary v1, and then we're going to put the signature.cloud name here, and then video upload, and then we're going to pass in the form data, and then we have an object which we're going to do the progress thing again. So on progress, and then we need to close this. All right, and we should now return. So after the post, we need to return an object URL public, like that. All right, so we have data.secure URL, data.public ID, and also the duration. So now we should have that. let's go back to the form. I'm just going to close others. So we have only one file that we need to focus on. By the way, I disabled that extension. It's errorlens. That was the name of the extension. So I'd forgotten the name of the extension. So now we have this for the image. I'm just going to duplicate this. So we need to do the same thing for video. So upload video like that. So we need to make sure we import upload video. Okay, so the name, so progress. All right, so now we have the video and image upload. Another thing I want to create is that function. So after here, so thumbnail drop, we need to, we're checking, so handle thumbnail drop. We need to await, so get the URL, await, upload, image, okay, like that. And then we're going to pass in the file, and then we're going to set the current thumbnail URL to the URL that we have. Excuse me. And then, excuse me. And then we handle submit. So the handle submit, we are only going to update one field, which is thumbnail URL. Okay. We're not going to update any other fields. We're going to only update that one particular field. And then we're going to pass in the URL like that. All right. So now we have vendor drop. Now let's see if we, okay, so yeah, it's already set down here. What we need to do now is we can actually test this out. Let's run npm dev and try to drop an image. Okay, so let's wait. Let's see, reload. Okay, so it's we're just waiting. All right, so seems like something is complaining. Mutate async as it is undefined. Okay, let's see where it's complaining. Okay, so progress. So these are just warnings. Okay, why is it complaining? Mutate async. That's odd. Let's see. I'm just double checking to see. Let me see if it's auto importing this, by the way. Let me mutate. Okay. It's not doing that. So let's see the function. We are exporting. So mutation. So yeah, we know we are not returning. So here we need to make sure that we are, so we are returning. So on mute, after that, on mutate, it's actually on mutate. And then we're going to set the progress to 0. And we need to make sure that we are returning the mutation and progress. All right, so let's save that. All right, so now let's see moment of truth. Let's try to upload an image, upload. So I'm going to go to pictures. Actually, I'm just going to drag and drop an image to see if the drop functionality works too. So drop. Okay, seems like the image is uploading. Okay, so there's an issue here. Let's see what it's complaining about. But let's see. Cloudinary is not configured. Okay, so we're gonna take this host name here. We need to go to, I believe it's next config. Next config. Okay, so in the config, let's do images. Images and domains. We're going to put the Cloudinary domain in there. So let's refresh. Okay. What is it complaining in here? Why is it showing this? I don't even know what this is. Let's inspect again. network. All right, so let me try to drop another image again and see if it's complaining. Drop. Okay, perfect. So it seems like our image is uploaded. Let's check payload. So here's the thumbnail URL. So it is updated that particular field. So if we console log, movie, console log movie, you'll see that we should have a thumbnail property. Let's see if it is updated. Okay, so thumbnail URL, it actually hasn't updated. So it seems like it did not fire the update, but the file was uploaded, but it hasn't updated that particular field. Okay, which is weird. Let's see why. Okay, let's try again. I'm gonna drag the image. Okay, and what is this thing? I don't know what this thing is. That's weird. All right, upload image. So our endpoint seems to be working. Inspect sources, console, object. Okay, so the update is not working. Oops, I just actually realized I had forgotten to add thumbnail URL in the movie, in the schema. So make sure you go to schema. And there's another issue as well. If we go to API movies, if we go to the roots, we forgot to update something in the movie as well. If we go to movie ID, so when we found the movie, we forgot to do the update. So we need to actually update the movie. So I forgot to do that. So after the movie is there, when the movie is there, let's do the update. Let's do Prisma movie. Let me double check. So we check if we're admin. If not admin, we're gonna show an error. And we we don't need to check for movie, by the way, here. So if not movie, it's fine. Once we find the movie, yeah, it's fine. We can update the movie. So updated movie like this. So await prisma.movie.update, and then we're going to update the movie where ID is equals to that actual movie ID, and then the data is going to be the fields like that, and then we're just going to return the updated movie. I forgot to do the actual update once the movie is found. So that was the issue. So that should fix our issue. But before we do that, we need to run npx generate, Prisma generate. We also need to migrate this, npx Prisma migrate dev like that. So make sure you do a migration. So now we should be able to re-upload the image. So now let's try to rerun. There's no migrations, but I've migrated in the background. So make sure you migrate your changes. All right, so now I'm going to refresh, and I'm going to try to re-upload another image. I'm just going to drag. All right, so let's refresh. Okay, so our image is showing. Perfect. That's what we're looking for. So let's go back to our page. So now we need to do the field for the video. So let's scroll down. Let's go back up actually. Oops, I'm going to close others. So here we should have mutate async like that. So now for the video, we need to, let's scroll down. Let's see, video. So video, we need another field as well. So I'm going to collapse this field, collapse. I'm going to go underneath, and we need a video. So we're going to do this similar thing. So we need field content. Let's do field content, and then we're going to have the field label, and it's going to showcase a video file. So now we have that. So we have the similar thing. We're doing the similar thing we've done with the image, where we're going to have a conditional style for the video src. That's for the source. Okay, so preview source, we can create that. So we need to make sure that we have that video preview source in a minute. So we're going to sort that in a minute. And then we are also going to do the drop zone. Okay, but before we do that, for the video source, it's a condition. So this div, it actually should show on condition if we create a div inside. All right, so we're going to check for the video source. Okay, so video source, we're going to show the image, and then let's give it width and height of 300, like that. All right, so this is the condition video source, and then we're going to show the image. Otherwise, we are not going to show that. All right, and then we're going to have a drop zone, a file drop zone component. So this is going to be underneath here. All right, so this is going to be a film icon from, let's say, React. So now we need to now work on the state, actually on the variable for video source preview. All right, I'm going to get rid of this. So let's do const video source. So for this one, let's do, we're going to check for, let's do equal to current cloudinary upload ID. And then we're going to do video preview URL or video preview URL. Otherwise, we're going to do current video URL. Otherwise, so when we upload a video, we want to get the middle of the frame of the video. So I want to get the frame, the middle frame. I don't want to get the frame at the beginning of the video. So to do that, we need to create a helper function. Okay, so let's do const get mid frame. So we're going to use regex to help us do this. All right, so we're going to strip this, okay, and replace with this. So now we are going to have this helper function like this, and then we're going to pass in. We're going to pass in the get mid frame, and then otherwise it's going to be no. All right, so that's that. It's still complaining about end of video drop. So it's going to be similar to that drop of the image. So const, it's going to be file as well. All right, so now we are going to, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to check, and then we're going to upload video. So we have the upload video file already. We're going to check if there's no file. If you have video file, we're going to set to the state, and then we're going to set the current URL. We're going to set the current URL, current video URL, and then we're going to set the current cloudinary ID to whatever is returned from this upload function. And then we're going to handle submit. We're going to upload, we're going to update some properties. We're going to update the video URL and also the cloudinary ID to with the public ID and also duration. So now let's see why it's complaining again. Does not exist on type movie update data. Okay, movie update data. We need to pass this as well. All right, so it shouldn't complain now. All right, so it seems to be, yeah, it's working. It's working. And let's see if we have any other issues that we have. So now let's try to upload the video. So let's see, click upload, and then I'm going to upload Big Back Bunny. Upload that. So I'm going to leave that uploading in the background. So as you can see, here's the progress of the upload. It's working. But we can style this progress bar, by the way. So we'll do that later. For now, let's keep going. We need to add more fields. All right. So field, I'm going to collapse this field. All right. Let's see. I'm going to have a div. So after this field, I will have a div, a grid, a gap of 6. And I'm going to have another field in here. We're going to have ratings. Here we have field label. So we're going to have ratings. A rating. So we want to know if the movie is rated adult or it's for kids, something like that. Okay, so it's unauthorized to, okay, so there's seems to be an issue here. Video upload. Okay. Yeah, so it might, I think it has to do with our credentials. Request failed. Okay, we're going to fix that in a minute. So for now, we are going to download. Let's see. We're going to download Chatcn. Let's see. We need to download select. Oops. Select. So make sure select like so. Okay, so I'm going to select. Make sure it's you add select. Okay. The issue of being unauthorized, we'll fix it in a minute, but we still need to console log the movie. So for the select, I'm going to display the select. Yeah, so we have rating. So rating is going to be a selector of the files that we want to, of the rating files. So I'm just going to import select and display it here. So field label. So make sure I'm just going to import select from UI, select, and select trigger from UI, and select value, import that, and select content and ratings. We don't have ratings yet, so but let's import select item. So we need to create a variable for ratings. All right, so let's do it in lib. Where's lib folder? All right, let's do it here. So I'm going to create a new file. Let's just name it constants.ts. Okay, so we are going to have ratings. I'm just going to paste in the ratings here. So you can get these ratings from the repo, from the final project on GitHub. So we have ratings. All right, and the other thing that we want, I'm just going to set in the rating config as well. So each rating is going to have a different color and a different marking. So for PG, it's going to have a PG. For rated, it's going to have an R and a different color, a red color. So yeah, this is just a config for the ratings. All right, so we actually have all audiences as well for everyone. Display all. So this is going to be the color for everyone. Okay, so this should do. And now let's import ratings like that and save that. So we should be able to see a select. We can select ratings here. Looks so far so good. All right. So that's the field. So we should have another field in there. This is going to be the release here. So release here. So field. So current year. We don't have current year. So make sure we get current year. It's a simple variable. Current year equal to new date dot get full year. So this is the current year. All right. So far so good. And the next thing that we are going to add, we need to check if this is going to be featured content. All right. So after this div, we're going to have another field to check if it's featured content. So field, we're going to get a switch as well. We need to run if it's installed. So switch. Yeah, it's not installed. So let's go to Chatcn. Let's search for switch. Switch. So get that and get that installed right away. So we have switch. We also want to check if something is trending. Okay, so we have trending, and let's make sure we import switch. All right, so we have a switch, set is trending, and also we have set is featured, like that. And finally, we're going to have a button. Okay, button. We can say update movie, like that. So these are the inputs that we have. Perfect. And I'm going to save. Let's see what we have. So let's refresh the page. Okay, so we need to make sure we are running the project. Okay, let's wait. Okay, so yeah, we seem to have the data. So now let's see if we can update this data, and we should be able to console log that data. Let's see if there's a console for the movie. Console COG movie, like that. And let's set it to featured and trending at the same time. And let's hit update movie, and let's set it to release year, maybe 2007, and update. Okay, seems something happened. Seems like it refreshed the page. We need to set the type to submit. Okay, it's set to submit. That's weird. I don't think we've actually attached the submit here. So we need to make sure we've attached the submit function so we can submit the form. All right, so we're taking the event. We're going to prevent the default so it doesn't refresh like what happened. And then we're going to pass in the header submit. Okay, so it's trending. Why is it an error? Does not exist on type movies update. All right, so we are going to sort out is trending, like that. So it's type of Boolean. All right, so let's go back. And yeah, we have title, description, rating, is featured, is trending, and release here. So we can dispatch the form with those properties. So now let's try again. Make sure they're active and update movie. Let's say this is 2007. Okay, I'm going to clear the logs and hit enter. All right. And let's see. Release here. Okay, nothing happened. That's weird. Let's go to network. Open again. Network tab. So hit update movie. So click. Okay, so it seems to be updated. Yeah, it is updated actually. So there it is. So the release here, the response is fine. And we need to refresh here, by the way. And it should show the data. There it is. All right. So yeah, it's updating the data. So we just need to fix this unauthorized issue here. Let's double check the use upload. I always use upload video. So here, so the folder, I can't, it's not movies, it's actually Netflix. Can't remember what we named the folder. So Netflix clone / movies, I think. That's the name of the folder. So we just need to make sure it's correct. So let me double check if this is correct. No, not really. Netflix. Okay, Netflix. Let's double check. Okay, yeah, this is the correct one. Okay, perfect. It's matching here. So this is correct. Now let's try to upload the video and hit upload. All right, so let's let it upload in the background. And let's go to here to the file. And we also want to showcase the thumbnail of the video next to this. So remember, we have this video preview. It's checking for the current cloudinary ID. Okay, and then it's going to get the mid frame of the video, of this video that we've uploaded here. So let's inspect to see if it is updated. So let's see the object. Okay, so it is updated. As you can see, video URL there. It's working fine. So now we don't have that issue anymore, but we want to showcase the thumbnail next to it. So for the thumbnail, if we go down, I'm just going to collapse. Okay, so there's this. So this is the video and thumbnail, and this is the condition. Okay, based on the preview source. Okay, so the preview source, we need to do something about this preview source. Let's see. So get video mid frame. Okay. What else do we need here? I'm just checking. Why do we not? Okay, I think we need a use effect. Let's do it. Let's do it up here. Let's do a use effect. Okay, so we're going to listen for the current Cloudinary ID. Okay, for this one here, we're going to listen for that. So okay, I'm just gonna do this use effect underneath all of the states. Okay, so yeah, like that. So listening for that, and we're gonna check if not the current Cloudinary ID, and then we're just gonna return like so, return that, and then otherwise we are gonna get signed thumbnail URL like that, and then we're gonna pass in the current thumbnail ID, and then we're gonna set the preview URL as to this URL here, but we don't have this function. So URL, then let's just pass in set video preview URL like that. All right, so we don't have this function, so let's create that. Where can we create this? So let's do it somewhere. Let's do actions. All right, let's do actions. Maybe let's do it in the app. Actions like that, and then we can do thumbnail dot thumbnail dot ts. All right, like so. We're going to export async function function like so, and then we're gonna pass in the Cloudinary ID like that, and we need to make sure we import Cloudinary like that. So this is going to be a server component, by the way. We can get rid of this typing, by the way. It's not necessary. So we have a type of string. Well, we can bring it back to be more precise. All right, so in here, oops, why is it not highlighting? So we're going to do expires it. When it's going to expire. So after a certain amount of time, after 1 hour, it's not going to work. And then we're going to return response. We're going to return cloudinary.url, and then we're going to return the resource type, which is going to be video, and it's going to be signed to true. And then we're going to do row transformation. So we want to like extract an image from the video. So cloudinary.url does not exist. Okay, so Cloudinary is actually from lib. Let's get rid of this. So we're going to use the Cloudinary initialization coming from lib like that. So make sure we import that. It's not doing it from /lib Cloudinary. Yeah, this will do. And let's make sure that we're importing that in here. So save that, and let's refresh our page. Okay, so there's our thumbnail. So there it is. So the thumbnail from the video is now showing. So yeah, now we can add some videos. We can edit, but I think I would rather this thumbnail to be onto the right side. I don't know, you can mix them vice versa. So if you go back to, you can take this video URL, and the drop zone can be the first one, and swap them around like that. Okay, so you can put the input here. That's entirely up to you. Okay, let's do the same for the image. All right, so yeah, The only thing that's left to do is to make this a little bit decent, like in styles, to style this in a decent way. So let's do flex item center, justify center. Let's do an H1. All right. Let's do update bed movie. We're gonna style this a bit. All right. So flex justify center. Let's do flex column. We're gonna give it a gap of 4, something like that. Justify center, items center. All right. So what's going on here? Inspect main max width. Okay, so the parent. So we need to go to the parent of this. Let's see. Where's the parent? The parent is page. API. It's actually admin movies. This one here. So this is the parent. Let's do class name flex justify center item center maybe. All right. So yeah, that's looking good. We can do flex one. It's already doing it. So let's get rid of this as well, by the way. Flex item center, just flex center. Flex core is fine. All right. So yeah, it's looking good. Let's do class name BG brand background is this same color, by the way, but let's fix that. So rounded MD. What we need to do is to give it a bit of a different color. But anyway, I'm going to come up with a color scheme. I'm going to experiment with some colors behind the scenes. But now you have, let's give it a bit of padding. PY, let's set that to 6. All right. So yeah, this looks so far so good. We will start displaying the movies on the homepage. But for now, this is going to serve the purpose that we want to do. We're going to upload the movie, select some files. Okay, so now finally we're going to work on the homepage. So this is where we're going to display the videos, the header, and also the list. Okay, so let's start with, let's go to the homepage. So this is the homepage. In the app directories, there's the page.tsx. In here, we have a div here. So let's create a header component. So let's have a global header in the components. So this is a header. All right, and this is going to be a functional component, and let's just render that component in here. So header, this is in the root of components. So now we have the header being rendered in here. So let's see if we have header. So there it is. So we have header. So let's go into the header, and this is going to be a header component. Okay, so let's tile this. So it's going to have a position of sticky. So we want it to be always at the top. So sticky, that's the position. And width, we're going to set it to 100%. And we're going to set the min height. So min height, we'll set it to something like 17.5. Okay, 17.5. So that's for the minimum height. And then I'm going to give it a padding, left and right of 4. So okay, so I'll explain the styles. So we have PX4. This is for the smaller screens. So after the small screen, we're going to have PX of 6. So this is for the small screens. This is for the screens after the small screen. Okay, this is after this width. So after, if it's greater than this width, this is going to be the padding. And also this is for the medium screen size, which is greater than 768 pixels. So top 0, Z index going to be at the top, and flex. And then we're going to item center and justify between. So we want the left item to be at the left, and then the right side to have another item, which is going to be the profile. So justify between profile here, and then the links that are going to be here to the left. Okay, let's save that. So we're going to have two divs here. So the first div, this is where we're going to have the links, and then the other div. So that's why we're doing flex justify between. So this is where we're going to have the URLs for our website. So in the links, we're going to start with link. So make sure we import link from Next. And this is going to go to the root directory. Okay, and in the link, we're going to have an image. We're going to render an image, which is going to be the logo of Netflix. And we're going to pass in the source. So for the source, we're going to render an image inside the public folder. So logo dash dash Netflix. By the way, the public folder is already saved by default. So this is, we don't need to include the public folder here. Netflix, Netflix.svg. So this is the logo we're going to be using. All right. So we have that. We need width and height. So we need width and height properties. We're going to set that to 164. So 64 for the height and then width 100. Okay, so let's give it a class name. I'm just going to style this a bit. So let's set width to 20. 20. And then for bigger screens, we're going to set width to, I don't know, something like maybe 100 pixels, which is equivalent to width 25. Like that. All right, so there's our logo there. It's showing. So now we need to do the links, which is going to be the UL, which is unordered list. And initially, actually, they're going to be hidden for smaller screens. And then for bigger screens, we're going to set flex. And then we're going to do space X4. This is for the spacing on the X-axis. All right. So we need menu items. So we need to create menu items. Let me use client here. Client. So make sure it's correct spelling. Okay, so we need menu items. So let's create an array of menu items. So this is menu item. So label is going to be home, and then the link, where that link is going to go. So that's for the href. So menu items, an array of objects, which has label and href. All right, so now we just need to map through those that array, okay, and display the links. We're going to do dot map, and then we're going to get the link. So let's do li, and then we're just going to return here. So what are we going to return? We're going to return an li tag. Let's return li. All right. Okay, so now in the li, we're going to have a link. So the key, we can set that to the maybe dot label, link dot label, and we can set the href for this one, and then this is the label for the link. All right, so we are going to do a bit of styling for this. So let's put some styles here. So class name, we're going to use some template literals to do some dynamic styles. So we're going to set text to SM, so that's small, and then we're going to get the path. So let's get the path. So currently we're at the home page. So to get the path, we're going to get path name. We're going to use path name. We're going to use this hook here to get the path name. And let's check. We're going to check if path name equal to the current li.href. We're going to set the text to white, and then we're going to set font to semi-bold as well. Otherwise, we are going to set, let's set it to text white, and then we're just going to reduce the opacity and set that to 70%. And when I hover, perhaps I'll set the text to white 90% when I hover, text white 90%, and then we're just going to transition colors when we hover. All right, so when I hover like this, okay, cool. Now we need to make sure that we have a display flex on the parent, because the logo must be side by side. So flex, flex item center gap, we're going to set that to 6. All right, so now it's looking pretty good. All right, so now the next step, let's work on the video. So we're going to skip the navigation for now because we're going to work on the profile once we have the profile data. So now let's go back to the page. All right, so in the page, we are going to do the hero section here. So here we are going to give it a position, class name, and then we're going to set position to relative because we're going to position absolute some stuff. Okay, so width full, and then for margin top, it's mine as empty. This is the width. This is the height of the header, by the way. Okay, so make sure it's consistent with the header. So because the next, okay, let me show you what I mean. If I set bg red like this, where's the bg red? There's nothing. There's no content. I'm just gonna put random content. As you can see now, it's behind. Okay, so because I want the video to start behind there, so if I remove this margin top, it's going to be after the header. So I want to account for that header. So that's why I'm starting at minus position. All right. So now we have that. We need to start working with this. All right. So where should we begin? Let's start with the video element itself. So before we do the video, let's fetch the data first. Okay. So we need featured movies. Let's do data equal to use fetch featured movies. This is how we get featured movies. And we're just going to rename this featured movies like so. So now we have featured movies. We can also get trending movies. And then we can get all movies as well. And also we can get my list. So let's just do that now. So we have trending. Let's import, make sure we import the hook. Trending. I don't think we've created the hook for trending. Okay, we'll get rid of this. We'll sort it out later. But let's see if we have the hook for all movies. Yeah, we do. And my list movies, we don't have this one yet. Okay, so let's get rid of stuff we don't have. So we have featured movies. Now we need to display those movies. All right. So in here, we are going to create a video element, video, like that. And I'm just going to get rid of this background. Okay, so for the video, for the source, we are going to, for now, I'm just going to select the first video. So const featured equal to featured move like this. We're just going to select the first element. Okay, so featured, oops. I think, yeah, just like this. Okay, so we're just going to select the first element. And in the URL here, we're going to display the source. So featured dot video URL like that, or undefined. All right, so there is a video, but we need to set to autoplay. Let's do autoplay like that. And we're going to set it on a loop. And we are going to set muted. Okay, it's going to be muted initially. So let's refresh. Okay, so there's our video. It's playing over there. But I'm going to create a state for is muted. Let's do that. So let's see. Let's do the state here. Const is muted. So it's going to be true in the beginning. It's going to be true. Use state. All right, so it's muted. It's going to be true. So we're just going to pass in muted, and then we're going to pass in the state. All right, so the muted state is passed in. So now the muted is going to be based on state. All right, so we have our video. Let's start this video. And let's do class name. We're going to set width to 100%. aspect ratio. We're gonna set it to video. So this is the 9, I think it's 912. I can't remember. 69, I mean. Yeah, so this is the aspect ratio of a video. All right, so we have that aspect ratio. So now let's save. All right, so now here's our video. Okay, it's looking great so far. So now we need to keep going with the styles. Okay, so the next thing, we are going to have some buttons here, and here should be information about the movie and stuff. So let's do that. So after this div, actually after the video itself, let's create a new div like this. All right, so here we are going to have some a button to mute and unmute. So let's do button like so. And this is for mute and unmuting. So we're just gonna toggle the state. I'm just gonna get the previous value here, like this, and return not prev. So it's going to toggle the state. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of the class now. So let's see if we can mute and unmute. We don't see the button yet, but it should be at the bottom here. Okay, so it's muting and unmuting, but we want to position absolute this. But before this button, I want to add another div here. We are going to have maturity rating. Okay, so we need a badge for maturity rating. And I'm just going to say 17 here, 16 plus for now. All right, but now let's position absolute this first. Okay, so because we want it to be somewhere onto the right side here. Okay, so we're going to set right to 0, and bottom we're going to set that to something like 25%. Okay, let me see, like that. So there it is. So 0 and bottom 25%. And for bigger screens, I'm going to adjust this to after this size, it's going to be 30%, and flex, and then gap is going to be 3, and then we're going to align items to center. So there it is, and mute like that. All right, so it's looking so far so good. So we just need to style the button. Let's go ahead and style this button. So class name, width, we're going to set that to 8. Height, we're going to set that to 8. Okay, so width and height 8, but for bigger screens, for MD, we're going to set that to height 11 MD. Maybe width, we're going to set that to 11. So that's for bigger screens. And I'm going to also make sure it's rounded. It's rounded to 100%. So width, we're going to set the rounded to full, and the border white 15% for opacity. And when I have, it's going to have a cursor to pointer like this. All right. So the next step, we need to do the icons here. All right. So what I'm thinking to do is to use React icons. Okay. So npm install React icons. So while it's installing, I'm going to go to the lib. I think I'll do it here. I'll do icons. Icons to TSX. All right. So we're going to import a few icons. All right. So if you go to React icons, if you want an icon, just search for an icon. Let's say volume, search for the icon, and then copy. You copy the icon like this, and then you do export const volume. Volume. Is it the volume down? Yeah, volume down icon like this. You export it like this, but I'm going to do it as a function like this, and then I'm going to take in an object of I'm going to take in size, which is number, and we're also going to have class name. Class name. This is type of string, like that, and then we're going to return this, and here we're going to pass in the class name, and pass in also the class name. Okay, so it seems to be not recognizing the type of string object. Oops, I'm doing the typing wrong. But so we have size and class name. We'll remove like this, and then let's create an interface for this. Actually, it's easier. Interface icon oops, interface icon props. So we have size and class name, which is optional, and then now we just type this the size and the class name. Okay, so this is how we want to return the icons. So I'm going to add a few icons that we're going to be using. So you can search for any icon that you want to use there, and then I'm just going to export them here. We just need to import them from React icons. All right. So I'm just going to export those icons here. All right. What's going on with okay, so now we have those imported. So we have all of our icons imported now. We have so they're exporting the icon, so we can use that icon in the page. Okay, so now we want to use those icons. So we are going to conditionally render the icons. If it's muted, we're going to render the volume of icon coming from lib/icons. All right, and then this is going to be volume full icon like that. And the size, I'm going to set this to 22 for all of them like that. Okay, save that. Let's make sure we are running this project again. So npm dev. So that's for the icon. We need to create the maturity badge here as well. So class name, I'm going to start with this. And I will set a padding right to 8. Excuse me. To 8. And for bigger screens, I'm going to set it to 16. And then padding left and BG opacity 50% for black. And then border left to 3. So let's see. So there it is. It's looking good. All right, so now we need the maturity rating badge, which we haven't created. So let's go to movie. Let's create that maturity. All right, TSX. Oops, React functional component and export. Let's add the maturity badge here. Like so, we just render that in here in the page. All right, and here we're gonna take the rating featured maturity dot rating dot maturity rating like that. Okay, perfect. So now we're good to go. I'm gonna go to the maturity badge and let's create an interface for our types. So I'm just gonna name this props. So we are going to take in the rating. Okay, so we have rating, and I think that's about it. So now we can create, let's do this as a span tag. As a span tag. So we have the config const. Let's actually destructure and get the rating. Let's name this config equal to rating. Okay, so rating. Remember, we have rating config like this, and then we're going to select based on the rating we have like that. All right, and rating. Oops. We also have all access config. So this is for everyone else. Or audiences config as well, like that. All right. So we're going to select a rating based on whatever we input as a rating. All right. So we're going to return that. And then here we're just going to do config. I think it's display. like that. All right, so, and for background color, we need to do style, background, background. We do something like, I think it's background color. So background color. So here we're going to set config.color, like that. All right, so this is maturity rating we have, so that's NR. So now we are going to give it a size. Let's give it a width and height of 8, and then we're gonna set text to base. Okay, width, height 8, width 11 for bigger screens, and text to base. Okay, like that. So I think that will do. And then we're going to set flex to item center, justify center, and we're gonna give it a border. And then we're gonna set shrink to 0. Okay, so rounded 100% and border white, text white, and shrink 0. All right, so there it is. So there's our maturity rating. It's looking good. Perfect. And by the way, you can see that this works if we go to admin. We're not showing the list of movies. We should have a list of movies. I can't remember now which movie it is. Okay, yeah, so this is our movie. So if we change rating here to maybe, I don't know, like 17 and update and go back to the home page, as you can see now there's our rating. So our rating is working dynamically depending on whatever we set. Perfect. So now let's go back. So now we have that's sorted out. And now we need to work on the left side, which is going to show the title and stuff. So we are going to have another div. So this one, we are going to also position absolute this, and it's going to be similar to how we are displaying the other one. So position absolute left 4, for bigger screens left 14, and bottom 25% and 30% for bigger screens. All right, like that. So this is the container. Okay, so in here we're going to have another div. Okay, so let's do another parent div. So this one we're going to do display flex, flex column, and a gap of 6 for bigger screens and gap 2 for smaller screens. And we're going to display an H1, that's for the title. And we're going to have a utility for the shadow because the text is white. So we need to give it a slight shadow. So let's go to styles, .css, like this. Maybe we can comment here like utils, and let's create this class name. And we just need to give it some kind of a box shadow that we're going to apply. So now we're going to say text shadow. We can, I don't know, do one pixel for the X. For the Y, I'm also going to give it 1 pixel, and then 3 pixels for the blur. And then this is going to be a black color, and then the opacity is going to be 0.4, 40%. All right, so there's a bit of a text shadow there. So now let's go back. We need to do the description. And after the H1, so we have the description and substring. We're just going to do a maximum of 120 characters, and then it's going to showcase the dots after that. So like that. So it won't be a long description here. Or we could have put an image, by the way. If you want to show the title as an image, you can do that as well if you want. But I don't have a lot of time to configure all of that. So we need another div here. So this is where the buttons are going to be. So there's going to be a button for play and also a button to showcase more information. All right, so let's do button. By the way, you can make these buttons into reusable components. I think that would be the wisest decision to do, to make them into a reusable component. I'm actually going to do that, but let's do class name. And let's go to styles. btn, I don't know, play. You can name it btn play. and then we're going to apply. So this is how we add classes at apply, like this. And then we're gonna add the class. So we have height, MD, height 12, and then PX, MD, PX8 for bigger screens, and then background white. On hover, it's going to be white, 80% opacity, flex, and we're going to center the stuff we're displaying as flex, gap, and then font semi-bold, text SM, and then rounded SM, cursor to pointer, and then transition and the duration of 200 milliseconds. So let's copy this class name, and let's just paste in this class name here, btn play. All right, so now we can reuse those class names, and we just need to render an icon here. So the icon we're going to render, it's going to be a play icon like this. Okay, so make sure we import play icon like that. Size is set to 28, and yeah, there's our button play. There it is. And we need another button, so which is the more info button. So we also going to, it's actually the same button but different colors. So let's go back and duplicate this. It's very similar. It's just the colors that are different. All right, I'm just going to replace this. So the color I'm using for this one, it's zinc. Okay, so the colors are the only thing that's different. I'm using zinc. This one is going to be called button info, like that. Okay, so copy that, save it, and go back and change, duplicate, and we're just gonna do button info, like that. All right, so now we have the button. Now we just need to change the text and to make it look like the more information. So text and icon. So we have the info icon, and make sure we import that icon. And yeah, there's more info like that. So, as you can see, we can hover the button. Perfect. So the next thing that we want to do, we want to showcase more info. But by the way, we can click and unmute this. It's working fine as expected, but we want to click these buttons to work. So the next things that we want to get router. So when I click, I want to route to the actual video that I click on. Let's go up here, const router, use router, like that, coming from next navigation. All right, so now that we have router, we also need to open the model. Let's do open model. Okay, use global context. All right, so we are good. We're good. So far, so good. Now we want to open the model. Now let's go to, so here, when I click, I want to open model. So the model is going to be called movie info. So I'm just going to take this as a callback function. And remember, the model is going to take in a key. So let's name this movie info. It's going to take in a key, and we are also going to pass the item. Okay, so the item that we're going to pass is going to be featured. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to do like this, featured, like this. Okay, featured, and open model like this. So if we're featured, and then we need to pass in the actual featured movie. So we're going to pass in featured like this, but we need to go back to the model, to the global context, and make sure that we have state accommodating for this movie. All right, so let's create a state. We can name it active movie, like that. So initially, we can make sure this is type of movie or no, or like that. So here it's an optional prop, and then we're gonna check if we have the movie, and then we're gonna set the state to movie, and then for closing we're gonna reset that state to no. All right, so now we just need to also put it into our into our interface as well, so we can import it properly. All right. So there's another issue here. So now export active movie. Sweet. So now we should have the movie added when we open the model, but we don't have that model. So when I click, nothing happens because we don't have that model, and also we're not routing to that particular movies. But by the way, we're going to route based on the public ID. We're not going to use the primary key, but we're going to use the public ID. So let's do a router here. So featured movie, we are going to, oops, like this, and then go to the next line, and then we're going to do router dot push. So watch slash featured dot public ID. I don't know why it's not auto completing. We need to make sure we fix this public ID. Okay, featured movies. So we're going to fix this in a minute. It should auto complete. All right, so now we should route to watch and then public ID. Perfect. Now, let's see if I click. Okay, it's going to that, but we don't have that link created yet. But we're going to fix that in a minute. So now let's work on this model. Let's create that model actually. So let's go to models. Models. Where's that folder? All right. So in the models, let's create that model. What should we name it? Movie info model, maybe. Movie info model, like that. And this is going to be a TSX file. All right. So like that. So now we are going to let's work on the movie info. Let's see what we need. So we need to make this a model. So remember the model we have. We have the model class. So we need to wrap around this with a model. So to make sure that this is a model. All right, but I want it to be animated. So to make this, to make sure that this is animated, let's see what we can do. Let's go to the providers. All right, so in the providers, we should have model providers. So we need to install Framer actually, because we're going to be using Framer Motion. Framer Motion. So Framer Motion like that. So pnpm install that. So we're going to install Framer Motion because we're going to make sure our model is animated. So now what we're going to do in here, we're going to import animate presence. Animate presence. It's not auto completing. So we just need to import animate presence from motion / react like that. All right. So now we just need to wrap our model with the presence, animate presence like that. All right. So now for the movie info, let's see, we need to duplicate this and make sure we render model, info model, movie info model. So make sure we import that in here like that. All right. So now that we are surrounding with animate presence, we are able to animate our model. Okay, cool. So now let's go to the actual model and start editing it. So let's edit a key actually. Let's go back to providers and let's add a key here. So key, let's set it to add movie. Add movie. Okay. So key add movie, and also we have movie info. All right. So let's go back to the movie info model and let's start working on this. All right. So close that. And let's start with, I'm thinking we need to import motion from Framer Motion because we want it to be animated. So let's import motion. So motion is coming from motion React. So let's make sure this is a client component. All right, so this is going to be a motion. This is a frame motion component. So motion.div. So this is how we can do some frame animations. All right, and I'm going to set initial with initial. For this one, we're going to scale. Okay, so scale initial for scale is going to be 0.75, something like that. And then we're going to actually, for this one, we're just going to do opacity. Opacity, we're going to set that to 0. And then when I animate, on animate, we are going to set initial opacity. Animate, we're going to set opacity to 0. And then exit opacity to 0. And then we're just going to have an easing function. So ease. All right, so transition, let's set it to ease in, out, like that. All right, so let's do a class name. We're going to set position to fixed. So it's going to have a fixed position, insert 0, justify center, like that. And then we're going to set the Z index. Let's set it to Z 1000, something like that, something higher. All right, and we can add a backdrop here. Let's do class name absolute. So it's going to be positioned within this container absolute. Yeah. And then we're going to set insert 0, background black, opacity 60%, and blur extra small, like that. So let's see if it's working first. So let's make sure we run this pnpm dev. All right. So now we have that. So we need the content. So motion.div, like that. So this for the content. So click, as you can see, it's working perfect. So now we have the content. For the content, we are going to animate this as well. So we have initial, it's going to have scale of 0.75, opacity, and we're going to have animate, and it's going to scale to 1. So it's going to start at a smaller scale and scale to 1. All right. And we need a transition and also some styles. So transition, we are going to have is, we're going to set is in, out. Okay, so position is going to be relative. So this is going to be the max width. And let's set it to, yeah, this is going to be the max width. And then the background, it's a 18181818. You can add this as a Tailwind variable, by the way. Rounded LG and Z of 10. All right, so now it's looking good. So max height, we're going to set that to 90 VH. So save that. All right, so now we are going to start with video. So in here, we're going to have a video. So we're going to also showcase that video. So we are going to do a class name with full BG black and aspect to video. We can get rid of this background, by the way. All right, so now we need to also display the thumbnail URL. So let's make sure we destructure. We're going to get the active video from the global state. So remember, we are passing the active movie. So from global state, like that. So we're going to get the active movie and make sure we import global context. And we're getting active movie and close Modal at the same time. All right, so now we have the active movie. Now let's let's create a class, not a class, a variable so we're going to put that movie into the local state. So let's do const movie and set movie, like that. Okay, so initially it's going to be, let's make sure we import the type. Initially, it's going to be this state here, movie state. It's going to be the movie, the active movie. Okay, so the active movie, it will also change. All right, so we're also going to do a check here. We're going to check if active movie is not equal to null and active movie is not equal to movie. We're going to set the movie to the active movie. All right, so we are going to now, let's see. Okay, active movie. All right, so now let's see what we can do. Okay, so now let's actually, let's start doing the markup. So we have, we want to display the thumbnail. So the thumbnail, we're gonna check movie thumbnail URL. So we're gonna check movie.thumbnail.url image. So make sure you import image from next image. So movie. So we need to also check the movie. If we don't have the movie, and we're gonna return no. So here, if not movie, we're gonna return no, like that. All right. So here we are going to display the thumbnail, a movie.thumbnail, if we have the thumbnail, and I'm gonna get rid of fill here. So we should have a state is playing. This is for the video, so we're gonna check if the video is playing. So let's create that state, because we're also going to have muted and is playing state here. So let's do muted and make sure we import useState like that. And we can get rid of this here. So now that we have useState imported, we also going to need a ref. Okay, so this is for the video element, like that. All right, so let's go and create a video element down here, because right now, if I open up, there's an issue. So width property is missing. Okay, so let's add width 720. I think that will do. So click that. Okay. It seems like it's not properly displayed into the container that is supposed to be, but we're going to fix that in a minute. So don't worry about that. Okay, so we have width. Okay, let's set width to full, like that. All right. Okay, so it seems to be going out of its container, which we're going to fix. So position relative. Okay, so this one, we're going to cut this and put it into a container like this. And then we're going to set that container. We're going to set that container to position relative. Oops. I think where did I put that overlay? There was an overlay somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? Backdrop. Just one moment. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to do Control Z. I think I lost my overlay. Oh, this is the backdrop. It's not supposed to be in the backdrop. So get rid of this. I didn't notice that I was inside the backdrop. So we need to go down here. All right. So it should be inside here where there's an aspect video here. This is where it's supposed to be. I don't know why I got lost. I was doing it in the backdrop. So put it in here. So let's click that. Okay, so there's our image. So it's showing. When I click the model, I want also the video to start playing, but the image is going to show for a bit. All right, so video, we're going to do the same thing that we did on the homepage. We're going to use a video element and loop, a position absolute, insert 0, width and height full, object is set to cover, and movie, for the source is the video URL, and on play, we're going to set is playing to true. All right, so we are good, so far so good. We haven't sorted out the playing yet, so we're going to do that. Let's do that now with a use effect. All right, so we have a ref. Let's add the ref first, because we're going to detect outside click. Let's add the ref. Let's see where we can add the ref. So because like remember, we have a hook. We have a hook which we are going to be using. So we have let's do content ref. All right, so let's do content ref. So the content ref is going to be detecting where we are clicking, because we want to detect outside click. And let's set it somewhere here. Let's do ref. So this is the content ref, and we're going to use that hook that's going to detect outside click, and then we're going to close the model like that. So let's set that hook, detect outside click, and the callback function that's going to be called is this close model here. So let's make sure we do it after. We do it here after we have initialized content ref. Where's content ref? Okay, why is it complaining? I don't know why it's complaining. But anyway, let's click that and click. All right, it seems to be working. Excuse me. Okay, it's working fine. So the next thing, let's sort out the, let's see what we can sort out. Is muted. Let's sort out the video playing actually. So we want to play, let's do a use effect. Let's do it. Let's do it here. So use effect like that. So make sure you import use effect. So this is going to be on initial render. So let's get rid of this in the dependency array. We're going to get the video element video because we have the ref video ref the current. So this is the video. We're selecting the video. If it's not there, we're not going to continue executing the code below this. But if we do, I'm just going to set a timer, a timeout to play the video. Okay, so it's going to play the video after 400 milliseconds. And then I'm just going to do a cleanup for this timeout in here. So we're going to return and clear this timer here. And then we're going to pause the video and video.current, we're going to set that to 0. All right, so now let's see what we have. So, okay, so the video is playing now. Okay, so far so good. So now we need to populate the information of the video down below. All right, let's see. Okay, actually, so we have movie, container ref, BG. We're gonna set that to 18. Movie thumbnail. Let's set the BG to black here. Actually, black. So let's leave it like that. All right, so now so far so good. So now that we have the video, we're going to do some gradient, like a gradient effect, which we're also going to position absolute after the video. So position absolute, height is 48, BG linear to top. So it's from starting from this color to transparent, and then pointer events, we're going to set that to none. All right, so you're not going to see anything yet. So yeah, it's there actually. There it is. So there's our gradient starting from the bottom, and then it's gonna go to this height. All right, so it's looking pretty good. All right, so now we are going to have a button. We're going to have a button. So this is going to be an X button. So this is a button to, we're going to use the shadcn, not shadcn, I mean Lucid React X, like that. And we're going to set the size to 18, like that. And we're going to self-close this. And we just need to make sure this is tiled. We're going to do the class name for this. And then we're going to position absolute this. It's going to be at the top. Okay, at the top of the container, it's going to be open more info. It's going to be somewhere here. So position absolute, we're going to set top to something like 5 and then right 5. So it's actually 3, top 3, right 3, width and height to 9. And then we're going to center the icon using flex. And then it's rounded. And then this is the background color. This is the background color on hover. Text is set to white. And then this index is 10. And then we're going to do a transition on the color. So open up and hover. There it is. By the way, I'm noticing the button doesn't have a hover by default. So I'm just going to do button cursor. We're going to set that to pointer. So by default, all of the buttons should have a cursor pointer like that. Okay, cool. It's looking pretty good. Now let's go back to the styling. What do we need? So after this, we're going to need a div, a parent div. So this is going to store the content. Okay, so we're going to have another div in here. So this is we're going to have, let's do class name on the parent div. So this is also going to have position absolute. Okay, position absolute, and inset x0 and bottom 0. Padding x is 8, pb 6, and then we're just going to justify between. All right, so now we are not going to see anything because we need to put the content in here. So this one as well, we need to style this. So this one, we're going to display flex and flex column and we're going to set the gap to 3, and we're going to display the title of the movie in an H2. Okay, and we're also going to have a button. So remember those buttons, the play and mute and unmute buttons. We're going to display them in this parent container. So this is btn play, like that. So when I click, now we're going to sort this out in a minute. Like that. So I'm going to render the play icons, play button icon, like that. Okay, so margin left, it's 0.5. All right, so this is the same button. So there is. So now we need to we need to do the other button as well. So we can duplicate this to btn. This should be, actually this should be add. Okay, so this is a different button. This is going to be a rounded button, by the way. So we're going to be using a different icon here. So what we're going to do, we are going to style this, and we're going to set width and height to 10, and let's set width and height to 10, and flex, and we're going to center the icon and round it. We're going to set that to full, and BG white 10% opacity, and we're going to transition the colors like that. All right. Now we are going to, this button is going to be responsible for adding something to the list. Let's see if we can modify the height here to 10. Okay, so we can't really modify the height of this button because it's already been set on this class name here. But anyways, we're going to fix that. We're going to fix that in a minute. So height 10. We'll fix that in a minute. Don't worry about this. We'll fix this. So we're going to leave it like that. So, okay, so height is set to 10 here. And now we need to check if we need to like add something to the list. When I click, it's going to add to the list. But anyway, we're going to skip this now, and we're going to go to the next button. This is for the volume. So after this div, we're going to have another button, which is going to showcase the volume. So we have a volume icon, volume, full icon. Okay, so this is going to have width and height of 10. It's going to be rounded. It's the same as this one. It's going to be rounded, and it's going to show an icon. So when I open up, so there's our button. So it's muting and unmuting the sound. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. So now this button, let's see, flex. It should be at the end somewhere. Let me see why. So flex column. Let me collapse. So flex call. Okay, so this button should be outside. So cut this button and put it outside like this. Save that. It should be at the right side, like so. All right, so now it's aligning, but this play button it's a bit bigger. So we are going to sort that out in a minute. Then we're going to sort this to add to my favorites. So now let's add the info. Let's see where we need to collapse. Okay. Let's see, movie, collapse this and see where we need to add. So button, we have that. Okay, so here we're going to add another div. All right. So this div, we're going to showcase the info like that. So we have px, py, and we're going to have another div, which is the parent for the maturity rating. We're going to set flex, items, center, and then we're going to set a gap of 3, and then flex, wrap. All right. So we are going to show the movie release here. So we have a movie coming from state, movie.release here, and then we're going to showcase that release here. It should showcase down here somewhere. I believe we have release here set, and then we have duration. After this, we're going to show movie.duration, and we need a way to format this duration. So you maybe let's do let's create a folder for some utils. For example, if I want to format duration, let's do that. Let's do utils. Okay, so this is going to be a TS file. Oh, seems like we have utils already. Let's see. Okay, so now let's just export function format duration, I believe, and then duration is going to be a type of number. Okay, and it's going to return a string. Okay, so this is a return type of string, but the duration that we're going to put is number, and we're going to get the hours. So the hours is going to take in a duration in seconds. Let's just say seconds actually. Seconds. So seconds divided by 3,600 for the minute. It's going to be math flow. We're going to get the remainder divided by 60. And then for the seconds divided by, so seconds, whatever we have in seconds, whatever is the remainder. Okay. So now we are going to check, if hours. So if hours is greater than 0, we're gonna return minutes is greater than 0. So if minutes is greater than 0, we're gonna return hours, because we have if hours is greater than 0, that means we have 1 plus hour. So it's gonna it's gonna display like this. So hour and minute. Otherwise, we also gonna check if we have minutes only. So it's gonna display minutes and seconds. Otherwise, it's gonna return only seconds, like that. All right. So now we should have that working. So now let's do format duration. All right. So now we should be able to format the duration. So click that. It's not showing here, which is weird. Okay. So now let's console log actually and see what we have. Console log. We're going to console log the movie, and let's inspect. So, okay, so we have the duration. All right, it's there. Open up. Duration is there. So release here is there. Something weird is happening. I don't know why it's not showing. But anyways, let's keep going. We're going to fix this in a minute. So we have the duration done. We need my maturity rating badge. Maturity badge, like that. And then we're going to pass in the rating. All right, so why is it complaining? It's not assigned to type string or undefined. Okay, so maturity rating still complaining. Okay, don't worry, we'll fix these issues in a minute. But for now, I think this will do. Let's see. Oops. Let's refresh. More info. All right, so it seems like it's still not doing it. For now, I'm going to stop the video for now and take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and start working on it. Welcome back. So now let's work on adding. So let me inspect here to see. So we have the content here at the bottom. So now let's work on adding. We need to add the movie to the list. So we don't have this pattern fully done yet. But for now, let's create the endpoints for that. So we're going to create a new file folder. Let's name this my list. Okay, so we're going to create a root file. All right, so in here, we are going to create a helper function that's going to allow us to get the logged in user. Const get auth user, something like that. And this is going to be an async function. Async like that. And so here we're going to initialize Supabase, and we're going to return the logged in user from Supabase, and then we're going to find that user. Let's make sure that everything is correct. We need to import client. So remember, the client, this server client. All right, so why is it complaining? Okay, so let me get the outer function. Okay, so get user, we're initializing Supabase, and then once we get the user that is logged in, we are going to fetch from our user table, okay, where the user ID matches the logged in user from Supabase. So that's that. And we need another helper to verify that the profile belongs to the authenticated user. So maybe we can name this const verify ownership. By the way, we haven't done the profile as well. Let's do profile ownership. So we're going to do profile in a minute. Profile ownership, like that. And we're going to take in the profile ID. Okay, so ownership ship equal to, it's going to be an async function as well, and async, like that. And we're going to take in the profile ID that we want to verify. So profile ID, and it's also going to take in the user ID, which with the type of string. All right, like so. So we're going to return Prisma, dot profile. We're going to return a profile where the ID matches this profile ID here, and also the user ID. All right. So let's see if we are missing anything. We don't need async here, to be honest. So get rid of that. All right. So now we should return the profile. Okay. So yeah, you can add back async, but we don't need it not necessarily. Oops. All right. So now we've verified ownership of the profile, which we're going to create another route for the profile in a minute. But we are going to do a get request. So get request. This should be a next request. Okay, from next server. And then we're just going to do try catch block here. And then we're going to do a console. And then we're going to return next response, like that. And then we're just gonna error out anything. So we're going to get the user from the auth user. So we have the helper function. You can put that into a separate file, so we don't need to recreate it if you want to use it again. All right. And so the profile ID is going to be coming from the params. Okay, so we're going to do const profile ID, okay, equal to, so this is going to be from, we're going to do new URL, like this, okay, and then inside we're going to pass in the request.url, search params, and then we're going to get the profile ID, and then we're just going to check for the profile ID, and then we're going to say profile ID required. All right, and then we're going to get the profile using the verify profile ownership if we do have that profile ID, and then otherwise we're going to say profile not found, and then my list. So my list, because we're getting my list, we're going to await Prisma to my list. We're going to find many where profile matches the profile ID, and we're going to include the movies as well in this list. Okay, perfect. So this is how we can get the list. So my list, this is how we can get them. But before we do that, we're going to filter by movies. So I'm going to say const movies. Okay, and then we're just going to map. And we're going to filter. Let's do dot filter, filter, and then here we're going to pass in boolean. We're going to return the movies. All right, and we're just going to do movies like this. All right, so now we have the get. Now we need to do a post request. So we also need to add to the list. Okay, so let's do try catch. And we're basically doing the same thing that we did. We're just getting the user. Okay, so getting the user, we're going to destructure. So we're gonna get movie ID and profile ID. Okay, so when we're adding the movie, we need profile ID and also the movie ID. So that's what we're getting here from. So that's why we're passing in requests to JSON. Okay, we're gonna check if we don't have this. We're going to display an error if we don't have those properties. And then profile, we're going to verify ownership and then item. And then we're just gonna return item here. Okay, like that. So here we're going to do my list. So remember, we have my list. We have my list table. We're going to create data is going to be profile and movie ID, like that. Okay, so this should do it. The next thing, we're going to do the profiles. So we might as well just do the endpoints now. Profiles. Okay, so we're going to create a new root file, .ts. Okay, so now in the profiles, we are going to, let's go back to my list, get auth user. Let's copy this, cut, and where we can add this Supabase utils, we can do it here. Export. Let's see if that does it. So server, Prisma, like that. Okay, so let's go back and get auth user and import that. So because we're going to reuse this, so you can put it into the utils. I don't know, you can create a helper functions file that's going to have some helper functions. Let's see why it's complaining. Okay, so what's complaining here? I don't think it has to do with get auth. Okay, don't worry, we'll fix this later. All right. App layout, server component. So we have that. Wait a minute. Okay, so yeah, we cannot actually, it's a server component. We cannot do it here because it's using Next server. Okay, so let's move it elsewhere. For now, let's just define it here and then we'll move it later. So get auth user, get rid of that. And let's do it also in the profile. We'll move this in later. So for now, let's do this because it works in server components. Server. All right, so get auth user. So we need to do a get request to get the profile. So get try catch, and we're going to do console log return next response from next server. All right, and now we just need to get the user and get the profiles, and display the profiles. So we're going to check if we don't have the user unauthorized. Otherwise, profiles, we're going to find where profiles matches the user ID, and then we're going to return those profiles, and then we're going to return the object, the profiles. So when I click a certain profile, so we're going to do another route here. So this is going to be a dynamic route. So profile ID. So this is dynamic. Make sure the spelling is correct. So profile ID, yeah. All right. So in there, we are going to do the same thing with the auth user. So by the way, don't worry, we're going to do some cleanups later. So for now, I'm just going to copy and paste this. Don't export this. Okay, so another way we can do this, we can do it in the somewhere in the root, but don't worry, we'll fix it later. So now we have auth. So let's go to profile ID, get the client. Okay, so Prisma, like that. So Now, in here, we are going to update the profile. So we are going to update the profile or update profiles because we're going to have profiles of the user. A user can have many profiles, and each profile can have a list of items that that can be liked. So each profile is going to have different preferences. So that's why we're doing this. So let's do a patch request. So export async function. This is going to be, let's do post patch. Okay, patch. And we're going to take in the request object, which is next request, like that. And the next thing that we're going to take is the params, okay? Because we want the profile ID. All right. And yeah, we should be ready to kick things. Whoops. So it's wrapping. Okay, perfect. So now we have that. We are going to do try catch error updating profile. So we're going to return next response, like that. So next response, and then we'll send an error saying failed to update profile. All right, so, and then we're going to get the profile ID from the params, like that. So we're going to await params. Okay, so now if we don't have the profile ID or if it's undefined, we are just going to error unauthorized if we don't have the user, by the way, if there's no user. But we're getting profile ID. And we're also going to send some fields that we're going to update. So we're going to get name, avatar. So this is the image, and also is kids. We're going to check if it's a kids profile. Okay. And we're going to check if it's existing. So we're going to find if the profile exists. Okay. So if it doesn't exist, the profile doesn't exist. Otherwise, we're going to update the profile. Okay. If the profile exists, profile, await Prisma, profile.update, and then we're going to update those fields here. So name, avatar, and its kids. And then we're just going to respond, send a response with the updated profile. All right. So this should do it. So the final thing that we want is maybe delete profile. All right. So it should be the same thing that we did up top, try catch block. We're going to check for the user for the profile existing. If it doesn't exist, error. Otherwise, if it exists, we're going to delete that profile, and then we are going to return the response of deleted, and then we're going to display the error. All right. So now we should have a delete functionality of the profiles. So now we should be able to fetch this profile. So we need to create some hooks for these profiles. Okay, I think we should be pretty much done with anything backend. So let's just go to hooks and work on the profile. All right, so let's go to and create a new folder here. Let's name this my list. All right, so this is going to handle anything to do with the list, anything to do with the list. So let's create a hook, maybe use add to my list. Maybe add to my list, like that. It's a TypeScript file. Okay, so we are going to create a hook, and then we're going to export default, use add to my list. So this is the hook. So we are going to initialize the query client. Remember, we need query client to initialize. So query client, make sure we import this from Tanstack. So this should be const, like that. All right, so we're initializing query client. We need another hook as well. So this is the profile. Let's see. Actually, let's see what we need. So we need profile context. So this is the final context that we need as well. So we have components. Let's add the profile context first before we do anything. All right, so this is profile context. So this has to do with anything with profile, where the profile state is going to be .tsx, like that. All right. So let's work on this profile context. Let's do const profile context. Okay, so react.use context. Instead, you can just do like this: create context, like that, from React. Okay, and we're going to export const profile context provider, like that, and then it's going to take in the children, and then we're going to do we're going to create a hook that's going to allow us to use this profile context. Export const use profile context. Okay, and here we're going to do context equal to use context. We're going to use that context that we created, which is the profile context, like that, and then we're going to check if not context, and then we're going to throw an error. Otherwise, we're going to return the context. All right, so this is a hook that's going to allow us to use the profile. All right, now let's go into the body. So we need some state in here. Okay, so the first state that we need active profile. So the current active profile. Okay, and then we are going to have set active profile, and we're going to have active profile ID. Const active profile ID, like this, and then we're going to set active profile ID. But we don't have this profile type, so let's import the type from types, like that, and let's import state so we can use the use state. Okay, so now we have that. Now let's return so we can do the context provider and pass in our data. So let's create an interface for this. So we can type this interface, profile context type, and then yeah, we have active profile, type of profile, and then the set active profile is going to take in the profile. Okay, take in profile, and we're just gonna set that to the profile context, and it's going to be undefined initially. So our context should be working now. So now let's go back to, oops, yeah, there's a lot of mess. Let's close others. Let's go back to our hooks and go back to use at my list. All right, so now that we're back to the hook, we need to get the active profile ID in here. So make sure we import context like that. So we're getting active profile ID, and we're going to return use mutation, because to add something, it's a mutation function. Okay, and then we have a mutation function. So here we're going to take in an async and we are going to take in the movie. We're going to take in the whole movie. Let's do the whole movie. Let's do type of movie, like that. All right, so now we're taking in the whole movie. We're going to await Axios. Remember, we have Axios. So this is going to be a post request API / my list. And then we're going to send in the data. So profile ID and also movie ID. Actually, we can just, yeah, movie ID. We don't need to get the whole movie, but that is fine. Movie ID, like that. All right. So query client. Now we need the on mutate. So mutation function. This is a mutation function, and on mutate. It's async again, like that. So we are going to create a few variables. Okay, we are going to create a query key. So before we do that, we need to create use fetch my list first. So let's fetch first. Use fetch my list, like that. .ts. Okay, because we're going to be using that in here. So let's focus on that. In here, we're going to create a query key. Okay, so whenever we query movies, our query key is going to be my list, and then we're going to also take in the profile ID. And let's create the hook. Let's create the function to fetch movies. So remember, we have Axios. So Axios get a movie. Okay, so movie type like that. So this is the promise. It's a promise, returning a promise, and we're fetching at my list and profile IDs in the params. So remember the params, we created a new URL in the backend. So we're fetching movies, and now we need to do the hook. Okay, so let's do that, and we need to export use fetch my list, and then the context. Oh, this is not a default export, by the way. Yeah, it's actually, yeah, we can do default like this, and context like this. So make sure we have the profile context, we have the profile ID, and then we're going to return. Remember, use query. This is how we fetch something. Use query like that, and we're going to pass in the query key, and then we're going to pass in my list, and then we also need an empty string. All right, so we have the query key. We need the query function, which is fetch movies, and then we're going to pass in the active profile ID like that. Okay, so active profile ID, and then we have enabled, so whenever the ID changes. All right, and we have select. Okay, so we are going to select movies, and then we're going to return movies.map. Okay, so we're going to return movies.map, and we're going to get a movie. Okay, so, and then we can return a movie.id, the ID of that movie. Let's use a public ID. All right. Okay, perfect. Actually, let's use the normal ID. All right. So we are good to go. So now we have that, and let's go back to use add to my list. So we have key, query key equal to my list query key like that, and then we're going to pass in the profile ID, and then we're gonna create another. We're gonna initialize query client, and then we're gonna pass in that key. So query client. So await query client cancel queries key, and then we're going to get the query data. So query client get query data, and then we're going to pass in the movie array, and then we're going to pass in the key. All right, and finally, we are going to set the query data. We're going to copy the old values and the new values. Okay, so and now we just need to return previous like that. All right, so that's for the on mutation, and then we're just gonna do an error and settled. So for error, now for error we're gonna check if context. We're gonna do if. We're gonna check if context context.previous. Okay, if it's not equal to undefined. Okay, so here we're gonna do query client just set query data to the movie. Set query data. Set query data, my list, active profile ID, context of previous. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Set query data, and then on settled query client, we're going to refetch the data. So we have key, and then we can we're going to do invalidate queries like this. Query key, we're going to put that to the key. All right. So yeah, this is looking good. This should be it for this hook. Let's try another one. So we need to fetch. So now we've fetched my list. Now we need to fetch my list movies. Okay, use fetch my list movies. Okay, so I want to fetch movies from the list. All right. So now this one is going to be similar with others. So we're going to create a hook. So use query. This is for fetching. So we're going to fetch some data and we're going to get the profile context. So we're going to get the active profile ID and we're going to use fetch my movies. And we're going to get that my list query key and make sure the type is imported. And we just need to export default here so we can use it. All right, so that's it for the use fetch my list movies. Now we need to create another file, use remove from my list.ts. Okay, so we need to remove we need to also remove. So it's going to be similar from the way we've added. So we're going to initialize the query client. So make sure you import from TurnStack and context like that. And then we're going to return a mutation. So mutation, it mutates the data, it changes the data. So return mutation. So it's a mutation hook. Okay, so make sure you import that. And for the mutation function, we're going to go to the endpoint API/mylist, which is this endpoint here. So my list endpoint. All right. Cool. So now we need on mutate. So it's basically the same thing that we did earlier. Okay, so mutation key. And then make sure we import the movie type. And on error, let's do on error. All right. So yeah, basically the same thing that we did earlier. So now we just need to export like this. Okay, so this is how we can remove the movie from the list. So the next thing, let's quickly do the profile. So we just finished with the API, so we don't need to do the hooks later. Let's just do it now. So profile, let's start with use create profile, use create profile. All right. So for the profile, we are going to create an interface for the input for profile. And this is going to be simple. We've done this quite a few times. So we're going to initialize the query client, and we're going to be using the mutation to create something. And then we're going to import Axios. And then here, we're going to return a promise that is a type of profile like that. And then we're going to pass in the input, which is the data that we want to mutate the profile with. Okay, so the query key is going to refetch profiles once we do any kind of mutation to this profile. And we have used delete profile, another hook as well. Okay, so .ts. So this is another quick hook as well. So I'm just going to do this quick. So we have a mutation because we are modifying some data. So the API endpoint is API profiles and then the profile ID. So if you remember, we have this dynamic route here. So in this case, it's in here. So profiles, profile ID. All right. So now we have that. We can remove profiles. And then now we need to also fetch the profiles that we have. Use fetch profiles.ts. And yeah, it's similar. We are using the use query, and then the query key is profiles. Okay, so whenever we do a mutation on profiles, it's going to refresh the profiles, and the data will be updating in real time. We don't need to worry about manually managing the state. And then finally, we are going to have update profile, use update profile, like that. And we have interface, so we have name, avatar, and its kids. So this is the information, that we want to update on the profile. So updating is taking a mutation. It's a mutation, and we're going to take in the ID, and then the rest of the fields that we want to update. All right, so here we're going to fetch. We're going to do a patch request to the profile with matching this ID here and the fields that we want to change. And then once it's successful, we want to refetch the data with the query key of profiles. So now we should have everything that we're looking for. So I'm just going to close everything to the right and go to the model. And now we need to start actually working on getting the data for my list. So we need to initialize. Let's do it here. Okay. So we are going to have mutations for, we need fetch my list. So we need to fetch the list. Okay. So fetch my list and also add to my list. So those are the hooks, add to my list and remove from list. Okay. So what's happening is we have fetching the data. This is the list of the movies. We've also add to my list, adding to the list, and also removing from the list. So when we click the button here, okay, so we have not added the profile context. Let's go to the context provider. So we should have a context provider. So we have global context. We should have profile context provider as well. And then we just pass in the children in here. So our context should be working now. We shouldn't have that issue anymore. So click more info. So when I click add, this button should be adding to the my list because we want to have to my favorite list. So now let's scroll down and let's start working on this. So scroll down. So we have maturity. So it's still giving an error, which is weird. Duration. Okay, so duration, movie duration. Let's see, release year. Okay, so we have the flex wrap, grid 3, item center. Okay, so some of these are not meant to be here. So we have movie release here. Okay, that's fine. This is a span tag. And then we have duration. Yeah, that's fine. So we have maturity rating as well. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to collapse this. After that, we're going to have a p tag, which is for the description, like that. Save that. It's still not showing, which is weird. Description. So let's see our console. Okay, so let's see. Description is there. For some reason, we cannot see it. Movie.description. And I think this will do. Okay. Yeah, this will do. So movie.description. And let's go all the way down here. So now let's refresh. Okay, so open up more info. Okay, so this is weird. Somehow it's not showing. Okay, so now let's work on this handle, add to my like. So now we need to create a function to handle. We need to toggle adding the movie. So handle my list. So when I click, I want to be able to add to my list. So we're gonna check if not movie, we're going to return, and then we're gonna check if movie is in my list. So we need to create, we need to check if movie is in the list. So what we're gonna do is in my list, okay, we're going to do movie. I'm gonna check if we have the movie. We're gonna do my list. We're going to use .includes, and then movie.id. Otherwise, it's gonna be false, like that. All right. So we're gonna check if is in my list. Okay. So if movie is in my list, we're going to remove. Okay, remove from my list, and then we're going to remove the movie.id. But we do not have this remove from a list, so we need to create that. So let's create that. Actually we do. It's already, yeah, it's already here. So this is mutation for removing from the list. Okay, so we have the mutation that we have the mutation already. So now that we have that, else maybe we can add to list. Okay, so if it's in the list, we're going to remove it, because when you click this button, it's going to toggle. Otherwise, it's going to add to the list. So we can just copy this, you know, to make it more readable. Let's do this. Let's do this. Else, like that. So maybe you're used to see this. Okay, let's do that. So now we need to go and see where we can add that. Okay. So let's search for play. Oops, should be all the way down here. Things down here. All right. So this is the button. It's empty. So we just need to pass in that function to add to the list, like that. So now we can check is in my list. Okay. Otherwise, if it's in my list, we're going to use the check icon. Let's use the check icon from the lib, and then we're going to put size 20. Otherwise, we're going to do an add icon here as well. Add icon from the icons, and size is going to be 20 as well. So there it is. Click. Okay, seems to be promising, but there's an issue here with saying bad request. Okay, let's see our network tab, my list. Okay, so movie ID is required. Movie ID is required. So okay, so this should be movie ID. It shouldn't be just the movie. Add to list. Remove from a list movie.id. Let's see, add to my list, where it's use add to my list. Let's see that. So post to my list. Okay, so it's going to require profile ID, movie ID, which is weird. Let's see, movie ID, profile ID, mutate. Okay, yeah, we're taking in the whole movie object here. Okay, so why is it complaining? Because we are taking in the whole object. So movie ID, movie. So movie ID, profile.id. Oh, movie ID is a movie.id. Yeah, we're taking in the movie object. I don't know why it's whining about this, but that's weird. That's weird. Let's refresh again. Let's try again. Refresh. Open up and clear the console. Click the button. Okay, so bad request. Okay, somehow it's not adding the movie ID. Yeah, I think we might have forgotten something in the profile context. Let's check the profile context, because it seems like it's not recognizing the ID. So if I install, open up the model, go to the console, click add to my list. So the issue is it's complaining about a movie and profile ID are required. So I think the profile ID is missing. So what we need to do, go to the profile context. Let's do a basic use effect. We want to also store the profile in the local storage. So the default profile, let's do use effect, like that. Okay, so on initial render, we are gonna check if we have the profile item in the local storage. We're gonna check if it's stored in the local storage. Local storage, do get item. Well, we can create a separate variable for this, maybe up top here. Storage key. like that. Okay, so let's name it active profile ID. You can name this whatever you want. And then we're going to pass in the storage key here. And then we're going to check if stored. Otherwise, if we have the stored item in the local storage, we're going to set profile ID to that item. All right, so now we can also dispatch set profile ID here. Okay, so we need to make sure that is dispatched. So yeah, it's already in here. Cool. So now that we have that, let's create a set active profile, because we're going to be able to select a profile. So we might as well create a function in here. Set active profile. And here we're going to take in a profile. We have profile. So yeah, let's return. And we are going to set active profile state, active profile. Let's see. Active profile, why is it complaining? Active profile, set active profile, active profile ID. Oh, this should be active profile. This should be, yeah, ID here. So why is it complaining? Active profile ID, active profile. So active profile. So here we're going to set it to profile, and then we're going to set active profile ID, and then we're going to set the local storage like so. Oh, this is because the names are matching here. So let's name this state. Okay, so set active profile state like so. Okay, so yeah, this should do it. So this is, don't worry about this warning here. But now set active profile state should be state. All right, so now we shouldn't have the issue. So it should be state. All right, so let's make sure we refactor here, active profile state. And don't worry about that warning. And let's pass this in. It's going to return a void. And let's make sure we dispatch that. All right, so now we should be able to select the first profile. Let's refresh. Okay, but it's not selected yet because we need to set that in the header. So let's go to, let's search for header. So Control P, by the way, if we Control P, then we're going to search for header, for the global header. Okay, so in the global header, we are going to get a few things from the profile context. Okay, so we're going to get active profile. So make sure we import profile context. So we have active profile, and yeah, that's working. So we need to run a use effect. So we're going to auto select first profile, select first profile. All right, so we're going to run a use effect here, and we're going to pass in active profile ID. We are going to also pass in set active profile. All right, and we also want to get profiles. Okay, so remember we have profiles, hook, use fetch profiles, like that. And then we're also going to pass in profiles in here. So whenever any of these dependencies changes, we're going to trigger a re-render. So that's what we're essentially doing here. So we're going to check, we're just going to check if we have active profile, if the length of profiles is 0, and then we're going to return. So return means we're not going to execute anything underneath, anything after this. It's not going to be executed. So once everything passes, we're going to stored, okay, equal to profiles. We're going to find the profile, and then we're going to find the profile matching the active profile ID. All right, and then we're going to set active profile to stored or the first profile. All right, this would, yeah, this, I think this will select the first profile. So now let's see if it's working. So inspect element, clear console, open up the model, click the button. Okay, as you can see, there's no issues now. So let's try to refresh. So it should maintain the button saying it's already added to the profile. Cool. That's working fine. So now let's close the profile context provider. Let's go back to the model. So this is where the majority of the work we need to do is still there. So seems like there's something going on with our layout here. So for the movie, let's see layout. Okay. So we have motion.div. It's animated. All right. So we have the thumbnail, which is fine. So let's see the video. So the video, we have height-full object cover. Okay. So this should, yeah, it's also has aspect video. Okay. I don't know why it's overlapping then. So let me try to minimize this. So why is it overlapping? That's the question. Well, it shouldn't overlap. Let's see. All right, and then we have a div outside px, because let's if you inspect, you notice that our data is there, the p tag, there it is. So it's there. There it is. There here. Some reason it's this video is overlapping. So which is weird. So absolute. Insert 0 with full object cover. Let's get rid of height full. Yeah, I think this will do. But these items here should be in the video. But oh, that's weird. It should work though. Oh, this should be relative. Make sure that the spelling is correct here. Relative, like that. Save that. And yeah, it should start to look fine now. It should start to look what it's supposed to look like. So yeah, we can also reduce the size here, by the way. So I realized when we did the maturity rating badge, we can also like put a size to it. So I'm just thinking if we should maybe add a size prop so that I think let's add a size prop so it's easier for us to be able to manage. Const, let's do sizes or size class, like so. Okay, and we need to take in a size prop here. So let's do small, medium, or large. For now, let's just do small or medium size. Okay, so now let's work on those sizes. So size, I'm gonna check size. Let's make sure we also get size from here. Okay, so we're gonna check size equal to small. Okay, so if sm like this, then we are going to give it. Let's give it width 8, maybe 8. Height 8, and then text, and let's do extra small like that. All right, and for the other size, which is the medium size, I'm just gonna take this, cancel this. I'm gonna take all the way up to all the way up to flex. So take that and put that in. All right, so now we should be able to put the size classes at the end here, or you can put it at the beginning. Okay, so let's do it here. Okay, so we're using template literals here. So now we should be able to set size here to small to make it a bit smaller. So open up. So as you can see now, the size is a bit smaller. It's more manageable. You can reduce the font size if you want to. But anyways, it's looking great. So we can add and remove to my list. Oh, for some reason, it's not removing to the list. Let's see why. Okay, saying not allowed. So click. Oh, why is it firing delete? It's not supposed to fire delete. That's weird. Let's see why it's doing that. So let's go back to movie info. So add to my list, remove from my list, use remove from my list. we might be missing the route actually. So let's go to profiles. Let's see if we have delete. We do have delete. That's odd. So, well, we should be in my list. Okay, my list. So profiles, we have delete for profiles, but my list, we need delete here. Delete from my list. So it's basically the same thing, getting the user, getting the profile and movie ID. All right. And we are just going to verify ownership of the profile. Otherwise, we're going to showcase profile not found. And then we're going to delete from our list the movie matching the ID that is passed like that. Okay. So let me close this. So we are getting the user. We're going to check if we don't have the user. We are going to get the movie ID and profile ID that we're sending from the front end. And then we're going to check if the movie ID or profile ID doesn't exist. And then we're going to look one of these, like movie ID is not required. But I think it's best to check for movie ID separately with this one. Otherwise, you never know which one is missing. So one of these might be missing. You never know which one. And profile, we're verifying ownership of the profile. So let's save that. So now let's see if we can, we can remove movie from the list. So now let's refresh, open up, inspect. Let's go to the console and let's click remove. Okay, so now it's removing from the list. So let's refresh and open up. Yeah, it's working fine. Sweet. So it seems to be working fine now. We have the thing. So I think the next step would be to add maybe I'm thinking we should add like a tooltip. So when we have we should be able to see a tooltip. Okay, I think we'll do that on the next video. But for now, let's not worry about doing a tooltip. Okay, so yeah, I think that's it for this model. On the next video, we are going to focus on. Oh, we need to close model on this button here. It's not working. So let's try that. Let's do X button. So close model. So let's, make sure we close model with that button. Okay, so yeah, it should close. All right, so open up, click anywhere, and boom, closing model. So yeah, it's working fine. We can put sound. And yeah, that's it for the model. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. So now we're going to start working on the video player. So when I click the video, we should be routed to that video. So let's go to, we're going to go inside, which folder is it? It's watch. So let's create a route for that. So watch like that. And then we're going to create a dynamic route. We need a new folder. We are going to take in a movie ID like so. All right, so now let's create a new file, page.tsx, and this is going to be a functional component. Why is my VS Code so slow? I think I need to restart my VS Code. It's a bit slow. All right. So, okay, so let's save that and let's see what we have. So, okay, so it's looking, it's not looking good at the moment because we don't have anything yet. So now we have a div. We need to make sure that we are getting the movie ID, and then we need to fetch that particular movie we're getting. So this is going to be a client component, use client, and then we need the movie ID. So from params, that's where we get the movie ID. So let's create an interface props, and we're going to need params, which is going to be the actual ID here. So this is actually public ID. It's not the primary key, it's the public ID. So params, and this is going to be type of promise. All right, and then the movie ID is going to be string, and then we're just going to destructure here. And we are also going to get the ID in here as well. So let's do that. So let's do const movie ID from params. Okay, so now for us to be able to play the movie, we need to first fetch the actual movie. So let's make this a server component actually. So it's server by default, so we can directly fetch the movie in here. We don't need to necessarily do it using a hook. So let's do async here. So remember, we're in Next.js, we can directly fetch stuff from here. So now we're just going to await. We're going to await params. All right, so make sure that we make sure this is a capital P page. Okay, so how do we fetch the movie? So we need to get create client. So remember, we have create client from server. So we're going to initialize Supabase equal to, we're going to await create client from server, like that. So we have initialized Supabase. So now we also need to get the user. Now we're going to the structure. So we have data, and we are going to get the user from the data, like that. And now let's do await Supabase dot get user, like that. All right, so now we have the user object. We can check if we don't have the user, if not user, and then we are going to return unauthorized, or actually, or we can send the user to the login. So let's get router. We can redirect actually. Yeah, let's do redirect. Redirect next navigation, like that. So we can go to the login page, so we can log in. All right, so now we need to get the movie using our ID. We're going to await, so make sure we import Prisma, and then we're going to find unique. We're going to get the movie where the ID is equal to the movie ID here, but we're going to use the public ID, not the actual ID, which is the primary key, but we're going to use the public ID. All right, so now that we have the movie, we can also do a check. Okay, so we're gonna check if not movie, if doesn't exist, or not movie, not movie. Okay, so we're also going to check video URL. Okay, so if we don't have those things, we're just going to return not found. All right, so not found from next navigation, like that. All right, so now we should have the movie. We can console log this. Let's CLG movie, and let's see what we have. So let's inspect and check the console. As you can see, we have a movie here. So now we need to pass the movie here into the player component. So let's create a new file. Let's go to components. Components. So here, let's create a new folder. Let's name this player. And we're going to create an index. So I followed the docs from video.js. So we need to have an index file in here. Okay, so we are going to need a couple of things. We're going to need a thumbnail, interface, thumbnail. So we're going to need a thumbnail and also player props. All right, so we have a thumbnail and the player. So this is the component player. And let's create that component in here. All right, so let's put this at the top here, the import of React. Okay, so this is the component, and we can name this. We can name this my player. My player, like that. Okay, and we just need to destructure those. So we need the source, thumbnails, like that. All right, so we need to import a few things from video.js. So remember, we've installed video.js React. So let's see if we have that. So let's go to packages. We should have, where's video.js somewhere? Okay, so if as you can see in the packages, we do have video.js. It's going to help us build the player. All right, so let's do that. So now we are going to import some stuff from video.js. We are going to import the create player. So we're going to import container video features create player from video.js / react like this. Okay, react like that. All right. So once we import that, so this should be at video.js and use can't find module video.js react. So let's see. Okay, so if we go to the website, so there's a new website, video.js react. I don't know why it's complaining. I think we're missing types. Let's see. Why is it complaining? Okay, so just copy this at video.js react. I think this is still in beta testing, but anyway, let's use that. It's the most up-to-date version. So let's go and stop the project from running, and npm I and video.js / react. Okay, so yeah, that should do it. So now let's run again, npm dev, and now we should not see that error anymore. So now that we have imported the this stuff, so we need to initialize the player. So we're going to say player equal to, we're going to create player, okay, and then we're going to pass in the features. Okay, so we can say features, and then we're going to pass in the video features like that. So that's how we initialize the new player. So now that we have this player object, so let's make it capital P. Okay, and this one we're going to change it to player. So this is the object we've initialized, dot provider, like that. Okay, so this is the outer wrapper. And then we're going to have a container. So we have that container. So inside the container, we need to render the video. Okay, so we need to have a video component, but we don't have that component yet. We need to render this inside the container. So let's create that. Let's see, where can we create that? We actually need to import that. So let's import video. Let's import from at react.js. It's actually at video.js / react / video. Okay, like that. So now we are going to render the video object in here, and we need to pass in a few things. So we need the source, so video, like that, and we need to pass in the source object. So this is self-closing. So we have source, and we need to pass in what else do we need to pass? So we need to pass autoplay. So we need to make sure the video is autoplaying. So when I click, we should autoplay the video, and it should be muted initially. All right. And yeah, I think this will do. And let's give it a bit of styling. Let's give it a class name of video element, like that. And then let's set the height to full and width to full as well. Okay, so this is 100% width and height 100%. And let's do object contain. Okay, contain. Oops. All right, so object contain, so it doesn't stretch our video. Okay, so yeah, we have muted, and we also need to style the container. Let's do class name, and let's set position to relative, and then we're gonna set height to 100%, width 100%, and let's give it a background of black, like that. Okay, so this is the container, and we need some video controls. So let's create a new file. Let's name this video controls, the tsx file, and we're just going to generate a component. Okay, so for the video controls, we're going to have an interface for the thumbnail. Okay, so we have thumbnail entry, we have props, and then we're just going to destructure those. Okay, so now that we have these, we just need to pass them from here. So now we just need to pass in the video controls, video controls, like that, and then we'll pass in the title and the thumbnails. Okay, so this is pretty much done for this file. So now we just need to make sure that we pass we play the video. So make sure, let's run this. Oh, it's actually running. Okay, so no issue. And let's get rid of this console because this is a server component. So so that our terminal looks clean. All right. So now the next thing, let's here we need to render. I need to make sure that we are rendering the player. So let's do that. So my player, like that. And then we need to pass in the source and the thumbnails. Let's leave it as an empty array. Let's change this to, okay, let's see what it's complaining about. Yeah, just make this a fragment or into a div, it's fine. Create player. Okay, so now let's go to my player. Let's make sure this is a client component. Use client, save that. Okay, so now let's refresh the page. Okay, so nothing. So there's video controls here, but it seems like our video is not playing. So movie dot video URL. Interesting. So source, actually, let's because by the way, the URL of our video is it's a signed URL, so we need to make sure that we access that properly. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a source variable. So after this, src, so that's for the source, that's for the video. And then we're going to do equal to movie. We're going to get the Cloudinary URL, Cloudinary ID, like that. So if there's a Cloudinary ID, so that we want to make sure that we can access the video. Okay, so we're going to do Cloudinary. Oops. We need to make sure we input Cloudinary. It's not imported. So let's see. Okay, so let's import that. So it's coming from lib. So remember, we've created that initialized Cloudinary from lib. And remove this. Okay, so it's been imported from lib, like that. And then we're going to do .url, and we are going to pass in the movie ID, like that. And then once we pass in the ID here, the Cloudinary ID, let's do an object. There's another parameter here, an object. Resource type is going to be video, and then type is going to be authenticated, and it's going to be signed. It's a signed URL. So sign URL to true, expires at. Okay, so for the expires at, let's create a variable for that. Expires at, and we're going to round. So math.flow, we're going to round down. So round, so math.flow, and then we're going to pass in the date.now divided by 100. And so for this one, we're going to pass in the signed. URL duration. So let's create a variable for that. Maybe how many? So 1 hour. So let's set it to something like 4 hours, maybe. So let's create a constant variable here. Let's name this signed URL. Okay. So in here, we're going to make sure it's 4 hours. So 4 multiplied by 60 by 60. So 60 seconds, 60 minutes. So that's 4 hours. All right. So 4 times 60 times 60, like that. And then we are going to expire that. And here, we're going to use that variable like so. All right. So we should be fine now. So now that we have the source, let's try to pass that in here instead of video.url. Okay, let's refresh that. All right, so still nothing. Let's see if I've missed anything. So sign URL, expires that, authenticated, video, cloud ID. Yep. Okay. Let me inspect. And let's refresh. There seems to be no issues at all. So the video is here. Oh, it should be autoplay, not autofocus. So autoplay, like that. All right, so the video is playing now. It's auto-playing. That's good. Now let's try to see if we can copy this URL and use it elsewhere. Let's inspect. Okay, so copy that URL and try to use it on another browser. Or you can do a guest, stay signed out, like that. And then let's just pick a random color. Just random name. Let's paste that link. Okay, we can still access this movie, but we're going to fix this in a minute. Okay, so now we need to do the video controls. Okay, so let's go to video.js, to the new docs. There should be, if we go to the home page, so here I basically followed this here. So this is the new docs, the new version of video.js. So we need to import a few things. So I'm going to go to the video controls and start doing some stuff there. So we are going to import a few components from video.js. So let's start with, we need volume sliders. So let's import volume. Let's do like this from. So it's going to be at Visual.js React, like that. Okay, so we're going to import the use player hook, and we need captions button, and we need full screen button, and we need mute button, play button, and we need seek button, and we need slider. And we need volume slider, and we need select time, like that. All right, save that. And finally, I think we need select buffer, like that. Okay, so this is what we need for now. If we need anything else, I'll let you know. Cool. Now let's go back and start doing this. So the parent container, I'm going to have some styles. Let's do some template literals because I'm going to inject some styles. Okay, and I'm going to do a position of fixed. All right, so the controls, they have a position of fixed. I want them to cover the entire width and height of the screen. Okay, and now we are going to have, what else do we need to have in here? We're going to have a div, so we need to, that's going to be animated. So let's do use client, and we're going to be using framer motion to animate. So we need import motion from motion react, like that. And then we need to create a motion.div inside. So motion to div, like so. Okay, so we are going to animate this. Let's start by giving it a class name. Let's give it a padding of 8 and display flex column justify between. So at the top, I want some buttons at the top. I want some buttons at the center, and some buttons at the bottom. So that's why we're doing display flex and flex to column. Okay. So Now we need to do a div in here. So this is another div inside. So this is going to be, this is going to be the play button. Okay, so we're going to have a massive play button at the center of the screen. Okay, we can pause and play when I click. Let's do class name here, and I'm going to give it a width and height of full. Okay, so it's going to be centered, and then width height to full. So with full, position absolute is the index 10, top is 50%, left 50%, and transform, or we're going to translate minus 50% minus 50% for y, so it's going to be nicely centered. So let me put something inside so you can see what I mean. So if I put some text, it's going to be centered somewhere here. Oh, there it is, but it's not yet centered, which is weird. Let me see why. Let's see which parent should have position. So we're fixed, absolute, width and height. Let's see, inspect that. Okay, so yeah, it is width and height of 100%, so you won't be able to see, but it's centered as we expect. But we need to keep going. So now let's see, let's do a play button in here. So remember, we have play button imported, and it's self-closing like that. All right. So for us, we are going to customize this. So to be able to do that, we need to pass in the render prop, and it's going to take in props, and then also the state, like so. And then we're just going to return here. All right. And so now we just need to let's render a button component, a button here. So for the button, we are going to, let's do a span inside the button, and then we're going to check if we have paused the if we've clicked the pause button or not. But I'm just going to give some, so play button, render. So outside or the outer here, I'm going to give some class name, and then I'm going to set height and width to full, justify items to center. I'm going to center this span tag here, and I'm going to give it width and height of 22 and position width and height of 22 and round it to full, flex item to center, and a background of brand and opacity. Okay, opacity should be 20, like that, or 25. Let's set it to 25. Okay, so there's our play button, but we don't have the icon at the center of the screen as well. So we need to make sure we have the icon. And we have, so remember, we have access to state. So we're going to check state, state dot post. Why is it not auto-completing? State dot post. Okay, so if we're paused, we're going to have the play icon, play button icon, like that. All right. And otherwise, we are going to have the pause button icon, like that. Okay. And I'm just going to set the ML, that's margin left. Let's set that to 1. ML 1, like so. And then we're going to set size to 50, size 50, and size 50, like so. All right, so there's our play button. It's looking pretty good. It's a massive play button. All right, so now we need to have a back button. So at the top, we're going to have a back. So when we click, we should be able to go back. So let's do that. So I'm going to collapse. Let me collapse this div here. So collapse that. Collapse. And actually, the button, we're going to take in the other props here. So here we can just copy all of the props. We need props. Let's go to the next line so it's easier. So button, like that. So yeah, passing the props. Okay, so I will collapse this button, collapse the parent, and let's do the back button at the top. So we're going to use a link like that, and the href is going to go to the home page like that. Let's give it a class name, relative position. Let's set z to 20. Okay, and we need a back icon coming from lib like that. Okay, and let's set size to 45 like that. So we should be able to have a back here. So it's going back. Okay, when I click, it's opening the movie. All right, so it's working. And now we need the bottom controls here. So when we seek, we can control the video. So let's do that. So let's do a parent container, and we're going to set position to relative. Okay, so class name, position relative, and z to 20 because we want it to be at the top. All right. So as you can see, this play button is working. Okay. Perfect. Now let's leave it like that. Now we are going to start with, let's see. So we're going to have two major sections. So we're going to have the top and the bottom one. So we're doing flex call. So the top section, that's where the seek bar is going to be. And we're going to set width to 100%. And we're going to do flex, item center, and we're going to set gap to 4, like that. So we are going to have also a container. We're going to have two items in here. So we have div. So this is the actual seek bar, progress bar. Flex one is going to fill the entire space. And then another div, which is going to be the duration of the video. So let's give it a class name here. So class name, and let's give it width to 100%. And we're going to do flex, justify between the items to center. And we can do a p tag, and then or we can just do a p tag as it is from there. Excuse me. And then we just need to do a format. I think it's time. Format time. If we click, I'm not sure if we've done this yet. So, but anyway, we need to create a utility that's going to allow us to format time. So let's go to utils. So a format duration, we need a format time. So it's similar to this here. Let's see. Okay, so this is going to be in this format here. Okay, so it's going to be like, oops, like this. So we have hours, minutes, and seconds. So this one is, let me put another comment. So this one, format duration, it has hours, minutes, no seconds. Okay, so it's quite similar to this. We've gone through this before, so I don't need to go through this again. I don't want to waste your time. Let's go back. So let's import format time like that. So in the format time, we just need to pass in our time. So let's see. Format time, let's pass in the duration, which we don't have yet, and minus current time. Okay, so let's go ahead and create those. We don't have duration and current time. So let's do that here. So let's get the time state. Okay, so time state. So this is how we can get some state from the hooks. So we have use player like that. And this is how we're getting the state, the time state. And then we're going to pass select time like that. All right. And now we've passed select time. We need to also get the buffer state. So when we are hovering on the seek bar, let's get the buffer state. So use player, and then we're gonna do select buffer like that. Okay, and we need to get the duration. So we have time state const duration equal to time state. Because we've gotten the time state, we can get the duration. Okay, so duration. Oops, why is it not auto completing? Okay, if we know duration, default is going to be 0. So time state. All right. So now we have time state. Now we need current time. Current time. Same thing. Current time, and then buffered. Okay, so buffer state. Buffered. This is going to be an empty array like that. All right. So we need the buffer end as well. Buffered end. So this is going to be buffered length is if it's greater than 0. We're going to select the last one. We don't have the, let me clear this up. So buffered the length -1. And then we are also going to select like this. All right. Now we need the buffer percentage. Buffered percent. So this is going to be duration. If it's greater than 0, buffer end divided by duration multiplied by 100 or 0. All right. So the other thing, I want to be able to hide the controls. As you can see, they're always on the screen, so we need to hide them as well. So after a certain duration, we should be able to hide these controls. So let's create a state for that as well, so we can hide the controls. Let's name it maybe controls visible. Controls visible, like that. And then initially, the controls are going to be visible. All right. And we're going to make sure this is the spelling is correct. Controls visible. Yep. And we need another state. So this one, this is for the timer. Let's do a ref as well first. So ref. This is a hide timer. Ref hide timer. Like this, equal to use ref, like that. And this is going to be a type of set timeout. Type of set timeout or no, like that. And initially it's going to be no. Okay, so we've had timer. So now we need to we're gonna do the timer after we done the sigbar. Let's do the sigbar first. Okay, actually let's just do the reset timer before we do the sigbar. So we'll just focus on doing that after we do that. Let's do reset timer like that. We're going to use a callback like that. So make sure you import use callback from React, and it's not going to take in anything in the dependency array. So the controls visible is set to true. All right. And then we're going to check if timer.current, timer.current, like that. And then we're just going to clear timeout, hide a timer, hide timer.current, like that. Why is it complaining? Is there a standard type of immediate, type of set timeout? Oh, this is clear timeout. All right. Okay, so now let's see what it's complaining about again. Clear timeout. Okay, let's change this one here. Let's cut this. Maybe we do the return type. So type of set timeout. Okay, don't mind this for now. Let's leave it, and we'll fix it. So let's do hide timer. hide timer dot current. So we need to make sure that we are going to plug this ref to that element. Okay, so hide timer, and we're going to set timeout. Set timeout equal to set timeout. Remember, it takes in a callback function. So this timeout, we are going to set it to something like, let's set it to 3 seconds. So that 3000 milliseconds, and set controls visible to false. So this is the duration these controls are going to be on the screen for 3 seconds, and then they'll disappear. And then when I move the mouse, it should show those controls. All right. So let's do that. And let's do a use effect here. Okay. And we need to, in the dependency, it's not going to take in anything. We're just going to do hide timer, dot current. We're going to set the timeout, and then we're going to set control visible to false. And we're going to put this to also 3000 milliseconds. And then we're just going to do a cleanup for this timeout. All right. So now let's see. Now let's go down here and let's do the seek bar first. So in here, flex one. Okay. So let's do slider. Oops. Slider. We need to make sure that we import the slider as well. Let's see. Have we imported the slider? Yeah, slider is there already. So now we can just use it directly. This is self-closing. Okay, perfect. It's actually slider.root like that. Okay, and it's going to take in a few props. So the minimum is going to be 0. Okay, so that's the minimum of our seek bar. It's going to be 0. And then max is going to be the duration, the total duration of our video. All right, so we have max, and then we have value. This is going to be the current time, and we're going to have on value change, and then it's going to take a time, and then we're going to return time state, dot seek, and then we're going to pass in the time. All right, so we have on value commit, we're going to put the same thing. All right, so now we just need to also style this a bit, and then I'm going to set the cursor to pointer, and we're going to display flex item center width and height of 4, which is about 16 pixels, like that. All right, so let's see what we have. There's the duration here, by the way. We don't see the seek bar yet because we have not fully finished with this. Okay, so styles. For style, we have a few variables which we can use. So if you look at the documentation, so this is one of the CSS variable here. Okay, and we are going to we're going to pass in the buffer, a percent dot to fixed. Okay, so 2 decimal places. We're gonna put 3, and then the percentage sign. Okay, let's do it. It's supposed to be after here, like that. All right, and this is going to be as react the CSS properties, like that. Okay, so now let's go inside the slider root. So inside we have a track. Okay, so we need slider dot track, like that, and we need to give this track a background color, and we're gonna set overflow to hidden. Class name. Okay, so we have a track. We should be able to see a track somewhere, but we don't see it yet. We have a track. Background color, opacity is 50% of the white color, rounded to full and overflow to hidden, like that. All right, so in the track, so we're going to have a buffer. So here, we're going to have slider, dot buffer, like that. And we're also going to style this. So this is self-closing. We're going to give it a class name, and we're going to set position to absolute and width and height to full. So insert Y to 0, left 0, and background color is white and opacity of 70%. All right, so far so good. And now that we have that, for style, we also need to style and give it width, and we're going to utilize another variable called media. We can do width here. Oops, width. And we are going to use the variable media slider fill, this one here. Okay, so make sure it's a string, like that, like that. All right, for some reason we should be able to see something here. Let's inspect. Okay, flex 1. All right, so we don't see anything yet, which is quite weird. Okay, flex 1, slider root, gap 4, relative C0. I'm just double checking to see why we're not seeing anything yet. All right, so we also have another track. This is called slider fill inside the track. So we're inside the track. So we have slider fill. So this is the bar, which is going to fill with the red color. So when I hover, you will see the fill. Okay. But anyway, we don't see anything yet, which is really weird. I think we might need to restart our project and see what's going on. But for now, we have that. We need the previews or the slider preview, which we're going to do after. It's after the track. So we have the slider. Slider is going to be thumb. So slider thumb. And this is going to be also self-closing as well. And it's going to be a class name. We're going to set width height to 4. And we're going to set background to red. And rounded full. It's going to be rounded. So it's a thumb. So this is it's going to show the current position of our video duration. Okay, so it's going to be a rounded thing that we can drag and slide. So we have a thumb and position, X and Y, it's minus 50%, and top 50%. And left, we're going to set this variable here. Okay, so the next thing, so we have the thumb. We need a preview. So it's slider, the preview, like that. So this is the preview thumbnail. And we're going to set overflow to clamp, like that. And then we're going to also give it some styles. So we have flex and flex column. And so this preview is going to show an image at the top and then the duration at the bottom. So that's why we're doing flex or flex column gap 1, opacity 0, and data pointing opacity 100%. All right, so now we should need to put the thumbnail inside here, but we don't have the thumbnail yet. For now, we're just going to add the value. So it's slider dot value, and then we're going to format time like that. All right, so, and the text is white and text extra small. Okay, so let's try to restart this project and see what we have. For some reason it's not showing up, which is weird. So let's refresh again. All right, so it's not showing. I'm just going to debug this off screen. I'll be back. Okay, so there's also a few bugs to fix. I just realized. So here it should be 1. So that's the second element. And now if we go back to where this p tag is, we should get rid of this with full here. And yeah, so now we should be able to see our sigbar. There it is. So this will have the full width. So I'm going to get rid of this preferences, and maybe position. I'm going to say top right. All right. So now we should have the sigbar showing. Cool. And this is the time at the end here. Looking pretty good. So the next thing that we want to work on is the title and also the... So now actually let's work on the visibility of these controls. So what I'm going to do, let's go to the parent. Let's fix this issue as well first. So let's change the return type of, cut this. So here we need to put return type like this, and then this is going to be type of set timeout or no, like that, and the issue should disappear. All right, so now on this outer controls here, we are going to do on mouse move, on mouse move, we're going to pass in the reset timer like that. So when I move the mouse, I want to show the controls, and I'm going to do conditional style here. And then I'm going to do controls visible. If not controls visible, actually, if not controls visible, like this. And then I'm going to do cursor to none. Otherwise, let's do an empty string like that. Cool. Now we should wait 3 seconds, and it's not still hiding yet because we need to pass the ref here onto this element here, the motion. Actually, let's do the motion here. So we need to do the animation. So we're going to animate, and then we're going to set opacity. We're going to check for controls visible. If controls are visible, opacity is going to be 1. Otherwise, opacity is going to be 0, like that. And then we're going to do a transition effect, transition, and the duration, we're going to set that to 0.3, like that. So we're going to animate opacity. So now let's see, let's wait 3 seconds and see if there's anything happens. Okay, as you can see now, the controls, they disappear. That's the effect we're looking for. Perfect. And now when I move the mouse, they appear. And then when I wait for 3 seconds, they disappear. When I move, they appear. And they animate the opacity. We're using Framer to animate. Cool. So the next stage, so we have the p tag. Now we need to, let's set the width to this actually to 16. So width 16, I think this will be more appropriate. So flex items center. All right. So now after this div, let's do it. So let's do it here. So we have another div, this one here, and we're going to give it width 100%. Okay, so class name width full, justify between. Okay, so we're going to have 3 elements in here. So the first one, it's going to be where the controls are going to be, and then the mid one is going to be, it's going to be where we're going to put the title. So let's actually do that in a p tag, class name, like that. And we're going to, let's give it an opacity and a utility class called u text shadow. Okay, we have this utility class and text extra large, and we're gonna set font to semi-bold, like that. And then we're just gonna pass in the title of the video, like so. And I think it's text ellipsis. Okay, so this is I can't remember I think it's line clamp 1, I think. So it's going to be in 1 line. Yeah, I think this is the one. And let's set text ellipsis. Can't remember the exact property, but if we need to figure this out later, we'll do so. But now let's see if we have the title. So there's no title here. We should be able to see title somewhere. Let's see if we're passing the title, movie.title, my player. So we're passing in the title. For some reason, we're not seeing the title. So let's refresh. Okay. Oh, the title is there actually. So there it is. It's there at the end there. So we need to make sure that we can see this title properly. So let's go to video controls, text. It should be XL, not left. Okay, like that. And yeah, the text is looking fine. And we need to have another div at the end there, because we have justified the space between, like that. So now the text is centered. And let's start with the end bit, which is the full screen and captions. And let's give it a class name and gap of 6, like that. So there's a gap of 6. All right, so now let's do the icons. So we need some buttons. So we need the caption button, and then we're just going to customize it by rendering a custom button. So render. So remember, the render takes in props, and also it takes in state. So we can take state, and let's close this. And we're going to render a new button with custom styles, like that. And I'm just going to, when I hover this button, we're going to scale. So when I hover, it's going to scale to 140, like that. All right. So for state, I'm just going to check if state.subtitle showing, I'm going to show this icon here. So if caption, why is it not importing the icons? Okay, it should import the icons, but for some reason it's not doing so. Let's import them manually. Let's see. We can use React icons to import this. Okay, let's see if we have React icons installed. So React icons, yeah, it's there, installed there. So let's import that from React icons. So let's go up top. Okay, let's import those. All right, so it should disappear now. So now there's our captions. So when I hover, as you can see, it's growing like that. And we need to do the same thing. So we have captions, and the next thing is going to be full screen. So we can duplicate that and change it to full screen. So caption, this is going to be full screen. Button. Okay, so this is, instead of this should be full screen, like that. And make sure we change this to full screen icons. So, and make sure you import those. And we need to pass in the remaining props. Same here. Okay, cool. So as you can see now, we have a full screen button. It's working. We can toggle full screen on and off. Sweet. So now that we have full screen buttons, let's say I'm gonna set the full screen button to 50, and then this one also 50, like that. Okay, I think this will do. Perfect. So now let's work on the play next buttons. Let's do that. So let's scroll up. I'm just going to collapse this a bit. Okay, and let's do is the first div, which is empty. So let's give it flex and give it a gap of 8. Gap of 8, like that. So now that we have that, we are going to render the play button. Okay, so it's the same thing, play button. We're just rendering with a new icon, play button. So it's the same thing that we've done earlier. So this button here, so it's the same one here. When I hover, it's just gonna scale like that. All right. So we need play button. So the next one, we need the seek button. Okay, so seek button. So it's going to seek for a few seconds. So this one is going to be, let's just duplicate this, okay? And change this to seek button. And it's going to take in state. Props, we don't need state in this one, in this case. And we're just going to style this a bit. It's going to do the same thing for the hover. So basically the same class, but we're going to set position to relative because we're going to position absolute, a span tag in here. So span 10, because we want to go backward 10. So this is going to have an icon. We're going to rotate clockwise. This is the icon here. So this is, I think, coming from lib. Okay, so we have that. And then we need to style this and position absolute and center this. So class name, position absolute, and it's going to be centered. So there it is, there's text there. Okay, so there it is. It's looking pretty good. So now with that, we just need to put a bit of props, what we need to do. So this is going to be seconds. We're going to pass in seconds after here. Seconds, we're going to do -10. So it's going to go back -10. And then the next one, it's going to go +10. So just 10, like that. And we're going to use a different icon. This is going to be just CW. W, like that. So that one was counterclockwise, but this one is just clockwise. So let's make sure we import that. And we should see the buttons, and they're going back, they're going forwards 10. Okay. And when I hover, as you can see, there's time. You can see the time. And yeah, it's looking good. We can scrub the timeline. Okay. Perfect. And the next thing that we want, we're going to, after the seek bar, we're going to create a div. We want a mute button. So let's create a component for that. Not a component, but a div, a container. Like that. Oh, div. Like so. And it's going to have a group class because we want the children to be interactive with the parent. Okay, so we have mute button. We are going to have some conditions. Mute button. All right, so let's close this. And we are going to render. Render, like that. Render. Okay, so in here, we're going to have a button. Let's close that. So that's our button. And let's have this button here. This is for the mute. And it's going to have that hover scale effect when we hover on this button. And the props. All right. So now we need to render some icons. And we have volume level. So if it's off, we're going to render this off icon here. Okay, so if the volume is off, as you can see in the beginning, it's off. This is going to be the icon. So when I click, it's going to mute. So we need to another one. So when the state.volume level is low, we need to render the low icon like that. So medium, and also we have high volume. So these are different icons that we're rendering. So we're just going to check the volume level, medium, low, or off. We'll change the icons accordingly. Okay. So this is high. It's going to play with audio. If I mute, that's low. That's actually off when I mute. So now we have that. And the only thing that's left is that when I want to show the volume bar is going to be vertical. So let's create a parent container for that. So let's do mute button. Okay, we are closing it here. Let's create a div. So this is going to be a parent container for the vertical button. Let's do class name. So position is going to be absolute, and then bottom is going to be full. And then we're going to translate minus 50% and then padding bottom 2, hidden and hover. We're going to set display to flex. All right, so we're going to have another div inside. Okay, so this is also going to be for structuring. Okay, so I'm going to do some styles on this div. So I'm going to set padding X to 2, PY to 6, and background is 90% of the branded background color. And then the rounded is I want it to be rounded like a tiny bit. So this is the values for the border radius. Okay, so the next thing, we have volume slider. Volume slider dot root. Oops. Volume slider dot root, like that. All right. So now that we have that, and we need to set orientation to vertical because I want it to be vertical. So orientation vertical. All right. So like that, and then we're going to also style this. I'm going to give it a height of 17 VH and a width of 5 and a cursor to pointer, like that. So when I have, as you can see, there it is, it's showing, but we don't have the actual track and thumb. So let's add the track and thumb inside. And we're going to do volume bar, oops, volume slider, not volume bar, volume slider dot track, like that. And for the track, I'm going to set position to relative and width to 3 and put overflow to hidden. Okay, so that's that. That's the background color. That's the main background color of this slider. And then we actually need to do the fill color. Okay, so we have track, and then we have volume slider dot fill. So this is the fill color. Okay, and I'm going to set that to red, and I'm going to set rounded to extra small, and then I'm going to set the fill to that variable. So remember, we have height. We're going to set it to this media slider fill variable. Okay, so this is the variable coming from video.js. So you can read the docs to see how these are used. Okay, that's for the height. And let's see, when I hover, as you can see, there is our track. The volume is working fine and the icon is changing accordingly. All right, so I'll just mute this and let this run in the background. Okay, so now that we have that, so now we need the thumb, which is the thing we can use to, it's like a knob. We can use it to adjust the volume. Okay, so we have volume slider, like that, and then this is the thumb. Okay, so for the thumb, we are going to also give bottom style, and then we're going to set a variable of media slider fill, and position we're going to set it to absolute, and it's going to be at the top. So position absolute, width and height 5, and it's going to be rounded. It's going to be a circle, and translate y. It's going to be about 50%, and then x minus 50% for x, and then left 50%. It's going to be centered across alongside this. Okay, but okay, seems like we put overflow to hidden somewhere. We should not have overflow hidden. Okay, so yeah, this one here. So the track seems to have wrong styles. So let's see, thumb. So thumb, okay, fill should be inside the track, but thumb should be outside. So track should have fill, and then thumb should be outside. Yep. So now let's see. Okay, yeah, now it's looking perfect. And the volume is changing accordingly. So this is for the volume bar. And we've done the captions. The forward is working fine. The play works fine. And the go back works fine. We can play the video. We have the controls. If we wait about 3 seconds, they will disappear off the screen and we can go full screen. Okay, so the next thing we'll probably want is the thumbnails. We don't have the thumbnails yet. Let's go to page. Okay, so we should pass the thumbnails down here. Okay, so we need to make sure that we're passing them down there. And we've gotten the movie. Let's see. We have the source. Where's the source? So we have the source. So now we need thumbnails. Thumbnails. So they're going to be generated on the fly. This is how Cloud9 does it. So we are going to generate based on movie duration. Movie dot duration. Oops. Duration. All right. So if we have the duration, we're going to create a new array. Dot from. And the length of this is going to be based on the duration. It's going to be if we have or empty. So we're going to check a movie duration. If we have the duration, okay, we're going to create an array based on the length of the movie duration divided by the thumbnail interval. So when do we want the thumbnail to show? Every 5 seconds, every 2 seconds, like that. So let's create a variable and let's name this thumbnail interval. Initially, let's set it to 10 seconds. We can change this as we move on. So let's set it to 10 seconds. Let's create this as a constant thumbnail interval. Let's set that to 10 seconds. I think that will do for now. This is temporary. We can change this to whatever value we want later on. Okay, so the length, we're going to array.from. We're gonna take in the length, and then we are going to set it to, let's do math.ceiling. And then here, we're going to pass in movie to duration divided by thumbnail interval, like that. Okay, and then it's going to take in a second argument, like so. And then we're going to take in the index, like that. And here, we're going to get the thumbnail, okay, which is going to be the index multiplied by thumbnail interval, whatever the interval we have. And then we're going to check for the Cloud9 URL. Okay, so Cloud9 ID, like that. And then we're going to do Cloud9 .url, like that. And then we're going to pass in the movie .cloud9 Cloud9 ID. Otherwise, we're going to, for now, let's just leave it at no. But in this object, we're going to pass in the resource type to video, type authenticated, and then we're going to do sign, and then let's do, so it expires that. I think we have that variable already created down up there, expires that. And then we have row transformation. So for this one, let's do a template literal. We have width. We're going to set it to 160 for the thumbnail, 160. And then height, we will set it to something like 90, like that. And then we will pass in the T, thumbnail time. All right, so we have resource type, sign URL to true, expires that. And then format is going to be JPEG. So the format of the image that we're going to show is going to be JPEG. So when I hover, we're going to generate some JPEG images. All right. So now, instead of null here, we're going to return a callback function. Okay, so this is an anonymous function, by the way, so it doesn't have a name. And we have a base variable, base, and then we're going to set it to, we're going to replace, we're going to use some regex. Okay, so we're going to replace the upload in the URL, upload like this, with, what are we going to replace this with? Let's do upload, and then we're going to set width 160, height to 90, like that. Okay, so this will do. And then we're just going to return base, base the slice, slice. Okay, we're just getting a portion, 0, base dot last index of the dot plus JPEG. Okay, so this is an ify function, immediately invoked function. And now after this, let's save that. We need to return, so URL. Okay, so now let's return the, let's see where we can return this. So return, oops, we're going to return URL, start time and end time. All right, so this should do it. And let's pass in those thumbnails, and let's make sure the spelling is correct. I'm going to F2 and refactor thumbnails, and let's save that. Let's have okay, we haven't displayed those thumbnails yet. We're going to fix this TypeScript issue in a minute. So let's go to video controls. Minus duration. I can't remember where the thumbnail is. Okay. Thumbnail. Okay, so the thumbnails, they appear to be not be used. So now let's use them. All right, so we have slider. Okay, so track, buffer. So buffer, thumb. So, okay, so yeah, in the slider preview. So slider preview. So we have slider value. So here's the value, and we need slider dot thumbnail, like that. And we need to pass in the thumbnails and pass in those thumbnails we've generated from the video. Okay, and let's do class name rounded, class name rounded, and then we're going to set overflow to hidden. And let's self close this. Let's save that. Yeah, so the thumbnails should be working now. When you hover, they should be working. You can decrease this. As you can see, I think they're generating every 10 seconds. So if you go back, you can, if you go back to page, you can customize when you want them to show. So let's do every 2 seconds. All right, so let's go back to the home page. Let's refresh the page. Now let's play the video. All right, so now let's try to hover. So they should be showing it every 2 seconds interval. But you can style this thumbnail, but I'm not going to style it further. I'll just leave it as it is now. Let's change. We have rounded. Where is the? Where is it? So we should have a rounded somewhere on the thumbnail. I'm just going to change that to something like rounded. Anyways, just feel free to style this any way you see fit. But for now, I'll just leave it as it is. You can try to copy whatever Netflix is, exactly how it looks on Netflix, but I'll just leave it as it is. I'll see you on the next video. All right, so welcome back. Now we're going to be working on the movie rows. So we're going to have a carousel of movies at the bottom here. So let's start working on that. So let's go to page, and I'm just going to collapse everything here so that it's going to be more readable. Okay, so let's do video. Let's do it. Okay, let's create a div here. So this is going to be a parent div. where it's going to contain the movie rows. Okay, so now we need to give it some styles. Oops, class name. Make sure it's on the div. So class name, and I'm going to give it a margin of a negative margin. So I want it to be raised at the top. All right, so raised at the top. So margin minus 26, which is about 104 pixels. And then for bigger screens, it's going to have this margin, which is a negative margin. I want it to be at the top. I want it to be raised at the top. So let me show you what I mean. So if I add some random text here, it's not showing, which is weird. I don't know why it's not showing. Let's see why. So we have this div. So I'm just going to collapse to make sure we can see what we're doing. So, okay, let's add more text here to make sure that it's showing. Okay, I don't see anything, but oh, it's there. It's here. There it is. There it is. So as you can see, it's raised at the top. Okay, so if I remove this here, LG, margin top, LG and MG. So if I remove that, as you can see, it's at the bottom, but I want it to be raised at the top. That's why there's a negative margin top. Okay, so now the other thing that we want to do, we want to give it some kind of, let's give it a gradient color. So we're going to do a custom gradient. So we're going to use style, and then we're going to use the background property, and we are going to do a linear gradient. So linear gradient, like so. And then it's going to go to the bottom, not bottom, but bottom. And we're going to start at transparent. All right. And then the next color, we are going to use the background brand like that. Okay. And the size, we're going to set it to 10 rem like that. And let's close this. Okay, let's see if there's a gradient. Okay, so we're not seeing anything much yet because we don't have the stuff added in. Now let's add the movies. So we have linear gradient. So let's just make sure the spelling is correct. To bottom, transparent, var. Okay, so yeah, this is correct. So for the movie rows, let's create a component for that. Let's go to components, movie, and let's do movies row like that, or movie row. Let's do movies row. Okay, like that. And let's create a component, and let's render the first one here. Okay, movie row. All right, so we need a title. Let's name this maybe trending now. All right, and we need the list of movies, like that. Here we will pass in trending movies. Okay, trending movies like that. So now let's start by fetching those movies. Okay, so let's go up top. I believe we have a hook for trending movies. So we're going to use fetch trending movies like that. And let's import the hook. I don't think we have created that hook yet. So let's create that hook. Let's go to our hooks. So we have movie. Let's create use fetch trending movies like that. Okay, .ts. Okay, so let's just make sure the spelling is correct. Okay, perfect. And now that we have that, we are going to fetch. We're going to fetch the data. So we have an optional an optional search param here. So we have trending set to true. So this is an optional one. So we're going to return the movies where trending is true. And then we're just going to export this hook. So we have use query. Let's make sure we import use query from TurnStack. And we are going to return. Let's import Axios and make sure we import the type movie from types like that. So save that. And yeah, we have trending movies as the query key. And then for the query function, we're going to fetch the trending movies. And this should do it. So now we just need to make sure we import, use fetch trending. And we just need to pass trending movies down here. We're already doing so. But let's open up the movies row. And we need to do the interface for that. Okay. So let's do interface. We're going to do props. And we're going to do title. The title is going to be string, and movies is going to be an array of movie like that. Okay, now we just need to destructure those properties, and let's make sure this is, let's convert this to a section. Section. Okay, so let's style this section here. So this is going to be the outer container of this movies row. So section, we're going to give it a position of relative, and we're going to set the z index to 0. All right, and z10, and then flex column, and then a gap of 2, and then gap of 4 for bigger screens, like that. So now we need an h2 for the title, and the font is going to be set to semi-bold, and for bigger screens, it's text 2XL, like that. So this is the text trending now. All right, so the next thing, we need a carousel. I'm not sure if we've downloaded that from Shadcn. Carousel, wrong spelling, but okay. So let's make sure that we have this carousel added. Shadcn, npm add carousel. Okay, so it seems like the button say no, don't override the button. Okay, now we need to add the carousel. Carousel, like that. All right, so we need a few things for us to be able to use the carousel. So we need the buttons. So we're going to need a carousel content, carousel item, carousel next, and previous. These are the buttons to go to the next, and then the use carousel hook. So we've imported those, and inside the carousel, we're going to give it a bit of styles. Okay, let's do align. Oops, I think the prop is actually it's options. Oops. So that's for the options. And then we're going to set align. We will set it to start like that. And then let's give it a class name. And then we're going to set margin left to 4 like that. All right. And then the next thing, we're going to have carousel content, and we're going to give it a gap of 2 like that. And then we're going to map through the movies. So we're going to map and then return a carousel item. Okay, so let's map through the carousel content, the movies, and return a carousel item with position, relative, flex spaces of 1/3. And then we're going to also change the size depending on the size on the screen's size. All right. So for bigger screens, we should have about 6 carousel items. Okay. So depending on the screen size, we'll have this many items. So for smaller screens, we should have 3 items. All right. So for medium screens, we should have 4 and 5 for larger screens. Okay. So now we need this movie card component, which we don't have. We don't have yet. So let's create that. So movie card .tsx. All right. And this is going to take in movie interface. All right, so make sure we import this type here, movie type, and we destructure that. And let's make sure we are getting it, movie card, like that. All right, so now we should be able to, let's run the project. Okay, now let's open up the movie card. There's quite a lot of code we need to add in here. So let's, because we're going to be able to hover and show the movie card. Okay, movie card. Okay, so the carousel is working. There it is. So let's fix it. Let's fix it by adding more stuff. Let's start with the structure. We're going to make sure this is animated. So we need to import motion from Framer Motion. All right, so import motion from motion react, I believe, motion react, like that. All right, and let's change this to a motion component, motion.div. Okay, and we're going to begin animating this. Okay, so let's start with let's start with the styles. Okay, so we need a utility class movie card shadow. Okay, so we want to create a custom shadow that we can style it with. Okay, so let's copy this and go to style.css like that, and let's edit here. All right, so we're going to give it a box shadow of 2 pixels for the X and 4 pixels Y and 8 pixels for the blur, and then the color is 000. That's black, and the opacity is 30%. All right, so let's go back. I'm gonna close this, and the next thing that we need to add is the actual other styles. So we're going to give it rounded SM and cursor. We're gonna set that to pointer, and I'm going to inject some styles here. So I'm going to use terminal literals like that. All right, cool. Now we are going to start adding the content inside the card. So we're going to create a link, and then in the link we're going to have an image. So let's do a link like that, and this is coming from next link, and it's going to go to watch movies. It's actually going to go to, let's close this link tag. It's going to go to watch. We're going to use public ID, not ID, because this is going to be the public URL. So we need to use public ID for that. And you can get rid of this class here. Okay, cool. And it's complaining. Let's make sure this is a client component. Get rid of this as well. And let's do use client like that. Okay, cool. So now we need an image inside the link. Let's do image, next image, and it's self-closing. Let's close that. And now we just need to add the image properties. So we are going to give it width and height of 300 and 150. Why is it complaining? Image. It has width and height. Why is it complaining? Okay, source is missing. So for the source, we're going to use the thumbnail. So it's movie. Let's do it at the beginning here. SRC. So it's movie. And this is going to be the thumbnail URL or an empty string. All right, so let's see what we have. So there it is. There's our movie item here. Okay, it's looking pretty good. Cool. So now let's keep going. We need to, so we have image. Let's give it a class name. And so here we're going to set width to 4 and height. We're going to set it to auto, and then the duration for the transition, we're going to set it to 200. Okay, perfect. And let's see, when we have, by the way, we want to also play, so we're gonna show that in a minute. So now let's keep going, and the next thing we need to add is a video element. So we've done this before. So video and the source, we're going to do the same thing for the source, and the video is going to be looping like that. And let's self-close this video tag like so. And so position of this video is absolute within that card element. And top, we're going to set it to 0 left, 0 width, 100%. Aspect ratio is going to be video, which is 16:19, 16/9. Object set to cover. and rounded top is set to small, pointer events none, and transition, opacity and duration, and we're checking if we're playing the video. So let's go ahead and start creating the state for that. So we need a state to check if the video is playing, and then we're going to do some conditional styling based on that. All right, so let's do const is playing and set is playing. So initially we're going to be starting at false. Okay, so make sure you import useState, and we need a ref element for the video. Ref element, video ref. So we need to make sure we select the video element. So this is why we're using the ref. So use ref, and this is going to be a div element, and then initially it's going to be no, like that. And then we need another ref. I believe this is for the parent, like that. Okay, so now we have video ref, and this should be for the container. And we need to also check if I want it to be elevated. So let's create a state for that as well. Elevated, and it's going to be false initially, and we need to check is muted as well. It's muted, and it's going to be true initially, like that. All right, and we need another thing. We need the leave timer. Let's do it down here. Leave timer. So use ref, like it's also a ref, like that. So this is going to be a type of set timeout. So let's do return type. Oops. Return type and type of set timeout. And we need another one. This one is video timer. Video timer. All right, so we have video timer, and we need play promise. I'm going to explain what this does as we go. Okay, so we need another ref. All right, so I think we should be okay with what we have at the moment. All right, actually we need also the origin, the transformation origin. So when I have the video, it depends where I have. If I have at the top, we want the origin to be starting here. If I have from the center, we want the origin from the center, or depending where we have. So let's create a state for that as well. Const transform origin. Origin. Okay, set transform origin. So initially, let's set it to 50%, 50%. All right, and I'm gonna get rid of this here. Okay, so I think we're good to go for now. Now let's see what we can do, because when we have, we need to also we need to make sure that we elevate this card as well. So we need to plug in some conditional styles here. So we are going to, so we have rounded SM. So here we're going to check elevated, or is elevated. All right, like this. So if it's elevated, we're going to set Z to 10. Otherwise, we're going to set Z to 0, like that. All right. And we need to add some few props as well to this, because it's a motion div. We need to animate this when we have a. So after that, let's do style. Style, we're going to set transform origin. Transform origin. Okay, so that's for the style. And then data elevated is elevated or undefined, like that. And we need variants for animations, and then we need to animate on hover. So initial, we have hover, and we need the variants are the animations that we are going to animate to create. So let's create those frame animations that's going to allow us to do the hover effect. Let's do const variance. Okay, so variance is an object which we're going to use to create our animation. So we have initial state, initial. Okay, so for initial, we're going to set the scale to 1, and we're going to have transition, and the duration 0.3 maybe, and then we are going to have ease. Okay, let's set it to 0.25, like that. Okay, so it's complaining. Why is it complaining? Duration. Let's do ease in and out. All right, perfect. Now let's do, so we have transition. Let's do so we have initial. Let's do hover. So hover. Let's do scale. Scale. We are going to set it to 1.5, and then we're going to set transition as well. And then we're going to set the ease as well. And we're going to give it a bit of a delay. So let's do delay. Let's do 0.4. Okay, so 0.4 seconds. So that's for the delay. So we have initial state, and then we have the hover state. So let's go and do that. So now we need the functions for the hover start. Let's create those. Okay, so hover start, like that. And was it still complaining about variance? Hover start, and then we are going to do some checks in here. We're going to check if leave timer the current, so the ref that we have, and then we're just going to clear timeout, leave timer the current. Okay, I'm going to check if ref the current, and then we're going to get the bounding client rect. So this is the position. So left and right. So left and right. We can console log these. Let's see why it's complaining. Console log left, right. Okay. And let's make sure we plug in the ref as well. And have a end is not defined. Okay, so we have not created that other function yet. So let's create that so we don't get this error. Okay, so let's see where else we need to do that. And let's add the ref as well here. So ref. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, the issue should disappear now. Let's see our console. When I hover. Okay, so nothing. Okay, so yeah, as you can see here you can see here the left and right positions. Okay, let me try again. As you can see, these are the positions of left and right. All right, cool. So now that we have left and right, what are we going to do with it? We are going to set the transformation origins depending on where we have on this card. Okay, so let's set transformation origin. Set transformation origin, like that. Make sure it's not set trans. Oh, let me double check the state name. So copy that and make sure this is correct here. Yeah, so like that. So here we are going to do left. Left is less than, we're going to check if it's less than 80 pixels, like that. And then we're going to do 0%, 50%. This is for the origin, by the way, transform origin. Okay, and I think this will do. So we have right, if right is greater than window.innerWidth. So the window.innerWidth, this one here. So we have window.innerWidth minus 80, which is this 80 pixels. So the origin is going to be this, otherwise it's going to be the center. So 50-50 is the center origin. And then we're going to set elevated to true after this. So set elevated to true, and then video timer dot current, and then we're going to set a timeout, and the timeout, let's set it to maybe 650 milliseconds. And then in here we're just going to check if video ref dot current, if there's a video ref, there's a ref reference into the video, or if that video exists, we're gonna do play promise to current, and then we're just gonna play. Otherwise, we're going to do dot current. This one we're going to do dot then, and then we're going to set is playing to true, and then we're gonna catch if there's any error. Let's save that. All right. Okay, so when I hover, as you can see, it's going to start playing the video. Okay, but you're not going to see a lot of things yet. But let's keep going. So now that we have this, we have hover start. Now we need the hover end. All right, so the hover end, we're basically going to do similar, but it's going to be opposite. Okay, so we are going to check. Okay, so video timer.current, we're going to clear the timeout. Okay, and then we're going to select the video, video ref.current, and then we're going to check if video, okay, so if the video is there, we're going to promise the current then, and then we're going to pause the video, and then we're going to reset the time to 0, and then we're going to catch if there's any errors. Okay, so we're basically, if we're not hovering anymore, we're going to reset the time to 0, and we're going to pause the video, and we're going to set playing to false, like that. Okay, so this should do it. Or if we don't want to set is playing to false, we can do it after the check. We can set is playing to false, and then we can say leave timer, just set timer, set elevated to false, and then yeah, this will do, 250 milliseconds will do, and then we're gonna set elevated to false. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it should start playing the video, and then when I stop, it stops. Okay, so yeah, this so far so good. I think it's okay now for the hover effect. We'll fix this issue here, complaining, the TypeScript issue. So the other thing, we need to mute the video. So let's just create the function to mute and unmute the video. All right. And remember, we need to prevent the default because we're taking an event. Let's do prevent default. All right. And we're going to check if video ref the current video ref to current. So here we're gonna mute. So const next equal to, if it's not muted, like this, and then we're going to do video ref dot current dot muted is equal to next, and then we're gonna set muted to next, and then yeah, let's save that. We should have handle mute now. And now let's go back to adding the HTML and CSS. So let's see if we need more styles. So the first Okay, so we're checking if it's elevated. We're checking for Z index. And the other thing that we need to check, so we have is playing. Okay, so for image, this image here, if it's playing, I am going to get rid of the opacity. We're going to set opacity to 0. If it's playing, opacity 0. Otherwise, we're going to set opacity to 100, which is opacity 100%. Okay, cool. So the next thing, video, do we need any? Yeah, video, we need the same thing as well. Is playing. So this is going to be kind of opposite. So opacity 100% if it's playing, and 0 when it's not playing. Okay, cool. We have the video done already. Cool. So now we need a play button. Okay, so let's do button like this. And it's going to have a position of absolute, and it's going to be rounded. So we've done a similar button like this. You can create a class for this, so you can just reuse it. All right, so we have absolute position, top 2, right 2. It's going to be at the right top of the video. And we're going to align and center items. And then we're just going to display an icon inside. So this is going to be used to toggle the mute. Okay, so we're going to check if we're muted. We're going to, check if we're muted. And then we're going to render this icon. So it's either we're going to render this icon here or the volume fill icon like that. So make sure you import those icons. So now let's see. So this is the button here. Oops, I clicked the movie. So the button, there it is. So it can mute and unmute. Okay, cool. So this button should be conditional whether we are playing. All right, so let's do is playing. And then we're only going to show the button when we're playing the video. Cool. Now the next thing, let's do a div. So here we're going to show a tooltip. Let's do a parent container for this. It's going to have a position of absolute as well. Position absolute. And position absolute, we're going to set the left 0, right 0, top full. And then we're going to set the background color to this. And then rounded bottom, small, opacity 0. When I have this, we're going to set opacity to 100%. And then a group have a delay. So this is for the children. So we're going to have a div in here. This is another container. And then we're going to set the padding. We're going to set padding and flex to column and gap of 3. All right. So in here, we're going to have two things. We're going to have two divs. So we have the first div and the first one. This is just going to show the metadata. All right. So the first one, for the first one, we're going to show the buttons to play and the tooltip to add to the favorites. Okay, so we're going to have display flex for this one. Align items, center, and justify between. All right. And in here, we're going to have two things. We're going to have another div, and then we're going to have a tooltip here. Tooltip like that. Okay, so the first div, we're going to have a button. And okay, so the button, let's render the icon. And we're going to set width and height of 8, flex, item center, justify center, and rounded 100%. And then background color to white and text to black. So let's see what we have. All right. I cannot scroll past this. We're going to fix this in a minute. All right. So far so good. Let's go back to movies row. Let's see if we can fix this somehow. So let's go to page. So minus. Okay, let's see if we can add some kind of spacing so we can see properly. All right. Let's go to movie row. Okay, so we have movie row, so we have section, so we have position, relative, gap. Okay, so we're good to go here for now. I'm just checking if I'm missing some padding. I think it will start to make sense once we finish adding all of the styles. All right, so let's keep going. Now that we have the play button, we are going to need a tooltip in here as well. So let's make sure we have that downloaded. Oops, I'm just searching. Okay, so let's select that and download that. Here at the bottom. Oops. Why is it complaining about? Okay, so we need a tooltip provider to be able to use this. So that's why it's saying this. So let's go to our providers. So it's giving us instructions on how to use this. So tooltip. So go to providers. Context provider. And I'm going to add the tooltip provider here. So I'm going to import that. Tooltip provider like that. So we wrap it in tooltip provider. And now let's run. All right. So for us to be able to use it here, we're going to need a few things from the tooltip. And we're going to need the tooltip trigger and the tooltip content. So let's import those. Okay, so import those. We have tooltip content from components, UI, tooltip. So we have content and trigger. All right, so now that we are here, cool. So now let's add this tooltip here because we want to, when we have a, so let's do, so play button. I'm just looking at my layout. Okay. Square between. So this should be in here. And this one, let's give it a class name. Let's do flex item center and gap. Let's set that to 1. Like so. Okay. So now we need to render a tooltip in here. So this is going to, we need a trigger, tooltip trigger as child, like that. All right. And then inside the tooltip trigger, we are going to render another button like that. All right. So the button is handle my list toggle. I'll show you what this does in a minute, but let's add the icons first. Lib icon, add icon. All right, so we don't have this yet, but it has the height. It's the same button, similar to this. So same styles. All right. Now we need to make sure we have the handle, my list toggle. Okay. So let's see up here. I'm just going to collapse this. And remember, we have some mutations. We have mutations for adding to the like. And also, we need to get open model from global context. So let's get open model and also list. So use fetch list and also use add to my list and also remove from the list. All right, so we have these mutations. Now we need to add the functionality to like and unlike. So we're just gonna check if it's in my list. Is in my list, and then we're going to check if it's included. Go to my list like this, and then we're just gonna check if it includes the movie.id, and then we're gonna create the handle my list toggle. And we're just going to prevent the default behavior. And then we're going to check if it's in my list, we're going to remove, else we're going to add like that. Okay, but we want to add the whole movie object. All right, so if it's in my list, we're going to remove, otherwise we're going to add. So this is the toggling function. So let's go back. So let's save that. Let's go back. So when I hover, you are not going to be able to see this. We're going to fix this weird issue here in a minute. All right, so now that's done. Let's see what we need to add next. All right, so let's do the content. So we have tooltip trigger, and we need the content. So the content is going to be the text. Okay, so tooltip trigger and content, it's going to be side, top, and class name, px for background white 90% opacity, text set to black, and font medium. And then we're going to check if it's in my list. We're going to show the text removed from my list. Otherwise, it's going to be add to my list if it's not in the list. Okay, cool. Now, we should be able to see that, but we can't yet because there's this issue here, which we're going to address in a minute. So the next step after this, we need another tooltip. All right, so underneath this, let's render another tooltip. Let's do tooltip, and then we're going to have another trigger. So it's going to be similar things, similar styles. All right, so but this is going to be we're going to be able to open up the model, the movie info model. So remember, we have created this model already. So open model, movie info, which we are already rendering in the model provider. So this is the model we're opening here. All right, that's why we have the open model function. And then we're going to pass in the movie object with the data of that movie that we click on. Okay, so it's going to open up the model. Cool. So the styles are the same, by the way, same styles that we've done earlier up top. So my advice to you is create a class name for these styles so you don't have to redo them every time. And then the size of the chevron icon, I'm using size 20. And for the content, it's just going to be more info. So trigger, and then the content is just going to be more info. And we're going to fix that in a minute once we finish styling this. Cool. So now that we have the tooltip done, let's do the metadata. So this is just the description, the release year, and stuff. So we also need to show the maturity badge. But this div, I'm going to give it a position flex, display flex, item center, and we're going to set the gap to 2. And then we're going to render the maturity rating badge. And then we're going to display the maturity rating from the movie badge like so. And then the rating is going to be movie dot maturity rating like that. So why is it complaining? String or no? I don't know why it's complaining. But anyway, size, we're going to set it to small. And then we're going to also display the release here after this. If the release here exists, we're going to display span with the text opacity of 70% and text extra small other. And also, if the duration exists, we're going to also display the duration of the movie. Like so. Cool. I think this will do it for the metadata. And yeah, let's see up top if we have missed anything. So we have the shadow. Okay, I think we're good to go. And so the movies row, section, carousel. Okay, what else do we have? We missed. I'm just checking if we have missed anything. Okay. But yeah, actually, we need some buttons for the carousel, but we're going to add those later on. But for now, I think we're good to go. And we need to set the overflow. So currently it's hidden. That's why we don't see the whole card. I believe it's on the movies row. And then carousel content, we're going to set overflow to visible. Let's save that and let's see if there's any change. Okay, nothing. So make sure this is important and override the existing styles. So let's see. All right, so nothing happens. That's weird. Let's open the actual. So let's get rid of this. Let's open the carousel content from ShadCN. So overflow is set to hidden here. It's not overriding that. So let's set to visible. Okay, let's set that to visible. Let's see if that changes anything. Okay, cool. So now we can hover, and as you can see, there's this. It's already, the movie is already in the list. So there's remove to my list, and there's something wrong with the tooltip as well. So we need to style the tooltip as well. Okay, so let's see, movie row. All right, so we don't have the class movie row, which we need to also add so that we can style this. Movie row. Okay, where can we edit? Let's leave it for now, but let's fix the hover effect. I'm not liking this hover effect here. All right. For now, I am going to, let's create a custom hover effect. Let's go to movie card. So let's create an ease here. So ease. So this is going to be a custom transition animation. So we're going to create a custom ease. So let's start from, let's do maybe 0.5, 0.5, 0. So from 0.5 to 0. All right. So this is the 0.5 to 0. And then 0.1 to 1, like that. All right. And let's put that here. Ease. And save that. Let's do as const. So that should do. And let's use it here as well. So the issue disappears. So now there's a delay. And then boom, the animation shows after a delay. Boom. Boom. Okay, cool. So this looks good. So let's try to add another row. For example, if I duplicate this, there's going to be another row. So now it's looking better. Boom. Boom. So yeah, the hover effect is looking fine. And the other row, you can name it whatever you want. But we can remove from a list. All right. So if I refresh the page, you'll see that it's still removed from my list. So we're going to fix this styling issue in a minute. All right. And we can view the model, more info, like that. Okay, so yeah, it's looking pretty good, but this is still massive. I think let's fix this. I don't know why it's too big. I think I know why. It's because we're scaling it. So when we have it's scaling a bit, so that's why it's looking a bit bigger. But let's try see if we can reduce the size. So movie row, movie card. So maturity. So size. What sizes do we have? So we have SM, right? We can put another size. I don't know, maybe we can do XS. Okay, XS. So we have XS is also size XS. We're gonna do this. Size SM. We're gonna do this. Otherwise, this is the base. So XS. Let's set that as this size here for the maturity rating. So let's see. Okay, so now it's reasonably sized. It's not too scaled. I think yeah, this we can work with that. Let's see if we can unmute. Yeah, it's working. We can go for more info. It's working. Cool. Now we just need to work on adding more rows for this. So we have trending. If we go to page, so what can we name this? Maybe new on Netflix, like that. And then we're going to have this can be my list. So this is my list. So this is new on Netflix. Okay, cool. So now this should do. And let's see. Okay, so we have my list. So we're going to show a list of movies. But for us to be able to see if the carousel is working properly, let's create some dummy data. So here we're going to say dummy data like so, and then we're going to create an array of 10 elements, and then we're going to fill that with, let's fill that with featured. So the movie, so we're going to have 10 duplicates, but we're just going to test our carousel here. So that's what we're doing. And let's do that. So let's go and plug it here. So let's do dummy data and plug that in. Okay, cool. So it seems like there's an issue somewhere. Let's see why it's complaining. Okay, so it's because of the key. It's a duplicate because we're using the duplicate data. That's why there's an issue. All right. So for, don't worry about that. So for now, we're just going to test the carousel. So as you can see, our carousel is working. All right. So we can have the movie. It will start playing. We can put the sound. Okay. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. All right. And the model is animating properly. We can mute and unmute this one as well. And yeah, the next thing that we want to add is the buttons here at the end. So we need to add those buttons. And also the tooltip. We need to style this. It seems to be looking a bit weird. All right. So let's style that tooltip. Oh, for some reason it's showing. Okay. Here. So we need to make sure they're hidden. By the way, these buttons here, they're not hidden. So let's make sure that they're hidden as well. So let's go to the movie card. I believe we're looking for a tooltip. So let's look for tooltip. And down here, let's search for primitive arrow. And this one, let's set to white, background white. All right, background white. And also the BG and fill color, they're both all going to be white. And let's see if there's anything changed. So here, cool. And the color, oh, I think it's 90% opacity. So let's do 90 like this. And 90, oh, not 80, but 90% opacity. And let's see. Let's do 80. I can't remember what we've done to the parent. I think it should be 80. So 80 should be the correct one, but it doesn't seem to be matching. That's weird. But anyways, we will fix some bugs in the later video. But for now, we have the main functionality that we want, and we'll fix the bugs in the next video. But yeah, this is looking quite good. But for now, we're going to add the buttons here, and then we'll fix the hover issue here. So let's go to movie card. Actually, it's the row. So the movie row. So remember, we have the carousel previous and next, but I want to customize them. So I'm going to create a new component based on those. So because I want them to be customized. So let's create a function up here. I'm going to name it carousel previous conditional because they're going to show conditionally. Okay. And we're going to get the use carousel hook. And then we're just going to get can scroll from this here. We're just going to destructure from the hook can scroll prev. And then if not, we're just going to return no. Otherwise, we're going to render that button, the carousel previous button here. All right, and we're going to do the same thing for the next. Okay, so next conditional. So refactor that to next. And then we're just going to check and scroll next. Okay, because if there's nothing to scroll, we're just going to return no. Otherwise, because it's a conditional render, if there's no items, we're not going to show the button. Otherwise, if there's items, we're going to show the button. That's that. And we just need to render those items after the content like that and save that. So there's the buttons. So once we reach the end, they should disappear. So it's disappeared. This one is showing, as you can see. But once we're at the end, it will stop showing. Okay, so now we just need to style that. Style this. So let's go to the next previous. So let's style that. So because right now it's not looking the way we want it to look. Cool. Let's start with the previous one. Let's see. Previous. I'm going to change this from the Shad CN button. I'm just going to change it to a custom button that we're going to style by ourselves. And we're going to get rid of the variance and the size. All right, so now let's see. Okay, so there it is. There's our button. And what I'm going to do, I am going to change the size of this icon here. Let's set it to 50. 50. We need to do the same thing. So this is for the next. Let's do for the same thing for the previous button. And size 50. Let's set size to 50 for this one as well. And change the button. This one to button. All right. And let's get rid of this variance. Okay. So we should be able to see bigger buttons now. When we hover, we can, scale them. So we can do that somewhere here, maybe. First name on hover. We're going to scale. Let's do scale 150, like that. So which one did I do? So this is for previous. So we won't be able to see anything. So if I go to like this, so on hover, there's a scale there. All right, so let's give it a duration. Let's do 200 milliseconds, like that. So when I hover, it's gonna scale a bit. All right, and we can do the same thing for that for the other one. All right, we can give it a bit of a BG. So next, BG brand primary, and we're gonna set the opacity maybe to 10, like that. Okay, so you're not going to be able to see anything. Let's see if I do this. Okay, so BG brand background. So this should be background, and let's set height to full, like that. All right. Cool. And let's see if we need to set overflow to hidden. So carousel item overflow hidden. Let's see if we're gonna make a difference. Actually, but not on the carousel item, but on the content. But we actually still want, let's see, content. We've already set overflow on the content already, so don't worry about that. So now we can just get rid of the background and just scale it only. You can tweak around these styles if you want. You can just work around with these styles if you want to. But for now, I'll just leave it as a scale, only for there's only a scale animation. And you can also reduce the opacity here. Opacity, you can set that to maybe 90, and we do the same thing here. Opacity, we're going to set it to 90, like so. All right, so yeah, we should be able to have these buttons here for navigation, for navigating around this. Yeah, I think this looks good. Okay, cool. So yeah, we have a few more bugs to fix, but let's work on the footer first before we can fix those bugs. Let's add a footer, and let's create a footer component. Let's see. Let's edit, and let's go to layout. I'm just going to close others in the layout, and we're going to add the footer component. All right, so let's see. We can render a footer here, like so, but we don't have the footer created at the moment, so that's why we need to create the component for the footer. So let's go to components. I'm going to collapse this. So footer, like that. And this is going to be a footer. And let's make sure that we are rendering this properly, like so. Cool. So in the footer, we are going to have some links, some nav links. I'm going to create an array for links that we are going to have. So we have FAQ, center, media center. You can create these as objects. They can go to external URLs, but this is just for decoration only. And this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to give it some padding. So margin top to 48, and then background color to this, border top, and then border white, and opacity is 5%, and then padding X and Y, like that. So we have footer. So this is the border here. Cool. So the next thing, we want a div, so which is going to be the main container, the parent wrapper of our content. So class name, and we're going to give it max width of 5XL, and we're going to set MX to auto. So that's margin X, like that. So now in here, we are going to have a p tag. So we are going to showcase some text and a link. Okay, this is just for a decoration only. So we have a p tag with a link, and we can set text to small, and then we're going to give it a margin bottom to 6. Okay, and we need a UL, an order list for the links. So underneath the p tag, we're going to have a link. So we're going to have a display grid. And then for smaller screens, we're going to have 3 columns. For bigger screens, we're going to have 4 columns. And then the gap X is 4, gap Y 3, and B 8. So it's going to have a display of grid. This is going to be a link tag. All right, so currently they're not going to do anything. We can also use a next link here like so. Perfect. And now what we're going to do, I'm just going to convert this to next link as well. Okay, so we should be able to see something in the footer. So there's our footer here. So this is just a basic footer and some text. Okay. So let me see. Cool. I'm just gonna add some space in between here. Okay, like that. All right. Yeah. So we are looking good. And the next thing that we want is another div that's showing the language. Okay. So after the UL, we have languages. This is an icon from Lucid React. And then finally, we have a p tag that's showing the copyright text. Okay, and this is an HTML entity to show the copyright icon. So if I scroll down, you're going to see language, and then the net language, and then the year that we are in, so 2026. So yeah, we're looking good so far, and so we have 3 issues. Is because of duplicating keys. So we are going to fix this by going to the home page, and we're going to get rid of the dummy data. Oh, this I must have edited this off screen. By the way, so we are just taking loading. We have featured loading, almost loading, and trending loading. So we're checking if any of those is loading. We're going to show a loading spinner here. So the height of the loading screen is going to be 100 VH. And then the element in the center is going to be loading. So we need a spinner. So Tailwind, I believe it's spinner. So we need a spin animation. Okay, so let's look for that. Okay, so yeah, we can get a decent spinner somewhere. I believe we can take this one here, and let's use that. And this should be class name, and let's get rid of this loading here. So let's see. Or we can use there should be an animate spin from Tailwind CSS. Actually, animate spin. Let's see the animate spin. Yeah, this one here. Okay, we can use that one as well. So we can copy this. Let's see if it's a, so status. So paste this in. Class name. I don't know if this is enough. I think we're missing something in between here. Let me get rid of this. Okay, so yeah, there's nothing because there should be a full SVG here. SVG. Transactions. Let's just get this spinner here instead because it's already fully built. So like that. Change this to class name. All right, so let's save that. And let's refresh. So there's a spinner there. Okay, I think we're looking pretty good. So we can change this to maybe 18. Let's do 18 as well. It's too big. I think let's do 14. All right. And yeah, I think we're doing good so far. And we'll fix any bugs in the next few videos, but for now, we're going to focus on the profile section. But before we do that, let's fix the keys here. So dummy data, let's get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. And this is going to be trending movies like that. Okay, so now let's save that. So yeah, we should have trending new on Netflix, my list, and the footer down here. Cool. And for the featured, by the way, we should there's one element, which is the first element from the featured array, but we want that to be random. So we are going to fix that. We're going to make that random after we've done our profile. So in the next video, we're going to focus on the profile. Welcome back. So now we're going to work on the profile. So we need to open the header and start working on the profile. I'm going to search for the header, Control P, and we're going to look for the main header. And then I'm just going to close other pages, other tabs. So close others. Okay, so I'm going to collapse the left section, which is this side here. And then we're going to work on this other side, which is the right section. We're going to display flex, and we're going to do items, center, and then we're going to have a gap of 4, like that. Okay, cool. So we need to check if we're admin. If we're admin, we need to show a link here that's going to allow us to go to the admin page. And let's see if we have that hook created. Const is admin equal to use is admin. So we don't have this hook created. So we need to go and create that. So let's go to hooks. And then let's do use is admin, like so. Okay, so yeah, this will do. And we're going to export const use is admin, like that. And we're going to get the data from the, we're going to fetch the profile. So if we go to API folder, we need to make sure that we're fetching the data. So equal to use query, like that. All right, so now we need to create a route for us to be able to fetch the profile data, because right now we have not created the route to fetch. So in here, we're going to create a new folder in the API. So this is me. So this is the user. So we're going to create an endpoint for get. So let's create a new root file, .ts in here. All right, and we're going to create a get request because we want to get the user. And we're going to run try catch, like that. And we're going to console log the error, and then we're going to return next response, like that, from next server. And then we're just going to display the error. And we're just going to also get the user from Supabase. We need to initialize Supabase. Supabase Supabase equal to await. We're going to create client. This is coming from Supabase server. So make sure server. All right. So now we need to get the user, and we're just going to destructure that from Supabase auth.getUser, and then we're just going to check if not auth user. We're just going to return. It's actually is admin. Is admin. We're going to set that to false because we're going to return true or false depending if the user is admin. All right. And now we are going to do const user equal to await. We need to make sure we import Prisma, and then we're going to find unique. All right. And we're going to find where Supabase ID equal to auth. Actually, we're going to do ID, Supabase ID equal to auth user.id, and then we're going to select the row equal to true. All right, like that. And we're going to return next response is admin user.row equal to admin. I believe it's capital admin, like this. All right, so this is going to be true if the row equal to admin. So now let's go back, use query, and now we need to query our get request. All right, so let's do that in here. So we have query key. Actually, let's name it me, which is the user. And then we have the query function. And then we're going to use Axios. Okay, and then API/me. And then here, we're just going to return. Let's do like this data, like that. And then we're just going to return the data in here. Return data. Okay, like that. Okay, so this is Axios. It's a get request, and let's use a generic here, and then it's admin is the type of boolean, like that. All right. Now that we have the query function done, let's set the row. We're going to cache this. So stale time. We're going to set it to 5 minutes. 5 times 60 seconds. 60 minus multiplied by 1000, so that's 5 minutes. All right, so we have that, and now we just need to return data dot is admin or false. So it's either going to return true or false. And now we are exporting this, so let's export this as default. So okay, so now we need to import use admin in our header. So now we should be able to get if the user is admin. All right, so now that we have that, let's do down here. We're gonna check if it's admin. Is admin, like that. So if the user is admin, we're going to show a link. Okay. Let's do. I'm thinking what link. Let's do like this. Okay, a conditional render of the link element, like that. Okay, so let's see, is admin link, and then let's give it an href and /admin. So this is where we're going to route to, and then we'll just wanna say admin here, like that. So we should be able to see an admin button. So when I click, we can go to admin. So there it is. We can add movies here. Cool. So so far so good. We need to style this link button. Okay, I'm just going to give it some transition and display flex. All right, so we're going to do flex item center and a gap of 1.5 and text small. And I'm just also going to display an icon in here. All right, we're going to use should check like so from Lucid React, and we're going to set size to 16. And let's go back to home page. So we have admin. So there it is. Cool. The next thing, we want a drop-down menu. Shad cn. I can't remember downloading the drop-down menu, so let's just go and get it. D for drop-down menu. So select that and make sure we add it into the project like so. Okay, so the drop-down menu, we're going to import a few things from the drop-down menu. So up here, let's do that. So we're going to import drop-down menu, content, menu item, and separator and trigger. All right, so now that we have those, let's add the menu. We just need to do after the link, drop-down menu, like so. Okay, so we are going to have a few things. We're going to have the trigger. Okay, so drop-down menu trigger as child, and then we're going to use chevron icon. I believe it's from Lucid React, like that. So we have a button in the drop-down menu. So button, so that's the trigger for the drop-down. So let me run this pnpm dev. I'm going to get rid of this. Preferences, and then bottom left, bottom right. Let's do it, yeah, bottom right. So when I click, this is the trigger for the drop-down. So we put a button and then an image, and then an image, we're going to display the avatar. Or, so in the images I've added, so if you go to public, so the public folder is saved by default. So you just need to create some folders. So here we have images. So we have avatar. So if we don't have this avatar image, we're going to render the image in our folder here. So you've seen how we can upload images. You can also make users be able to choose images from this folder here, or you can make them upload images if they want to, but we're just going to use the fixed image. So this is when you upload an image, you can get the image from this, okay? You can get it from avatar. All right, so, and then we have a chevron icon as well here, which is the down. And then when the state is open, it's going to rotate, okay, like that. So we have a state open from this. So when I click, it's going to rotate. All right. So now that we have that, so now we need the items. So we need profiles. So we need to see, yeah, we have profiles here, like that. What we're going to do, we are fetching the profiles. We are going to map the profiles and then display them in a list. All right. So let's do drop-down trigger. Let's do, so the first section of the profiles, let's do drop-down content, like so. And then we're going to add a few props, align. We're going to set that to end. So now that we have align, we're going to do side offset. Let's set that to maybe 8. Okay, and well, I'm going to give it a width of 56. Okay, so I don't want it to be that big, so width of 56. And then in here, I'm going to map through the profiles.map. All right, so profile, and actually, yeah, profiles.map. Okay, so we're gonna get the profile, and then we're going to return. What are we going to return? We're going to return drop-down item, menu item, like that. All right. Why is it complaining? So we need key, profile.id, and then profile.name inside, but we're going to change this in a minute. So when I click, you're going to see profile 1, but we need to style this. We also need an image inside the item. So each profile is going to have a different profile picture. So we're going to render an image. So make sure you import image from next image. The default image is going to be this. Otherwise, if you have uploaded an avatar image, it will show. So when I click, each profile is going to have different images. Okay, cool. So now we are going to add the text. Okay, so before I do that, I'm just going to also style this drop down item here. I'm going to display flex, item center, give it a gap, padding X, padding Y, cursor to pointer, background transparent. And then when I focus, it's transparent. And then when I hover, it's transparent. And then text white. And then when I hover, I'm going to underline the text. Okay, so click. All right, so nothing yet. Well, we don't see the text. Let's add the text. So after the image, we're going to have a div. This is a parent container, and I'm going to give it min width of 0 and a flex column because we're going to have the profile name, and also we're going to have is kids. So we have a span tag and then text sm truncate. We're going to check if the profile is active, and then we're going to display, make the font bold, and then the font is going to be white, 80% opacity if it's not active. So let's create this is active first. And before we do that, let's add the profile. If it's kids, it will show kids. So let's create this active state. So we're going to check which profile is active. So by default, the first profile is going to be the active one. So let's check. Let's do here. So const is active. We're going to check active profile, and then .id like that. And then it's going to be the profile ID, the current profile ID. Okay. You want to check if the profile ID, the current profile ID matches the state active profile ID. So we're going to make that active. All right. So click. So profile 1 is the active one, like that. Cool. And seems like the color when I hover seems to be hover. The color is wrong. Let me see why. Drop down menu item. So focus, hover, underline, hover BG transparent. Hover text white. I think it's supposed to be on the span element. Let's see. Okay. So here is active text white. Okay. So if it's not active, this is the color. Okay. When I hover, let's set it to, let's see what white will look like. Okay, it's not changing the color. It's active. Let's do active hover, text to white. That's odd that the color is not changing when we hover. We're going to fix that. Let's see. Let's open up drop-down menu item here. Something is overriding the styles. Drop-down menu item, text, accent. We can text SM, focus. All right, we will find out what's going on. But anyway, let's keep going forward. And then we need a separator. So after this, let's add a separator, and then let's set the BG to white and then opacity 10. Yeah, this is fine. So bottom, I mean top and bottom, margin top and bottom, it's set to 1. And let's, yeah, there it is. But the border white seems to be not working. So let's change it to BG. Oops, BG. Yeah, it's there. It's working fine. Okay, cool. So now we need to manage the profiles. So separator, let's create a drop-down menu item, So manage profiles. So we are going to use settings. So we're going to have a page called manage profiles. So this is where we're going to manage, we're going to create and remove profiles. All right, so settings, manage profiles. So when I click, we should be able to go to manage profiles. Okay, cool. We are going to have another separator, menu item separator, and then we're going to have a sign out button. So this is another drop down menu item as well. So drop down menu item, we're going to be using the logout icon. All right, and we need to sign out. So we don't have sign out yet. So let's create that function for us to be able to sign out. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it here. Handle sign out. It's going to be an async function, and we can just await Supabase. Let's do try catch. We can console log the error, and here we're going to await. Let's do Supabase. Supabase dot auth dot sign out. Okay, so now, well, this should be Supabase. It that was automatic. Let's initialize Supabase. Supabase equals to create client. So this is a client. We're in the client component. So we use client. So we need to initialize the client one. So supabase.auth.signout, like that. And then we need to get a router. So if we go after here, const, go to use router, like that. And then this is coming from next navigation. And then we're going to push to login page after we sign out, like that. Cool. This should do. Now we can go to click, manage profiles. Okay, cool. Works fine. And yeah, now we need to actually create the profiles. So let's create the page API. So inside, this is called, let me double check the name of the root, manage profiles, like that. So manage profiles, and this is going to be page, the TSX. Okay, cool. Let's change this to capital P. All right, so we should be able to have that page. So if I go to manage profiles, so that page is right there. So now let's work on that page so we can manage our profiles. Okay. So let's start with the container. Let's give it a display flex column, item center, and then we're going to give it width 100%, and then max width SM, that's for small, and then let's set gap to 8, like that. And now we are going to, before we do anything, let's make sure that we get our mutations. So we have create mutation. We have create mutation. So remember, we have these hooks here. So we have from use create profile, and then we have use update profile hook, and then use delete profile hook. So now we have these mutations, they change the profile. So we have is pending when it's creating or deleting, and then we can delete and update profiles. So now we need to do is pending when we're creating, updating, and deleting. So that's there's going to be pending. So now let's create the functions that's going to allow us to create and save a profile. So let's create handle save, like this. Okay. So when we enter the name, we're not going to save with, we're going to trim the empty string. So let's do const trimmed equal to, so name dot trim. Okay, like that. So we don't have this name yet. So let's go ahead and create the state for it. Set name, but initially the name I wanted to load the profile. Okay, so profile.name, like this, but we don't have this profile yet. Okay, so we're going to create some interface. Let's do actually, I'm thinking if we should, I should create a separate component for this. Okay, actually, I'll create a separate component for this. I will name it profile form, and then so it's easier to manage this. Okay, so let's do function. Actually, let's create components here. Let's do, let's name it, I'm thinking of the name profile form, like this. All right. So this will do. And let's get this stuff here, from the page, and add it here. And make sure we import those. Okay. So now we have those. We need to make sure this is a client component. Use client. So save that. And we also need to cut this like so. For now, we're just going to render profile form here for now. Okay. Why is this still complaining? So profile form, because this profile doesn't exist, so we need to create an interface for that. Okay, I'm just going to paste in those styles in here. Interface, props. So we are going to have, let's do profile. All right, so we have profile. We should have undone. All right, and let's destructure those. Cool. So on initial render, we're going to display profile.name. Otherwise, it's going to be an empty string. Okay, so, and we need to check is kids as well. Is kids, like that. And make sure we react.useState. Let's import useState. All right, and it's going to be false initially. This is the state that we need for now. And also need to check if there's a new profile as well. Const is new. We're going to equal to profile equal to no. Okay, cool. So this is the majority of the state that we need. So here we're going to check name.trim. We're going to check for an empty string, and then we're just going to trim the empty string. All right, and we're going to do if is new. If is new, like that. We're going to create profile. Okay, and name, we're going to pass in the trimmed, which is, we're going to strip the empty strings. All right, so the empty spaces. So we're going to create with trimmed is kids, and then on success, and then we're just going to fire the undone function. Else, we're going to update the profile. All right, so here we're going to do update profile, And we're going to take in the first object ID, profile.id, and then we're going to update the name and its kids. And then on success, let's do updated. Let's get updated. And then we are going to check if we're going to get active profile, by the way. So let's get active profile and set active profile from global context like that. So from profile context, I mean, so get that active profile and then active profile.id. If it matches the updated ID, and then we're going to set to set active profile ID to updated, and then we're going to fire the onDone function. Okay, cool. And we need a delete as well. Hello, delete, like so. And make sure it's handle delete, like that. All right, so handle delete, we're going to check. If not profile, we're just going to return. Otherwise, we're going to delete, and then we're going to pass in the ID, like that. And then we're going to pass in the function on success, and then we'll fire the onDone function. All right, so yeah, this should do. Now let's start adding some stuff in here. So it's either we're going to add or edit the profile. So it's new, add profile, otherwise we're going to edit. So this is the conditional text. So text white, text Excel, font medium, border white. All right, so, and we're going to showcase an image. So div here, we're going to give it width and height to 28. All right, and we're going to display an image from next image. So make sure you import that. And we're going to display that image, and let's give it width and height like that. Okay, so save that. So there is our image. There it is. And the next thing we want is the input. All right. So let's do a form here. Okay, so let's just give it a parent container. Let's do a div outside here. Okay, so let's give it width and height. Not width and height, but we're going to give it width 100%. And background, we're going to set it zinc 800. And we're going to use the input. So input, like that. And let's do type, checkbox. And then we're going to give it an ID. We're going to toggle the kid's profile, like that. All right, so one change, we're going to set is kids. We're just going to toggle the state. It's a checkbox button. Okay, so we're just toggling this. All right, I believe we have a checkbox actually. We have a checkbox component, but no, we'll just use this default checkbox. All right, so now that we have that, I'm going to create a div underneath. So here we're going to have a label. So label, yeah, we have a label like that. And yeah, like that. So this is the kids profile, or you can just name it kids. And then we'll just have a p tag here underneath the label. Okay. So yeah, this is the toggle. So far, so good. And we are going to have some action buttons down here. So div action buttons, they're going to be in a parent container as well. So parent container with width, full, flex column, and gap of 3. And then we're going to have some buttons. So if we are creating, we're going to show a button, and then class height, we'll consider that to 10, background white, text black, font semi-bold, and we can actually use our button component here from shadcn, like that. All right. So if we're creating or updating, we're going to show this loading screen here, saving or save, like that. So it's disabled by default, all right? Because it's going to be disabled when there's nothing, when there's no name, or when it's pending. So the button will be disabled. All right. So that's that. Let's see now, what else do we need? So before this kids input, actually, kids input, we need a name. So let's do for the profile. So let's create another input. So it's also going to be in a container like that. And then we're going to render a label and an input inside. So let's see what styles we have. Okay, it's all right, but I'm going to set the height to 10 and give it a focus ring. So I'm going to set height to 10, BG Zinc 600, rounded SM, and placeholder text white, and opacity is 30%. So I'm going to save that. So there it is. It's not looking great at the moment because we haven't set the background yet, but we're going to tweak this to look better. Okay, so far so good. Now that we have the input, let's see what we can work on next. So name, if I edit, as you can see, the button is now active. All right. So we are good to go. Now the button, the button, we need more buttons. So this is the button for creating and saving at the same time. So we need to also cancel, and let's render the button. All right, so this is for canceling. So height, we're gonna set it to 10, border white, text white 70, text SM. All right, so this is our button for canceling. Okay, cool. So now that we have this button, and we can also show a delete button here. It's conditional. So we're conditionally rendering this. We're gonna check if not is new. If we're not trying to create a new profile, if the profile is like an existing profile, we should be able to see this button here for deleting profile. All right, so text SM, height 10, and have a border red, like that. Okay, cool. So as you can see, delete profile, because it's an existing profile, we have an existing profile, like that. All right, cool. So now that we have that, the next thing, we need to a card to be able to add a profile. So let's create a new component. I think the wisest way to do it is in the components. Let's create a folder, profile, and let's move the profile form in here. Move that and update imports. And so here it's complaining because it needs props. We're going to do that later. But now let's create another component. This is going to be add profile card, like that. So this is going to be super simple. Let's make this a button, import button, like that. So let's give it a span. Oops. Button, why is it complaining? Button. So we're going to have a span that says add profile, like this. So we're going to set the text white 50, group hover, text to white, and then we're going to transition colors when we have a. It's not rendered anywhere yet, but I'm going to show you what this does in a minute. And then we're going to we're going to give it a class name, and flex column, and then we're going to have an icon So this is going to be a plus icon, plus from Lucid React, like that. So we have add profile. So this should do. All right. We have the add profile now. So the next thing that we want to work on, let's go to the page and render those things. So I'm going to get rid of this. So now we are in the page. We need to get the profiles. So we need to fetch the profiles in here. Use fetch profiles like that. Okay, cool. And we need the state. We should have editing new. So let's create an interface or type editing state, something like that. Okay, so we have a mode. Let's do grid. And then we have edit. So we have mode, edit. All right. And then we're going to pass in the profile. Profile. So make sure you import the type. Okay. And we also have the new. Mode. So let's do new. All right. So we have grid, edit, and new states. Cool. Let's create a state value here. Set state equal to useState. So make sure you import useState from React, and then mode is going to be grid by default. Cool. We're doing good so far. So now we're gonna check if is form visible, because if we are creating or editing visible, state.mode if it's not equal to grid. All right, is editing profile state.mode equal to edit if it's edit like this. Edit if it's equal to edit, we're going to set state.profile or no, like that. Okay, cool. And let's give it class name. Oops. Class name, let's set minimum height, min height. Let's do screen. So this is 100 VH. Flex column, and then BG brand background, like that. Okay, cool. And then we can have a header in here. We are going to render a link, and it's going to go back to the home page, like that. And in here we can render an image. So this should be Netflix logo, like that. So for the styles, for the link is fine without any styles, but the image we're going to set height. Let's give it 64. 64 will do. And then object contain is fine. Yeah, we are good to go with this one. The logo Netflix is actually the SVG version that we're going to be using. So it's logo Netflix. Logo Netflix flex.svg. So that's for the logo. And let's give it a class name. Let's set the padding X to 14. That's left and right. And then we're going to set PY to 6. All right. So it seems like our logo is not loading. So logo net, it should be Netflix, not Nextflix. All right, so this is the logo. We can go back home. Cool. So far, so good. So now we are going to have the content. Let's create a container for that content. So we're going to cover the remaining space. Okay, so we're going to set flex 1, flex column, item center, just first center, px, py12. All right, like that. So we are going to check if is form visible. All right, we're going to check is form visible. Okay, if his form is visible, we're going to render the profile form that otherwise we're going to render a div. Let's close this. All right, so the profile form, it takes the two functions. So it takes up two props. So we have profile, and then this is going to be editing profile. Okay, so this is editing profile. Okay, so it takes in is editing profile like that, and then the next prop on done, that's the next prop that's going to take, and then on done, set state mode equal to grid, and we need to go back and make sure that profile is not complaining. So profile or no, yep. So we should be good to go. So Netflix admin, we should go to manage profiles. So now we need to keep going. So profile visible form, and the other div where we're going to show profiles. Let's give it class name so we can style this a bit. Okay, so let's set it to flex. Display flex, justify content center, and gap to 6. Profile. We're going to display a list of profiles. Profiles.map. Here we're going to do profile like this, and we're going to return profile card. I believe it's profile card, which we don't have yet. So let's create the profile card. Actually, let's see what we might have. Add profile card. Add profile card. I think it's add profile card. It should be profile card. Add profile card like that. So let's see what we have. All right, so we need a key. So let's do profile dot id like that, and then we need profile as well. Profile, and what else do we need? Profile card. Oh, this is the wrong one. So profile form. Let me see what we're missing. Yeah, we need another component here. It's a profile card. All right, so let's do that. Now let's do profile card. So the add profile card is a button, so we need a separate component like that. So this is going to take in some props, interface props. We're going to take in a profile, and we're also going to take on edit like that. So profile, and destructure this. Okay, so this is going to be another button. Make sure you import button from Chatien like that. And we're going to pass in on edit here. On edit, but it's not going to take anything. Let's just get rid of this. Okay, so on edit, and we should be good to go. On edit, now we just need to style this. Let's give it a class name. Let's set group. and then flex. So group is when I have this button. I want the children to react to the hover of the parent. All right. We are going to have a div. So the first one, we're going to have an image. So this is the container. I'm going to set width and height to 32, like that. And then inside, we're going to render an image. So next image, and let's make sure this client component. Next image, and then we're going to render the profile, the profile.avatar, or the image in the Netflix, in the images folder, like that. And then object cover. I'm going to give it class name. Oops, class name. I'll get rid of this class name. We're going to give it width and height 100% and object cover and a bit of a transition effect, like that. So with object cover transition, like that. So let's go back, and here we're going to render the profile card, like that, and then pass in the key. All right, and then on edit, we're going to pass in this set state mode edit, like that. Okay, cool. So why is it complaining? So use client. Okay. So profile card. Oops. I don't know why it's wrapped in like that. Okay. This should do. I'm going to save. So there's our profile image, and it's going to open up whether we're editing or not. But for some reason, when I hover, the height is not looking great. Let's see. So profile card height is set to full, width and height is 32. That is weird. Why it's not inspect image? So this is the height, width and height. So height is set to 100%. Very, very, very weird. Why it's not doing the... Okay, let's keep going. We'll fix this as we go. And we want to edit this. So we have image, and we're going to have a div, which is going to contain a pencil icon. So let me explain. So we're going to position absolute this inside 0, flex item center. We're just going to center this div. Okay, and a transition. And then we have a parent div for this pencil width and height 12. Rounded to full. It's going to be like a circle. So save that. And let's see what we have. So when I hover, there it is. There's the pencil. Cool. That's that. So the next thing let's do after this div, we're going to have a span tag where we're going to show the profile name and text white, 70% opacity, and text to SM, that's for small. And then we're going to check if it's kids, if the profile is kids. We're going to also show this. All right. So looking good. So for some reason, our height is not working. I don't know why. I think it has to do with this shard CN button here. Let's fix that. Let's change it to a normal button. Save that. Shard CN might be, yeah, it wasn't overriding the width from shard CN. The width, that I mean the height. I don't know why it was doing that, but now we're good to go. Actually, yeah, I think this is fine. The text is fine. Click, we can edit. Let's do profile 2. Let's save. Saving. Okay, so it's, see, changing. So refresh, as you can see, it says profile 2, profile 1, save. We can change the name. We can edit this profile. We can also try to delete the profile, and we can cancel. Cool. So the next thing, now that we've done that. So the next thing, let's go back to page. All right, so now that we've done the edit, we need to be able to also create a profile. All right, so we have profiles.map, edit. This is mode, so the mode is edit, and then we're going to pass in the profile. And then we're going to make sure the profiles, we're going to create a maximum of 5 profiles. So let's create a constant of max profiles. So let's set that to 5. All right. So after, let's render after, let's do map. So profiles. So after here, so let's just check profiles to length. The length. So if it's less than max profiles, we should be able to add a profile. Okay. And then here we're going to render add profile card, and then on click set state is going to be new because we're going to be creating a new profile. So let's see why it's complaining. On click is not assignable to type. Let's add profile card interface. Let's add an interface here. Oops, interface props on click like so. On click, and let's change this to also so it to the standard pattern, not the Shasian one, so we don't have to go through the trouble. Okay, so as you can see here, add profile. So we can do profile 2, save that. Okay, so it seems like it's not saving. So let's see why. Console, we can check in the network tab, clear, save. So profiles, seems like we have an issue. Is kids to false, so header, not allowed. Okay. Let's see if we also have the logs, not allowed. That is weird. Profiles not allowed. Okay, we'll have a look at profiles. Let's go to API. Profiles. Profiles. Okay, so for some reason, we are missing a function to create the profile. So let's create that. So post. This is going to be next request. Okay, so it's coming from next server. So we're going to get the auth user. So something that we've done here. So we'll probably need to clean this up, by the way, so we don't have to keep doing this over and over again. So we're going to sort that out in the end when we're cleaning up. So we have auth user already, by the way. So let's do try catch. We're just going to console log the error, and we're just going to return the message. So we're going to get the auth user like that. Otherwise, it's going to be unauthorized. And then we're going to destructure the properties. We're going to change is kids. Is kids. It's going to be false by default. Okay, so we have name is kids type of string, and then it's kids type of boolean. And then this is the values we're going to receive from the client. And then we're just going to check if not name or type of name is not equal to string. We're just going to say invalid name like that. And then we're going to count the profiles. So let's do a count here. Count. We're going to await Prisma and then dot profile dot count. We're going to count a profile where the user ID equal to user ID, the logged in user. We're going to count. We need that constant max profiles. We're going to set that to 5. All right, so we're going to check. We're going to check if it's greater than or equal to max profiles. If it's greater than or equal to 5, we're going to say maximum profiles reached. Otherwise, we're going to create the profile. So We're going to do const profile equal to await profile to create, and data. So we have name, and then we have is kids, okay? And we have user ID. We're going to say that the user login user ID, and then avatar. Avatar, we can set up the image upload, but for now, I'm just going to put that a fixed image whenever we create a profile. So we're going to have a default image that's going to be loaded. So images, and it's called Netflix, believe it's avatar.png. All right, so this is the image that's going to be the default one when you create a profile. So let's save that. All right, so yeah, we should be able to, let's try to click this button, save. Okay, so now we have another profile created. So when I refresh, as you can see, we have 2 profiles created. Cool. We can create a profile. Let's try to delete this profile. So let's delete. As you can see, the profile is deleted. Let's refresh. The profile is deleted. So yeah, that's the whole thing we can delete. And we also need another link that's going to send us to the home page. So let's go back to page for a second. So after, let's do it. So profiles. So let's do a button here, a link. So link, and then we're going to have text inside. Let's say done. Done. And then we're going to set the href to / which is the home page. But I'm going to cut this. This is going to be, let's do it after here, after this, like so. Yeah, so this will do. Go save that. So there's our button that says done. We just need to style this a bit. And let's give it margin top of 4. Margin top of 4, padding X, 10, PY 2, border white, 40% opacity, text SM, and a bit of a transition when we hover, and the text is going to be uppercase. So save that. So there it is. So done. So we can create, and then it's going to go back home page. All right. So the other thing that I want to fix for a bit is the loading spinners, loading spinners CSS. I think there should be a library of loading spinners. Okay, so I'm going to find a spinner that's better than the one we are using. So let's try the first one. I think the first one will do. So I'm just going to copy this styles loader, and I'm going to close others. And let's go to global, so CSS. And we can do type, comment, animations, like that. And then drop in the loader class. And then now we just need to copy this span tag here with the class of loader. And let's go to the main home page. And we should have a loading screen somewhere. There it is. So status, get rid of that. I'm just going to put that loader in here. So when I go back, it should be done, as you can see. Okay, I like that better. Yeah, so we have profiles. So as you can see, we should be able to see, manage. Let me create another profile. So profile 2. So save that. When I go back to home page, we should be able to see the profiles here. We should be able to switch profiles, but that functionality is not yet working properly. So let's go to, so this should be class name, by the way, class name. So if I go to loader, oops, go back to global CSS, you can change this to, I think let's do red, like that. Yeah, so red will do. Cool. So now we can go back to the page inside manage profiles, because we want to be able to make sure the profiles is loading. Actually, that might be in the header. Let's go in the header. Control P, header. header tsx. Okay, so initially I want to load the first profile. So we have auto select first profile. Yep, it's already being done here. So we need to switch between profiles. So excuse me. Let's create handle profile switch, switch, and the profile switch is going to take in profile switch. Okay, so it's going to take in, let's put profile. Okay, so profile, it's going to be, let's do type of profiles, like so, type of profiles, and then it's going to be also, we're going to do number. So this is the selection. So like profiles 1. So this will be a number. All right. So this is like selecting a first profile like that. All right. And handle profile switch. This should do for now. Let's see. Yeah, handle profile switch. Okay, so here we're going to set active profile to the profile that we're trying to switch on. And then we're going to do query client, which we don't have. So let's make sure that we initialize query client using the use query client. So initialize query client and import that from Tanstack query. All right, so here we're going to invalidate the queries. So we're going to refetch some the data. So queries. Okay, so why is it complaining? So we need to pass in the query key. So query key, like that. And then we should have my list, query key, and then we pass in the profile ID, like that. Okay, so we should be good to go, but we need to make sure that we plug that in the drop-down menu. Okay, so drop-down menu is admin. Okay, so somewhere right here, so we need to make sure that we plug that in. So profiles, drop-down menu. Okay. So somewhere here, yeah, is active. And then profile ID. So here we can plug that in. So on click, handle profile switch, and then we're gonna put the profile in there. So now let's try. Select profile 2. As you can see, profile 2 is active. All right, so profile 2 is active, like that. All right, the next thing that we want is for the movies in my list, because they should be changing based on the profile change. All right, so my list is still there. Let's see, profile 2, select profile 2, refresh. Yeah, so my list is still there. So that's one of the things that we're going to be fixing in the next video. I'm going to take a break because I've been recording for almost an hour now. It's actually over an hour, just straight through. So I'll take a quick break and then I'll come back in the next video and then we'll fix the remaining issues. All right, so now let's fix some remaining issues. So when I refresh, I want this video on the home screen, the featured, to be random. I don't want to replay the same video. So before we do that, let's fix the profiles. So let's go to page. So remember, we are getting all of the data, and also we should have the hook to fetch my list. So let's do that. So movies, fetch my list movies, and let's go and plug that data here. So we have all movies and fetch my list movies. So now we are putting all of the movies and my list movies. And let's go to here. So we want to make sure that this is randomized. Let's use a use effect for that. Let's create a state for this. Let's do, what should we name this state? Let's do featured index, like so. And then the initial index is going to be 0 for the featured movies. Okay, let's create, let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah, before the load, let's do use effect like this. Right. So now that we have use effect, we are going to pass in featured movies in the dependency array. Like so, we are going to check if featured movies to length like that. And then we're going to set featured index. We're going to randomize. So math.flow.math random multiplied by the length of the featured movies. So set featured index can trigger. Why is it complaining? Don't worry about this warning. Let's ignore that. So now that we have featured index, we are going to go featured like this. And then here, we're going to do featured movies. And then we're going to pass in the featured index like so. So let's save that. So let's refresh. Okay, cool. So that should do. I don't know why we have this warning here. It shouldn't be here. But anyway, we are good to go. So we have the random. The next thing, let's do, so if I go to my list, this is my list should not show, by the way, this title here should not show. So let's see why my list. Okay, so movies row, my list. So we can conditionally show this title here. If it exists, we can show this title. All right, so let's do this title, and then we're going to display that h2. So right now, why is it still showing? So title, that's weird. Section, why is it still showing though? That's the thing. So let's inspect that. So Netflix, my list. So this is an h2. Yeah. That's weird. Okay. I see why. So we need to do the length, not the title, but the length. Dot length, like this. If it's greater than 0, like that. All right. So if it's greater than 0, that's when we show the title, my list. All right. So that's good. So if I go to change the profile to profile number 1, it's not in the list. Okay. Let's try to add it to the list. Add to my list. As you can see, there it is in my list. We're in profile 1. So if I go profile 2, as you can see, it's not there in my list anymore because it's not added to the list. If I go to profile 1, it is there in the list. All right. That's cool. We can also remove this from the list and it's no longer there. And also it will no longer, it's no longer in, I mean, it was never in profile 2, but that's the idea. So if I go to profile 2, I can add it to the list, add to my list. As you can see now, it's there in my list. And if I go to profile 1, you won't see it there. So that's working for the profile. Let's go to the admin tab. Let's work on the admin tab and so admin, let's see. Okay, let's start doing some styles in the admin. Let's get rid of my list here. We're gonna go inside the home page, admin. Okay, there it is. So now that we have admin, we also need a layout. So we need to protect this. So let's do layout, tsx, like so. And this is going to be an async function here. So export async function. Let's name this admin layout, like so. And then we're going to take in the children and we're going to destructure the children like that. And then cool. So now this is the admin layout. Let's return a fragment, and let's initialize a Supabase client from make sure it's imported from server, like so. Client server, like that, and then we're going to get the user, and then we're going to check if the user is not there, and then we're going to get authorized, unauthorized from next navigation, and let's make sure that we import Prisma from lib Prisma. All right, so what we're doing, we're getting the logged in user, and then we're going to check if not auth user, it's going to be unauthorized, and then the user, we're going to check for the role. So if the role is not admin, it's going to be forbidden. So it's coming from next navigation, like that. So we are protecting the admin. All right, now let's refresh. So admin layout, export is not a React component, export async function, admin layout. Why is it complaining? Export default, actually. Default, like that. We should be, yeah, now it's compiling. Cool. So now we go back to the page, like so. And let's see, let's do, so we have a button for adding the movie, so it's opening the model, but I'm going to start styling this. So class name, I'm going to set a background color and give it a minimum height of 100 VH, like that. Cool. Sweet. So now we need to sort out the header portion. It's going to be in a div container, and we're going to give it a border bottom, and we're going to render button. So I'm going to explain everything in a minute. So now we have this. We have open model. We need to make sure we get, we fetch the movies, and also we get the mutation to delete movie. So hooks. So remember, we have these hooks created already. We just need to get these hooks and the mutate. So we have delete. Also want to get router from next router. It's coming from next navigation, actually. All right. So now we have a div, padding top, and then we have a flex end. So there it is. So we have movies, content library. So we have movies, one title, that's one movie, and then a button to add the movies, like that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of the old button, this one here. So we have the button coming from Chatien, and then the icon is a plus. We can also do a plus coming from Lucid React, like that. And there is our button here. We can add the movie, like that. So we can click outside, like so. Okay, cool. So we have content library to the left, the button to the right, like so. So we have H1 movies, the p tag. So here we're just gonna render the movies to length. Otherwise, it's gonna be 0. Title or S, depending if it's greater than 1, it's gonna be titles. Otherwise, title, like that. All right, cool. So now that we have that, the next thing that we want to do is the content. So I'm going to collapse this. We're going to create a div, and let's give it a class name. Class name, let's set the px to 8, px 8, and py, let's set that to 6, py to 6, like that. So now that we have that, we are going to, I'm going to do is loading, and then otherwise I'll show a skeleton card which we can add. Otherwise we can just show the content, but I'm not going to show the skeleton card. I don't have a lot of time to do that, but I'll show a div in here. Now let's do a div. I'll give it flex, display flex, and flex column. So this is going to, let's do it conditionally. So based on movies, we'll do it on the parent, so don't worry. So we'll do it here. So let's do a div in here, And let's do class name and flex column. We're going to display some icons. Let's do in here. So let's create a parent for this icon here. A parent. Let's see. So the opacity, let's set that to 5. And then we're going to do film like that from Lucid React and make sure that we close this properly. Okay, so there is our icon. Okay, so now that we have the film icon, let's set the width and height is fine like that. Just leave it like that for now. And then let's do a p tag, which is going to be no movies yet. This is actually when we don't have a movie. Let's do see, this is actually when we don't have a movies, we are going to show this. So p tag, let's do film. So we have p tag, add your favorite title to get started, and then we're going to use the plus icon like that from Lucid React. So save that. So this shouldn't be showing, by the way. We shouldn't be seeing this. This is only because we have not conditionally rendered this. All right. Now we can do that. We can do if not movies, zip movies, the length like that. And we're gonna check. Otherwise, this is so distracting. I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna check movies dot length dot length dot length. So if movies dot length equal to 0, maybe we'll show this. All right. And now we don't see that anymore because we have some movies, but now we just need to display the movies we have in a grid. So we can do like this. So movies dot length is greater than 0. Let's do a div. Movies dot length is greater than 0 is possibly undefined. So movies dot length movies and movies dot length is greater than 0. We're going to render a div and we're going to make this a grid. So display, class name, we're going to set display to grid. Okay. So I've copied wrong. So display grid, and then we're gonna set the columns to 2 for smaller screens, and then for bigger screens, the columns is gonna be 6. For larger screens, columns 5, and then MD columns 4, like that. All right. So now that we have that, and we need a div inside, so to display each individual movie. So we just need to map through all of the movies that we have. Okay, so here we're going to do movies.map, and then we're going to get the individual movie, and then we can return in here. So here we can return a div like so, and then we just need to pass in a key, because if we are rendering a list, we need to have a unique key. So we're going to set to movie.id like so. Perfect. And we need to style this as well. So let's give it a class name. Position set to relative, cursor to pointer, rounded, SM, and overflow to hidden. This is the background color, and the aspect video, which is 16/9. It's going to look like it's going to have like a video resolution like that. Okay, cool. So now it's looking good. The next thing, inside, we are going to display the thumbnail. Okay, so we're going to showcase if we have the thumbnail, we'll display the thumbnail. Otherwise, we're going to display the title. Okay, so this is the thumbnail, object cover, transition, transform, duration 300. So when we hover the parent, we're going to scale. All right, so hover is scaling like this. We're having the parent, it's going to scale the image. So that's why we have group, and they need to be interactive with the image. Otherwise, we'll show the title of the movie if we don't have the image thumbnail URL. Cool. And now we are going to also have a section down here. So we're going to check movie. We're going to check if it's trending or if it's featured. Movie dot is featured. Featured. So if it qualifies in these categories, we are going to show some tags at the top. Okay, so we have a badge. We can use the badge from ShadCN, by the way, but I've created this off screen. So we have span, text. Let's set it to XS, like that. And then the background, this is the background color. And this is, so this can be one, I think it's 0.75. 0.75, like that. And then this should be 1.5, I believe. Rounded XS. Okay, let's do XS, like that. Okay, so now we need a parent, start the parent container. We're going to set position to absolute, and then top, we're going to set that to 1.5, and then we're going to set left to 1.5 as well. And then we're going to set flex, we're going to set gap to 1, and we're going to set the Z index to 10. Okay, so this should do. Let's see when I hover. Let's see. So movie dot is trending. I think this has to do. Oh yeah. I found the issue. So here, let's wrap this in brackets, like so. And oops, wrap this in brackets. And let's remove this bracket here, and let's remove this one here as well. So now let's save. Yeah, this should work. Okay, cool. So now you can see the badges are showing here. That's fine. So now we need the title. Okay, so let's go after this. We are going to do a title. So we're going to have position absolute, inside 0, bottom 0, gradient to top, and from black 90% to via 40 to transparent, and then transition opacity duration to 200 milliseconds, and hover, group hover opacity. As you can see, there it is. There's the nice gradient effect from bottom. For the text, let's see, we can change this to, where is the text? So we can set this to SM, like that. So line clamp, so that means it's only going to be in one line. So this is, yeah, I want it to be slightly bigger. Cool. That's the movie. So now we need to add a button to delete the button. But let's, after this, let's do a hover overlay. We're going to set position absolute because this is going to be showing on hover. So it's an overlay. So position, we're going to set it to absolute, BG, opacity 70, opacity 0. I mean, opacity of black 70%, 0. Initially, opacity is going to be 0. When I have, it's going to be 100%. And then transition, we're going to transition the opacity and then a padding of 2, like that. So let's go inside the div. All right, so inside the div, we are going to, let's do a div in here. Let's do another div, which is going to have some content. let's do a p tag, and we're going to showcase the movie, the title, movie, the title, like so, title. All right, so we can class name text sm, and then we're going to set font to medium, line clamp, let's set that to 2. All right, and we can give it maybe margin bottom off to MB2, like that. So hover. Okay, so this one is going to be, let's see, absolute. Okay, yeah, the percent absolute is fine. All right, I think we so far so good. Movie title, and we need another button. Let's do a parent container. So here we are going to have a parent, and flex, we're going to have 2 buttons. So one is for editing and one is for, so when I click the movie, we want to edit. So the button, we are going to, route to the button. Why is it not self-closing? So when I click the button, we're going to go to admin/movies to that movie that we click on. All right, so when I hover, it's not showing. Where is it? When I hover, so router admin. So this is for the edit. It's not showing the buttons when I hover, which is weird. All right, so we'll fix the issue. So now we need another button. We need delete. All right, so stop propagation. We are going to, so when I click, the URL sends us to the movie, so we can update the movie. But if I have a button here, I want to be able to click the button without being routed to that movie that we click on. So let's see why we are not able to see the overlay. We are in the wrong container. So this should be outside of this div. So outside of this, so save that. So we should be able to, yeah, see the delete and edit, which should work. Okay, cool. So yeah, now there's a delete button here for the movie. I believe the opacity, well, maybe delete, SM. Okay, so height 7 is fine. Let's set destructive. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, cool. So now that we have the delete, let's rev again. So title. Okay, so delete button, maybe I want them to show somewhere, maybe let's do it. Delete, insert 0. Let's set the height to full. Flex, column, let's do just 5 between. Okay, let's see. So here, let's also set, flex, yeah, flex column, like that. All right, so yeah, it's looking quite good, but the title, we need to get rid of the, where's the badges? So here, group hover, opacity 0, like that. All right, so that will do. Duration, let's set that to 200, like that. All right, so yeah, this will do. So we can delete. I'm not ready to find out, but we should be able to put a pop-up to make sure that we really want to delete the movie. But right now, if I click it, it's just going to delete. So maybe we should do an alert and then delete the movie. But yeah, so far so good. So the grid is looking nice. The grid of movies. So if I inspect, we should see a grid here. All right, but I want to make sure that it's in the parent container. I'm going to go up and I'm going to put this in the parent container. Cut. Let's do a div like that. I will copy also this. All right. So this should do. Yeah, this should do about the movies. So we should be able to edit the movies like so. And let's actually go to a button to go to the home page. Where can we add that button? That's for you to figure out anyway to go to the home page. But now I'm going to create a new movie. So Blender, I'm going to search for another movie to upload. Blender open movies, download, something like that. I believe, can't remember where, I think it's, yeah, under here. So films. And for example, I want to download this, Caminandes Lambs. Download the videos. So once you download that, I'm going to click on watch. Oops, watch. I believe it will show you more information if we explore the content gallery. Let me double check. I think it's this one here. Watch, explore, credits. You'll see more information about the video. All right. Yeah, I think we'll just get this. There's also a poster here. You can download the posters if you want. But yeah, you can download the movie from here if you're ready. I'm going to now upload the video.